Chapter 215 Night of the Festival 10. A black curtain descended. Zzzzzzz, Vikyr fidgeted with the ring, creating a barrier. Creating the barrier consumed a significant amount of energy, but it was undoubtedly worth it. Two spaces overlapped at the same coordinates, yet they were clearly distinct concepts and could not interfere with each other. It would be useful when needing to store many items or hide one's identity in a crowded place, engaging in a significant battle while remaining unnoticed. Vikyr gazes into the space within the barrier, an empty abyss, a desolate and vast wasteland. Countless swords stuck into the ground, weathered by the storms of time, aging and decaying. Other than that, only shattered and destroyed statues rolled around. Vikyr instinctively senses something beyond the land filled with countless swords, two towering statues rising high in the center of the abyss. One is the statue of Hugo le Baskerville, and the other is the statue of Osiris le Baskerville. They were enormous compared to the other blasphemous statues, resilient despite being damaged here and there. Below them were many small, broken statues, quite familiar faces. Servants of Baskerville, the butler, caretaker, and guardian knights. Intermittently, some larger statues that seemed to be the 7 counts were also visible. Vikyr instinctively sensed something. Is this the heart of Seth le Baskerville? If this guess is correct, what psychological state was Seth in before the demon stole his heart? What did he see, hear, think, and live in a world where everything exists? Even after the owner's death, the statues of his father and brother still stood tall in the emptied space. Vikyr recalled the battle with Andromalius. "Son, what are you doing there?" "Ah, father, did you come here for some business?" Andromalius froze just by looking at Hugo. It was because Seth, the original owner of the body, was possessed by residual thoughts, disappointing his father's expectations, feelings of inferiority towards his brother, and intense self-loathing destroyed all relationships with those around him. And only emptiness and darkness, devoid of anything, led him to the deepest part of his heart. Seth probably heard Andromalius' voice from the deepest part of this desolate space, at the most pitiful and desperate moment in this world. Well, those who make contracts with demons are usually like that. They come when a person's heart completely crumbles. The collapse of the mind signifies the abandonment of life. Unlike the lower demons who contract through momentary pleasures or emotions like greed, high-ranking demons, such as demon lords, only visit in those moments. The moment when someone once noble falls dramatically, experiencing overwhelming temptation and an irresistible proposal. Now, before Vikyr's eyes, the corpse queen has revealed herself, probably in a similar situation. Is this within the barrier of the 10th corpse? The corpse queen raised her head, looking at Vikyr. Vikyr, too, looked at the corpse queen through the eye holes of his mask. The skeletal woman behind the mask probably has a story as well. Perhaps unimaginable pain, sorrow, and screams led her to accept the demon's proposal after struggling in the end. But there are no excuses in a bottomless grave. Whether the corpse queen has a story, or why she replaced Snake Morgue for the position of the 8th corpse is unknown. For Vikyr, she was nothing more than the absolute evil who had killed countless comrades before regressing. Let's finish this, demon. If it had been the 8th corpse who had taken Snake Morgue's body, the battle would have been much more challenging. However, the current corpse queen has not yet reached that level. While her magical talent and potential rivaled Snake, if not also surpassed him, her current position as the 8th corpse hadn't fully developed. In many ways, you are fortunate. Vikyr shot an arrow from Anubis. Thump, the deadly sniper technique he learned from Aeon hit the corpse queen. However, Pock, a perpendicular cliff rising from the ground intercepted and deflected all the arrows. Geronto firmly guarded the corpse queen. Thud. Soon, the seeds of bones scattered by the corpse queen begin to generate numerous skeleton soldiers. Leading the undead army, the corpse queen regained her dignity as a ruler. Reveal your face. She expressed her determination to unveil the night hound's face. Vikyr frowned at her persistent attitude. Then, numerous undead soldiers began to press Vikyr from all sides. In such a situation, archery would be a disadvantage, and the corpse queen knew it well, pressuring Vikyr on all fronts. However, flash. Now with all the people gone, Vikyr unleashed his true power. Heck, using the silk emitted by baby Madam Vikyr, attached to Hugo's statue, and flew high. When the ground where Vicyr stood a moment ago was covered with skeleton soldiers, crack, the aura of blood-red color, resembling a snake with 6 heads, surged and pulverized the ground. Baskerville-style swordsmanship. The crimson aura swallowed the undead soldiers, sending them back to their original places. An exorcism ritual using physical force. The undead return to where they belong. Crack, roar, boom, the power of a peak graduator erupted unfiltered. Vicyr ruthlessly massacred the enemies and advanced forward. 6.5 gigantic wheels made of aura were moving forward, breaking, crushing, and tearing the bone wall without hesitation. Though Geronto casted some spells to block Vicyr's attacks, it was not enough. However, while watching Geronto being pushed back and retreating, the Corpse Queen took no action. Hence, Vicyr easily broke through the encirclement and stood face to face with the Corpse Queen. Soon he will be able to kill both the demon and the lick in front of him. First, separate the neck and skull, then peel off the mask to inspect her face. Remove your mask, Corpse Queen. Without hesitation, the tip of Vicyr's knife, extending from his wrist, aimed for the neck of the Corpse Queen. He wanted to know the identity of the person who took the position of the 8th corpse instead of Snake Morgue. Right at that moment, "It's not possible," the Corpse Queen's mouth opened. "I cannot remove my mask." At the same time, thunk, Vicyr's knife changed its direction. It wasn't because the Corpse Queen had performed some trick. It wasn't due to a lack of concentration or stamina. It was instinct, the intuition of a seasoned hunting dog that had traversed countless battlefields, guided the trajectory of the blade slightly off course at the last moment. In the end, Vicyr struck around the forehead of the Corpse Queen, and it bounced off the sturdy part of the skull mask. Thunk, it was as if hitting a solid object. Clang, a piece of metal was embedded in the corner of the skull mask. Vicyr landed on the ground and tilted his head in confusion. Even he didn't understand why he had just changed the trajectory of the knife. What is this? Have I ever made such a mistake before? Confidently, no, not even once. Throughout his pre- and post-regression life, this was an unprecedented mistake in the countless situations he had faced. However, a faint tremor ran through the demonic sword Beelzebub. This was not a physical issue but a mental one. The movement of the heart. As he became a peak graduator, his emotions, which he killed, or rather, thought he had killed, felt faintly alive and wavering. What on earth? Night Hound wrinkled his forehead slightly at a situation he had never experienced before. However, in contrast, the Corpse Queen remained unperturbed. Her voice was firm, as if she had a certain conviction. "I cannot remove the mask. This is a contractual requirement. I am unable to reveal my face or name of my own volition. So, you have to reveal your identity." The Corpse Queen's words ended with a thin tremor, as if she had cried out, shouted too loudly, and exerted herself too much. So a voice that had completely exhaled, but the moist voice that lingered at the end for just a moment resembled the voice from his past. "No way!" Vicyr paused for a moment, and seeing Vicyr hesitate, the Corpse Queen shouted again, "So show your face, tell me your name." At the same time, a hot flame spewed out from the Corpse Queen's hand. Hellfire burning black, and even the iron thorns popping out between the hot flames. In front of the scorching heat created by the fire and iron thorns, Vicyr hastily raised his sword. The fangs bursting out of the Baskerville tore apart both flames and iron thorns without mercy, and it directly pierced the defenseless Corpse Queen. Thunk, sizzle, cracks appeared in her skull mask. Eventually, bone fragments slowly scattered. Time flowed slowly. The pieces of the mask scattered, and fragments of memory fell into place. In the distant memories between numerous shards and distortions, the face of a little girl's innocence floated above the unconscious surface. "No, Vicyr, please come back," the voice heard last. A face from a long time ago was present here. Chapter 216, Episode 216. My neck will be your sheath, 1. The Corpse Queen's face was slowly revealed as the skull mask covering her face slowly broke apart. Beneath it was a strikingly familiar face, largely unchanged since the age of 8. Her eyes, reminiscent of deer's, remained consistently moist when directed his way. Dark eyebrows, a sharp nose, and plump lips defined her features. The only discernible alterations were the slight loss of cheek fat, the disappearance of freckles, and a shift in the color coordination of her pupils. It was Camus Morgue. She gazed at him with an expression mirroring the last time he had encountered her. The tear-streaked face, the now silent expression, and the hoarse throat all seemed frozen in time. Time appeared to flow back to the time when Vicyr fought against Madame Eightlegs so valiantly. Vicyr lapsed into a momentary silence. Why hadn't he known earlier? The true perpetrator, his ultimate enemy, the 10 corpses. He had relentlessly pursued the belief that slaying the demons would halt the impending era of destruction. All other emotions went mute. He just wanted to kill the demon. Was that the reason? Vicyr now contemplated all the things he had overlooked. Camus' abrupt change of heart after searching for Vicyr every day for years after his disappearance. She joined the dark faction of her maternal uncle Snake Morgue, after leaving the light faction of her other uncle, Adolphe Morgue. She then declared herself in a closed training and severed all ties with the outside world. At this precise moment, an event occurred by chance. Snake Morgue, who was supposed to be the Corpse King, was replaced by a ghostly woman, the Corpse Queen, whose true identity was unknown in life. She revived Rosie Morgue, who died in a war between Morgue and the natives of the Black Mountains. She also had the remains of Ahuman, who was meant to be left in the depths of the Red and Black Mountains. Looking back, there were many odd things about her, even from the first encounter. The Corpse Queen got strangely upset by Balak's archery skills, maybe because of the memory of losing Vicyr and Rosie. Her reaction to the Baskerville's sword techniques and the way she held back Rosie, Gerento, when she fainted last time. Vicyr asked, trying to stay calm, "Why did you become the 8th corpse, and why does your voice sound like that?" "Either because I've been crying for years since you disappeared, or it's entirely locked up." The Corpse Queen's voice huskier than before. How many times had she cried, screamed, struggled, collapsed, passed out, woken up, and cried again? Camus, tears falling from her black and white eyes, said, "Fool, I thought you were dead, and I was trying to find your body or something." "So you're saying she's been searching the depths of the Red and Black Mountains every day without a break?" That makes sense to a certain extent. But then Camus said something that made Vicyr press his hand to his forehead. "So, I tried to bring you back to life." Black magic, the skill of reviving the dead, bringing them back to life. Did that explain why she left the light faction and joined the dark faction? Certainly, Snake Morgue, the leader of the dark faction, was a black magic master. Before his fall, he too made a deal with the 8th Corpse Seer to master black magic. Then Vicyr remembered what he had heard from Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis. Camus is in closed-door training right now. Closed. She broke ties with Uncle Adolphe. I was told that Camus had changed a bit since the search was stopped. She lost much of her cheerful personality and spoke less. Suddenly, she announced her departure from the light faction, shocking everyone internally. Adolphe didn't officially express any opinion on it. He silently observed as Camus left and joined the dark faction, opposing the light faction. Since Camus always followed Adolphe, her uncle, and the light faction leader, like a parent. Adolphe Morgue was internally shocked. However, he knew how sad Camus had been since that night in the Black and Red Mountains and how much she blamed herself for it. He didn't dare dissuade her. Vicyr frowned. Camus giving up everything and choosing the path of the Black Mage to bring him back from the dead and make him an undead. What happened to the woman who, if destiny flew its way, would one day become the Ironblood Empress, the invincible, and rule the world beyond Morgue? Vicyr spoke in a hushed tone. "So you're telling me you made a deal with a demon lord because of me? Why? Are you asking because you're unaware?" "I'm asking because I don't know. Why would you turn into the 8th corpse? What use would I be as an undead?" "It does sound weird when you put it that way." Camus pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She then stated her stance plainly. "If death dared to separate us, I wanted to be there and steal you back from its embrace." A brief silence hung between them. Night Hound and the Corpse Queen took off their masks, revealing each other's faces. Breaking the uneasy silence, Vicyr spoke. "But in the end, demons must die. A person is a person. Life is life. No matter how strong personal emotions are, they can't outweigh the fate of all humanity." Gradually, the situation became clear. A man who must kill her woman to prevent the world's destruction. A woman who doesn't care if the world ends as long as she can be with her man. Camus had no answer. Then, her lips parted. Okay, Vicky's eyes widened a bit. It was an entirely unexpected response. Surprisingly, Camus seemed unfazed. Ever since I joined forces with the demon, I knew my life wasn't going to end well. Camus and Vicky locked eyes. Camus stepped in front of Vicky, her posture straightened. Now kill me. Vicky hesitated for a moment. One of the 10 corpses says she'll offer her head, so why is he hesitating? Many faces of comrades in arms flashed through his mind. Despite guilt and a sense of debt, Beelzebub, the magic sword at his wrist, stayed still. Finally, Camus speaks again. What are you doing? Kill me. Kill me, kill me. Suddenly her voice rised, quackwang. Hugedug emotions and mana surge, and showers of fire and iron skewers rain down around them. Tears well up in Camus's eyes, trickling down her cheeks. Yeah, now you obviously don't like weird witches like me, so kill me now and move on. Your meddlesome ex-girlfriend dies here, and you can happily be with your innocent current girlfriend, the pure saintess. Vicky's reaction was incomprehensible. What's an ex-girlfriend and a current girlfriend? And why mention dolars? Vicky knows there's a fatal misunderstanding, but it's hard to explain. To make things worse, the demonic energy from Camus grew stronger as midnight approached. Camus unleashed a barrage of magic, using up every ounce of her mana, then slumped back and started sobbing. You bastard! It's been a while since we met, so the demon must die. You Baskerville puppy! You bastard! Vicky stood still, unable to speak. This was the 3rd time he's seen tears in Camus's eyes. The first time was when they met at 8, then when they reunited at Red Castle, and now. All 3 times, Vicky couldn't offer comfort to Camus' tears. As if used to it, Camus stopped crying on her own. I know you're not good at comforting people. Rosie, beside a teary-eyed Camus, hugged and consoled her. Then, with a pop, Camus pulled a worn-out booklet from her arms and tossed it towards Vicky. It's my diary. Even if I vanish, read it once, there's a lot I can't say to your face. Vicky wanted to say something but stopped himself. Vicky picked up the diary from the floor, surprisingly heavy for a paper-made book. It carried the weight of all the times a woman wrote to a man, etching feelings that would forever be unanswered, remaining as lingering questions. With that, Camus loosened her front cloth. The bony armor split, revealing a white neck in the middle. Now do it. You're mine. No, you're the only one who deserves to do it. I gave up on my life when I made my contract with the demon anyway. Might as well die from the hands of my love. Camus stepped in front of Vicky and knelt silently. She took Vicky's right hand and guided the sword to her throat. My neck will be your sheath. Camus' lips touched Vicky's right arm. Vicky felt a small, trembling breath. Vicky still couldn't move. 10 supreme demon lords crossed from the demon realm to the human world. The impending giant gates they'd open soon. The era of destruction they'd usher in. Before those gates opened, Vicky had to kill all 10 demons. Boom! Vicky clenched his hands together. Camus looked up at Vicky, determined. But Vicky's hand still remained still. An unknown emotion lurked in Vicky's heart. Suddenly, details of Baskerville's 7th form overwhelmed Vicky's mind. To master the 6th level, let go of emotions. But to open the door to the 7th, embrace them. To attain the level of peak graduator, become emotionless steel. But to reach Swordmaster, the next level, bring emotions back to life. Vicky lived a life of hardened steel. An emotionless killing machine, a death hound, devoid of love. In the fight against Dantalion, Vicky had no bond except comradeship. But now Vicky was unsettled. A girl knelt, arms open to his sword. Looking at her face, a faint emotion stirred in Vicky. No matter how heavy feelings are, they can't outweigh the fate of humanity. But facing such a heavy duty, an iron heart becomes superhuman. The wall of Swordmaster appeared in Vicky's vision, the ability to cut through anything. And then, pow! A sudden pain shot through his lower abdomen, a hot, piercing sensation. What? Camus looked dazed. A metal skewer extended from her hand, piercing Vicky's stomach. At the same time, tsutsutsutsutsuts, a black mist rose from Camus's back, forcibly controlling her. It's midnight, my little lady, an eerie voice flowed from a crack in the fog. 8th Corpse Seer, one of the 10 supreme demons. Danger rating, S+ size, found in, nicknamed 8th Corpse. One of the 10 plagues, natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. Herds of cattle and animals shall perish. The 10 Commandments 10, top. It was a demonic voice tangled up in half of Camus's consciousness. Chapter 217. My neck will be your sheath too. Chapter 217. My neck will be your sheath too. What? Camus looked dazed. A metal skewer extended from her hand, piercing Vicur's stomach. At the same time, tsutsutsutsutsuts, a black mist rose from Camus's back, forcibly controlling her. It's midnight, my little lady, Seer, one of the 10 supreme demon lords, the 8th corpse. She had taken control of Camus's body on midnight. No, stop, no, Camus desperately shouted. Camus's head, like a severed marionette, snapped for a moment, and instantly a completely different expression appeared on her face. A slightly loosened gaze with a charming smile. Seer, the 8th corpse. Vicur also immediately noticed the change in Camus. How could he forget? The stinky gaze that had killed his numerous comrades on the battlefield. Heh, you're Vicur, right? I've heard a lot about you from my roommate. Seer spoke while looking at Vicur in front of her. Unlike other demons who referred to the physical body's host as the host, Seer referred to Camus' consciousness as a roommate. Is it a form of cohabitation rather than domination? It's a strange relationship. Vicur covered the hole in his belly with his hand and stepped back. Certainly, the corpse queen in front of him was different from other demons. Half of Camus' consciousness, half of Seer's consciousness. As a result, they lived together, dividing the 24 hours by mutual agreement. This is most likely why the demonic energy didn't feel as strong when Vicur first met Camus. Vicur used the power of the fog lizard to heal the wound on his stomach. Tsutsutsu, the rate of recovery was slower than before. It wasn't a loss of regenerative power. Rather, the magic that struck him was very potent. Since the controller of the body changed from Camus to Seer, the dark mana hovering in the air became much denser. Is this bitch operating at 100% now? Vicur swallowed his saliva and raised his head. After the change in the controller from Camus to Seer, the dark mana floating in the air, which had been lingering aimlessly, became much denser. For a petty emotion, I was almost killed. That's why humans are nothing more than maggots. They don't understand what justice is. Although demons generally lack the concept of gender, they still faintly distinguish between male and female bodies. If Seer had to be classified, he would be classified as a being with a female body. As a result, his voice, gestures, and expressions were all lethal. And when it manifested in Camus's body, the impact was truly immense. However, fortunately, within Andromalius' barrier, there were no males in the vicinity to pose a threat. Vicur brushed off Seer's overwhelming aura with his strong mental fortitude and calmly inquired, "When did you take possession of her?" "Well, let me think. It's been quite a while. It was around the time this girl was mastering the complete resurrection spell." Vicur's brows twitched in response to Seer's words. Having lived through the era of destruction, he had not only eaten sword meals but also magical delicacies. So he had a hazy understanding of what Seer meant by the complete resurrection spell. "Because you're a sword wielder, you might not know, huh?" Seer said in a seductive, mixed-tone voice. The complete resurrection spell drains the caster's life force and completely resurrects the target. To put it another way, it's a spell that shares one's own life. To cast this spell, however, there had to be a certain amount of the target's remains, such as bones, blood, nails, or hair. Only then would the magic be complete. Vicur asked briefly, "But isn't necromancy considered taboo even among dark mages? The rebound penalty in case of failure is too severe compared to the rare chance of success." Rebound penalty referred to the burden imposed on the brain and entire circulatory system, including mana, when magic failed explosively. At Vicur's words, Seer laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Admitting one's foolishness to the point of dabbling in forbidden magic. But well, it was a blessing for me. Thanks to this foolish girl doing such a thing, I was able to obtain this body." Vicur furrowed his brow. Seer, with a wide smile, continued, "This girl meddled in various forbidden dark magics even prohibited by her own family. Then mana overflow occurred. Mana overflow was the most burdensome of rebound penalties, feared by all mana users. Simply put, it caused the mana flowing through the veins to burst, spewing out and wreaking havoc inside the body. The danger surpassed conditions like strokes or cerebral hemorrhages. Most people immediately died on the spot, but occasionally there were cases where they turned into lunatics or became plant-like creatures with a low probability. In some instances, the accumulated mana was released all at once through the sweat glands, causing a tremendous explosion. It seemed like Camus was in such a situation. She was a daring young lady who relied solely on her abilities and will. Ho, do you think there's a man worth putting your life on the line for? Where is the fool who gives up their life for such a cause? Seer sneered, looking down at Camus's body. I would never have lived like that if I had a face and a body like this. I could have grown stronger while feasting on young males and ignoring menstrual blood. Oh, life is so difficult. Camus had dabbled in forbidden dark magics, even shunned by the Morgue family, the masters of magic. The reason was simple. Once she discovered remnants of Vikyr, she planned to share her lifespan to fully resurrect him. However, there was always a reason behind prohibiting certain magics. External magic was powerful and alluring. Even geniuses who could have left their mark on human history fell into its charm, only to be destroyed, buried in the graveyard of history. The stronger and smarter one was, the more easily they were captivated and thought, I am different. And the end result was always the same: ruin or death, cripple or death. Due to mana overflow, where mana users' entire circulatory systems, including the brain, were severed, it was not a risk to be taken lightly. Camus had experienced mana overflow right at the last moment before completing the spell. In a state where half of her brain had died, she stood on the edge between life and death, truly neither alive nor dead. And in front of the living corpse that Camus had become, a certain presence appeared. Little lady, how about making a contract with me? The fall of one who once held noble ideals. A being plummeting from above to the very bottom, tracing the most dramatic trajectory of downfall. At the lowest point, the one gaping wide with an open mouth, writhing on the ground, was the sinister demon seer. Well, if she were an ordinary wizard, she would have died countless times over. The talent of this girl, who managed to survive in the state of a plant creature, is truly extraordinary. Ho, isn't my eye for evaluating bodies exceptional? Seer spoke with a satisfied tone, seemingly pleased with the body he possessed. Maybe she might have been less impatient if she hadn't been so desperate for a man. If only a little more time had passed and she had matured and grown stronger, she might have been able to complete the complete resurrection spell. Well, now it's all just talk. Having finished speaking, Seer looked up at Vikyr. KRRRK, the distant aura boiled like asphalt. Now the scent of the demon began to flow at 100% concentration. PFFFT. Black flames and iron rods flew, aiming at Vikyr. The magic power, now vastly stronger than before, pressed and squeezed the entire field within the barrier, making it incomparable to the previous situation. Vikyr stepped back and lifted the black bow Anubis. Even in such an extreme situation, the hunter's focus remained firmly fixed on the target. Kuraruk, the eerie aura boiled like asphalt. Now the scent of the demon began to flow at 100% concentration. Zing, thud, boom. Holes were punched in the flames, and the iron rods, hit by arrows, bounced away with sparks. Seer laughed with a mocking tone. Indeed, you're a true hunter who killed Andromalius and Dantalion. But capturing me at this level is impossible, huh? But the demon's laughter couldn't last long. Click an unpleasant sensation on the face. Seer furrowed his brows as he felt something thin pressing against his face. What's this? A thin thread, almost imperceptible to the naked eye but quite rigid, pressed against her face, like wires as if they were drawn across the air. Countless threads were woven in the empty space. Kike, baby madam. It was Vikyr who set up a spiderweb trap around Seer's body. What? Why is there a demonic spider in the human realm? Why is that here? Seer, annoyed, tried to forcefully break the threads. Tiang Kijijik, surprisingly, even the strength of a demon of the caliber of a demon lord couldn't break the threads. Of course, Seer wasn't the type to rely on physical strength, but it was still quite unexpected. How dare this vermin? Seer tried to breathe fire to burn the spiderwebs. However, a skilled demon hunter like Vikyr wouldn't miss the moment when the enemy's attention was momentarily diverted. PFF. Arrows continuously flew, embedding themselves in Seer's arms and legs. While not fatal, they were all areas that would affect her movements. Kaya, Seer screamed, and before her the jaws of death approached. Swoosh! An aura burning like the sun emanated from the blade. Vikyr was expelling a long, crimson aura blade. In an instant, Seer urgently shouted, "If you kill me, this girl dies too." The human mind is easily manipulable, and from the demon's perspective, it's something to play with as they wish, especially in the case of someone like Seer who is heavily entranced. However, no, Vikyr's sword was resolute without a hint of hesitation. "Only you shall die." Chapter 218, My neck will be your sheath. 3. Chapter 218, My neck will be your sheath. 3. Seer's expression contorted as the crimson glow emitted by Aura Blade enveloped her. "If you kill me, this girl will die too." However, Vikyr responded with a veiled determination. "No, only you would die." Simultaneously, a red crescent moon rose, grazing Seer's throat. Spurt! Drops of red blood scattered. In an instant, Seer leaned back, avoiding a lethal strike. Vikyr, too, twisted his blade at the last moment. Was it a failure? Vikyr bit his tongue inwardly. Despite confidently asserting success in words, it was a mere bluff. In the final moment, Vikyr hesitated to cut Camus' throat, allowing Seer to survive. Thud! Vikyr fell down. Since reaching the level of peak graduator, there was hardly any substance he couldn't cut through. However, abstract things like souls and emotions remained untouched. Vikyr remembered Hugo's sword technique from before. A casual strike towards Andromalius, who was fleeing, effortlessly split the sky into 7 pieces and severed Andromalius' conceptual entity, which existed somewhere between matter and antimatter. If I can't reach that level, can I not separate Camus and Seer? Currently, Camus and Seer were bound by the thread of a contract, a wicked fate. The tough and tenacious knot was abstract and conceptual. It was something that the aura of a peak graduator could not sever. But in the domain of the Swordmaster, it was another story. The power of a transcendent being that surpasses the peak graduator. Only they could perfectly sever the abstract contract between Camus and Seer. With my current strength, the only option will be to kill them both. Truly a perplexing situation. Magic and blade again collided. Puff, puff, puff. 24 iron stakes were embedded in Vikyr's left forearm. Seer, too, was hit by the sword, but once again, it was a swift strike that avoided vital organs. Heh. As expected, your actions couldn't keep up with your words. Behave more recklessly. As her words became more venomous, the black magic permeating the atmosphere also thickened. Slithering as Seer's murderous intent reached Vikyr, Camus's mixed emotions became apparent. Sadness, affection, longing, resentment, and a tender yearning. Since the age of 8, the emotions had been growing and sprouting roots despite efforts to erase and conceal them. These emotions were now conveyed without filtering after Vikyr vanished. During the days when she tirelessly searched for him day and night. During the period when she believed Vikyr was dead and abandoned the search to focus on resurrecting him. During the period when she lost half her body and soul in a horrific accident and made a pact with a demon. Vikyr gritted his teeth. No matter how resilient he was, with the skills of a graduator, it was impossible to separate them. Even with a crying heart, it had to be endured. He knew responsibilities take precedence over emotions. But deep within, emotions he thought he had killed long ago were slowly showing up again. Did Hugo feel like this too? At that time, it was hard to imagine what kind of emotions Hugo harbored and to what extent. Vikyr focused on his breathing. Puff, puff, puff. The iron stakes piercing through his body, heated by hellfire, were viciously hot. Seer had burned all the spider webs made by baby Madam. And watching Vikyr endure the pain in silence, she grinned. "You have no chance anyway. You can't kill this girl." Seer set conditions towards the silent Vikyr. "Let's make a deal then." Vikyr narrowed his eyes. Seer chuckled, thinking Vikyr's attitude had changed. "Remove the barrier." Her demand was simple. "If you remove this barrier and step back, I will leave this place, without killing anyone. But if you refuse, you know what I'd do, right?" Seer smiled widely, resembling Camus' face. "When all your mana is drained, I will break this barrier and go out, killing all the children in this academy." Seer didn't seem entirely pleased with the current situation either. After all, fighting to the death here would benefit Seer in no way. Survival is the bottom line. Demons never make deals that put them at a disadvantage. If you step back, everyone can survive. You, me, this girl, and all the civilians in the academy. Seer demanded the removal of the barrier as if it were a matter of course. However, Vikyr shook his head once again. I don't make deals with demons. What? You intend to kill this girl? No, only you will die. What nonsense is this? How do you plan to do that? Vikyr opened his eyes narrowly at Seer's words. It's impossible with the liquid aura of a graduator. Indeed, with this soft and pliable aura, he couldn't cut the contract between Camus and Seer. Only the solid aura of a sword master can cut the invisible ties that connect Seer and Camus. At the same time, the thoughts that had been floating in his mind since earlier were organized. To perfect the sixth style, discard all your emotions. But to master the seventh style, you must embrace them again. Vikyr didn't exactly know what emotions he had towards Camus right now. Respect for the hero who dominated the era of destruction in his past life. And after Regression, a childhood friend he had grown attached to in his own way. Would it have felt like this if I had a younger sister? This feeling was similar to, yet subtly different from, what he felt towards his niece Pomeranian. The emotion Vikyr thought he had killed off had somehow survived, taking root deep in his heart. And at that moment Vikyr discovered that emotion. Now, suddenly, Seer's expression changed. Camus' eyes, one white and one black, momentarily regained their original colors. Camus, shedding tears of blood, shouted. Her momentum momentarily pushed Seer's consciousness aside, regaining control of her body. Although it was at a very subtle level, Seer, who was pushed back behind Camus, protested. Crazy girl, how dare you take command your 12 hours? This is a breach of contract. Your soul will perish. But Camus still held onto control of her body, despite the pain of her soul being diminished. Focusing solely on her mouth and hands, she shouted. Hurry! Camus' two hands tore through the tough bone armor, revealing her neck and chest. A soul clashed with another soul in her body. An explosion of mana was an expected outcome. Seer, now hovering like mist behind Camus, screamed in horror. Another mana explosion. Do you want to go through that again? You're going to die this time. Vikyr, quickly! Camus shouted with her neck revealed and small drops of tears in her eyes. Now her neck was ready to become Vikyr's sheath, and then... At that moment, a crimson-red aura flew towards Camus' neck. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one opportunity. Even the seasoned hound who had crossed numerous battlefields until now had his grip dripping with sweat this time. A terrifyingly brief moment that split second by second. Vikyr wielded his sword in the midst of numerous doubts, conflicts, and musings. During this time, the emotions that Vikyr thought he had extinguished resurfaced and bore fruit. Bang! The whirlwind of emotions erupted violently. They overflew. It swept away all the dryness and ruptures that had accumulated so far in a passionate surge. The towering wall that seemed impossible to overcome or break through crumbled like a soaked seaweed castle in the waves. Was it really this easy? At the same time, the unparalleled powers that were behind the wall began to rush in explosively. A surplus of strength surged through his entire circulatory system. A sense of transcendence, as if becoming something superior beyond humans. Vikyr had felt this feeling only once before, when he beheaded Dantalion with the help of Saintess Dolors. But there was one difference. This time he did it without her help. The only thing present is a wounded and scarred hunting dog, baring its teeth to save the girl in front of it. Finally, the trajectory of the sword swung by Vikyr split into several branches. And the most noticeable among them was the seventh fang, a bright red fang shining sharper and larger than any other tooth, reaching toward Camus' neck. And the sword that could cut what could be cut became a sword that could cut what couldn't be cut. Snap, he has reached the realm of Swordmaster. Chapter 219. My neck will be your sheath. 4. Chapter 219. My neck will be your sheath. 4. Everyone in the world wears glasses that do not match their prescription. Swordmasters are those who have removed them. They have surpassed the realm of graduator and have attained superhuman status, allowing them to see things that ordinary people cannot. Heart sword, capable of piercing through emotions and unseen things. Snip, the sword which had made it to the realm of the Swordmaster, cut through the air. In a massive trajectory, the seventh fang cut space in half. Vikir felt his mana surging, not like a mana explosion, but an immense power supporting his back. The overwhelming power, vision, and mindset of the Swordmaster, a realm that had long since transcended humanity. It's no surprise that the rest are regarded as insects or expendable. But unlike Hugo, Vikir could understand him but not empathize with him. Hugo lost his love the moment he crossed the last wall, and Vikir reclaimed it. Quack, 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 quack. The sound followed about a second after the sword had passed, and a formidable shockwave swept away the surrounding black mist. However, thud. Surprisingly, Camus, standing in the midst of the storm, was unharmed. She simply collapsed onto the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Simultaneously, Ga, Ji-gyu, the dispersed black mist gathered again into a singular form. It was Seer, entwined with the threads of the contract with Camus. However, due to Vikir's onslaught, the connection with the demon was severed moments ago. No way, breaking the contract with a demon. How can this be? It squeezed out its remaining life force and detached from Camus's body. But what lay ahead of her were 7 fangs of a cruel hunting dog. No, I can't die, I have my duty to my realm. Seer kept shouting her reason to live, but it ironically made Vikir more certain of why she should kill her. Flash. The space within the barrier was split into 7 pieces. A thunderous assault as quick as lightning. 7 crimson thunders, accompanied by a storm, completely disintegrated Seer's lingering thoughts in midair. Rip Seer vanished without a single scrap of flesh or a trace of his soul. Vikir thought to himself, if Seer had been a bit stronger, it would have been difficult to deal with her. Demons grow stronger with time, especially someone like Seer, the 8th corpse, leading a large army of the undead. Discovering and eliminating her early on was truly a tremendous stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Vikir retrieved the picaresque mask and the black bow Anubis. His body, reaching the Swordmaster realm, had undergone a significant transformation. He grew taller, and his physique became even more robust. The flowers of joy and sorrow, emotions, that were once halted to become a graduator, were now blooming with vitality again since becoming a Swordmaster. At that moment a crack, a black lightning fell. As Vikir turned his head, Camus's body was fading. A magic circle was drawn around her unconscious form. Teleportation, a technique for moving short distances. Jarento was, once again, the one moving Camus's body. As the teleportation magic activated, Vikir hesitated. Should he extend his sword and sever Jarento's neck? In that brief moment, Vikir and Jarento's gazes met. However, Vikir ultimately didn't make a move. He decided to let Camus, whom he had just reunited with after a long time, go. Jarento silently lifted her head, looking at Vikir as if expressing gratitude, as if she were extending a word of thanks. Vikir partially lifted the barrier, and Jarento, taking advantage of the opening, disappeared with Camus. Eventually, within the now empty barrier, only Vikir remained. No, he wasn't alone. Hack, hack, hack. Suddenly, baby Madam perched on Vikir's shoulder, rubbing its body against Vikir's cheek, as if asking why he let the enemy go. With eyes that seemed to question why he didn't just finish off the demon. Vikir responded briefly, "She is a demon who cherishes and lives for her sister. I have my reasons." Jarento, even in the past when Camus lost consciousness, never attacked Vikir but only acted to protect her. Vikir judged that there must be a reason for Jarento's actions this time as well. The healing methods of a dark magician are different from ordinary ones. Potions and healing spells are in direct opposition to the dark mana flowing within a dark magician's body. There must be some other method of treatment. Vikir had no choice but to hope that Jarento would treat Camus properly, because the streets of the academy appeared immediately after passing through the barrier. On the other hand, the barrier has disappeared. Professor Banshee, who had been reading the flow of mana around with closed eyes, exclaimed. Professors and members of the Royal Guard who hurriedly arrived after receiving the message, all couldn't help but be bewildered. Where the hell is Night Hound? And what about the unregistered dark magician? Where did they disappear to? However, even Professor Banshee, with the highest mastery of magic among them, couldn't determine where this barrier was set up and where it vanished. He could faintly sense a presence, but even that slipped away. A cold sweat dripped down Professor Banshee's face. Indeed, a secretive technique, A level of barrier magic that cannot be easily speculated by human standards, said Banshee. When everyone was astonished, someone laughed loudly. Ho ho ho, indeed this is the skill of a demon. Night Hound is truly something, artistic as always. Professor Sadi, with one eye covered with a blindfold, chuckled. The gazes around became sharp. Professor Banshee, representing them, delivered a sharp retort. As a professor and a consultant to the Royal Guard, refrain from actions that seem to praise criminals, Professor Sadi. Don't address me with that mouth of yours, old man. Professors Banshee and Sadi once again began bickering. Meanwhile, the students were expressionless. As the night dew fell, the festival's heat subsided, and everyone returned to sobriety after the alcohol-fueled atmosphere. What exactly is going on? Why did all of the performances come to a halt? Why is the music turned off? I heard villains attacked. No way, that can't be. What on earth is going on at the academy? That's correct. The Royal Guard has arrived, as have the professors. Wow, amazing, the villain who attacked us was Night Hound. Crazy, really, how much damage has been done? Surprisingly, none. No reported injuries. Everyone was buzzing with discussions. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair were also muttering among themselves. Did you see? Did you? That woman with a skull mask was really terrifying. It's embarrassing, but I was so scared that I couldn't muster the courage to confront her. What was that anyway? Whoa, I really thought my heart was shaking so much that I might faint. Night Hound was also quite frightening. He is without a doubt the most ferocious of everything I've seen so far. Yeah, I only heard their voices, but I almost peed my pants. A voice joined the conversation of friends subtly at that moment. For real. I'm so terrified that I can't even breathe. Vikier was the one who said that. His friends naturally resumed talking because they hadn't noticed his absence during their lively discussion. Vikier, where were you, you devil? We were worried. Weren't you in the bar kitchen just now? It's a relief that you're okay. You, Vikier, I was worried. We went to get the professors and were searching for you, but you weren't there. Come to think of it, where were you? Big Brother also went to call the professors. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair each welcomed Vikier and said a word or two. At that moment, Vikier. There was only one person questioning Vikier, and it was Saint Dolors. She turned to Vikier with a curious expression. I didn't see you during the search of this area. Where were you all this time? I find it hard to believe that someone as committed as you would hide or run away, leaving your friends behind. Her eyes revealed pure curiosity. Vikier, who had sacrificed himself for his friends during the midterms, wouldn't have avoided putting himself in danger during such a crisis. As Dolors raised a reasonable question, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair once again directed their gaze toward Vikier. That's... Just as Vikier was hesitating, about to make an excuse, three voices came to his defense. This commoner. So what if he leaves the defense line alone? He almost died. He almost died. He almost died. High bro, middle bro, and low bro, the triplets. They stood in front of Vikier, blocking his way. This kid shoots arrows well. If he rushes ahead like that every time, what will happen? Don't act so recklessly next time. Don't act recklessly. Don't act recklessly. Was it to divert attention? The triplets from Baskerville seemed to be making a ruckus, grabbing Vikier's head or grabbing him by the neck. At that moment, Vikier, from an angle that no one could see, glanced at the triplets. Don't fucking overdo it. Yes. The triplets slightly eased their grip on Vikier. After that, life returned to the way it used to be. Tudor warned Vikier not to mess around, and the triplets of Baskerville withdrew at the right time. The professors were all busy analyzing the situation. Their eyes seemed to be calculating good material for research papers. Maybe Night Hound can only use his strength at night. That's why he ran away as dawn approached. In that case, he could be some kind of vampire creature. But who ultimately suppressed the situation? Considering the witnesses' statements, Professors Banshee and Sadi seem to have played a significant role. Before that, it seems that Osiris Le Baskerville, the former student council president who graduated from the academy a long time ago, was here. I suspect he might have helped. A convincing argument, a forced conclusion, everything was the same as before. Vikier raised his head as he stood near the climax of the major incident and the start of everyday life. Night slowly faded, and the morning sun rose up. Even the darkest darkness retreats in the face of the weakest light. Vikyr proved that today and stood here alive. For a moment his mind wandered to his past life. He was deeply moved by the chest-throbbing feeling of safely welcoming the dawn as he stood at the end of the battlefield where he had fought risking his life. But one thought haunted his mind. Will she be okay? He was worried about Camus. Chapter 220, That Day's Story 1, Chapter 220. That day's story 1, 3 years ago in the grand mansion of Morg clan, whenever 3 or more people gathered, they would share that day's story. Did you hear about it? I heard. Are there still people who haven't heard the rumor? Some say Morg's wizards and Baskerville hounds formed a party. Wasn't it to rescue Lady Camus? She did come back safely in the end. Thankfully, but why doesn't Lady Camus come out of her room? It must have been terrifying, because of the horror of that day. However, a maid who had gone out for the expedition duties that day provided a new testimony. What I heard is a bit different, though. The reason why Camus, who returned from the Black and Red Mountains, locked herself in her room and hadn't come out for days, it's because of love. Love? Yes. The man Lady Camus has liked for a long time disappeared during that expedition. What, was he from Baskerville? Yes. If he disappeared that night, yes, he must have died. What else could it be? Moreover, they say a gigantic monster appeared at that time. He must have died for sure. Poor Lady Camus. The maids were genuinely concerned about Camus. Lady Camus was always rough, but she treated us servants well. She needs to eat something. It's been days since she had anything. It seems she hasn't slept either. We keep hearing sobbing sounds. But it seems she's not crying today. Did she finally fall asleep? No, I listened at the door and I could faintly hear her sobbing. She might have cried until her voice gave out. Oh no, her voice might completely change if she keeps like this. I'm really worried. Is all this over a man from Baskerville? I don't know. Lady Camus was quite discreet about it. But even if Lady Camus fell in love, what kind of man was he? Regardless of the man, would he be a match for Our Lady? She should shake it off and get up quickly. What's the big deal about a man? Huh? 3 maids huddled in a corner of the corridor, gossiping quietly. Just then, the face of the maid who had spoken last turned a ghastly shade of pale blue. The others, curious, turned their heads and soon wore the same expression, mouths agape. Why? Because at some point a man had appeared before the maids, a man with a long, red beard. Exuding a subtle force towards the maids, he was none other than Count Adolf Morg of the Morg clan. The maids quickly bowed their heads. Forgive us, Count, we were just worried about the lady. That's right. I absolutely had no other intentions. Just out of sadness. Adolf, usually indifferent to the maids, would have likely passed by without much notice if things were normal. But this time, it was different. Are you the ones who casually spread rumors about the private lives of those you serve? When Adolf flicked his finger, the tongues of the 3 maids simultaneously shot out of their mouths. Splat. Their tongues quickly glued to each other, merging into one. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ope. Eewoo. The 3 maids were forced to stand in a circle, cheek to cheek, as the tips of their tongues came together. Adolf made a clicking motion with his tongue. The virtue of servants should be to keep their mouths heavy. Yet, you use worry as an excuse to carry the master's gossip without hesitation. Since these tongues are as light as a bluebird, I thought I'd give them a bit of weight. Their tongues would remain stuck together for about a month. To survive, they would have to rely on someone for sustenance, fetching water and finely ground food. Otherwise, they might have to cut their tongues. Afterward, Adolf passed through the corridor and headed towards Camus' room in the deep recesses of the mansion. Before knocking on the door, he listened intently for any sounds from within. On the surface, the room beyond seemed quiet, but for someone of Adolf's caliber it was not. As if on the verge of breaking, a faint whimpering sound could be barely heard. It resembled the lamentations of a wretched soul trapped in a grave, not yet dead but tormented by the sorrows of life. Who? Adolf let out a heavy sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he finally knocked on the door. Knock, 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 a sound light as a feather, contrasting with the heavy movement of his hand. Adolf, trying to be as gentle as possible, opened his mouth with a soft voice. Camus, it's your uncle. I'm going to come in. But there was no response, and with no choice, Adolf had to speak again. I'm entering. Once again, there was no reply. Interpreting it as permission, Adolf, very cautiously, slowly opened the door. Creak, as Adolf entered the room, the dimly lit bed in the center became visible. The blanket protruded like a grave mound. Adolf sat at the head of the bed, and then a small voice emanated from beneath the covers. "The maids didn't do anything wrong. Please undo the magic." Hearing these words, Adolf was taken aback. "Yo, your voice." Carefully, he lifted the blanket. In the dimness, he saw Camus lying with a ghostly face. Adolf pulled the blanket a bit more, revealing a sight akin to uncovering a shroud from a corpse. "Why is your voice like this?" "Huh?" Adolf asked, poking Camus, who weakly closed her eyes. In a fading voice, she replied, "First Rosie, now Vicur, it's all because of me." Adolf remained silent for a moment. Though he couldn't speak the unspoken words, considering his character, he said, "Yes." And knowing her uncle's personality, Camus, with a faint smile, closed her eyes. It was evident to anyone that the flame of life within her was dwindling. Adolf lacked the talent for comfort, but his love for his niece was that of a remarkable man. Despite the situation, he tried to offer some words of solace. "You can't let it go like this, Camus. That would be unacceptable to Rosie and Vicur. You should not give up in this manner. Can't you see that the weight of their burdens has added to the weight of your life?" To survive, one had to live not only for themselves but also for those who had died. Despite his lack of comforting abilities, Adolf spoke with sincerity. However, gradually, Camus's eyes, which had been dimming, suddenly widened. As if propelled by a spring, she sprang up from the bed and looked at Adolf. "Uncle, what did you just say?" Well, that you shouldn't give up." After that, surprised by Camus's sudden outburst, Adolf, unable to recall exactly what he had said, hesitated for a moment before providing a somewhat similar response. To live, one must also bear the burdens of the dead." "That's it." Camus's eyes, which had been cloudy and dim, once again sparkled. Like throwing another log into a dying flame, a glimmer of light reignited. Camus forcefully got up, her body, emaciated from days without eating or sleeping, wavered unsteadily. Adolf hurriedly Rosie to support her. "Camus, what's going on? Why all of a sudden?" In response to her uncle's concern, Camus smiled mischievously. The smile held the same vitality, curiosity, and hope as before. "People who are alive carry the burdens of the dead to survive, right?" "Huh. Just as you said, that we must live bearing the burdens of the dead, so I shouldn't give up." "Oh, right, yes." Adolf quickly nodded, believing his soothing words had had an effect. Camus, on the other hand, appeared to reach a completely different conclusion than Adolf had anticipated. "Then if the burdens carried by the living are returned, the dead may be resurrected. They've reclaimed their fair share." "Huh, does it actually work?" "Of course, whatever happens, the total number of shares remains the same." Heat began to emanate strangely from Camus's eyes, now showing a peculiar glow. "Yeah, life's thermodynamic state function is constant. Magic, in the end, is a method of calculating that value. Changing the calculation method and sequence slightly may yield different results. If you can make a connection to the negative dimension and draw entropy from there, and in an equivalent exchange format, substitute the share and remainder of the positive dimension." Hearing his niece's muttering, Adolf had a gut feeling that something was wrong. "Camus, wait a minute. What are you thinking right now?" But before Adolf could intervene, Camus forcefully opened the door and rushed out. "Food! Give me food!" The maids, who had been observing Camus's behavior, took less than a minute to prepare the dining table. The dinner at Morg's estate had commenced. It was a remarkable event that even Lady Respain, the matriarch of Morg clan, who was participating in a crucial meeting addressing the issues of the Red Castle and the Ruby Mine, set aside her noble duties to personally join the meal. Slurp, slurp, Camus devoured her food as if possessed, disregarding the utensils and pushing the dishes until her cheeks bulged. Suddenly, something caught her eye. It was a potato. "Do you not have these at home?" For a moment, Camus's eyes became moist. The moisture, seemingly impossible to produce after days of desiccation, now flowed through her eyes. Camus forcefully stuffed the potato into her mouth until her cheeks were about to burst. "It tastes muddy." And then she swallowed it whole. Camus, who had rapidly eaten all the food on the table, shouted at the maids, "More," as much as she wanted. Lady Respain, looking at her daughter eating so much food, brought out more dishes. Camus continued to devour the food as soon as it arrived. "More," as much as she wanted. This time, Rispain instructed the maids to bring even more food, enough to feed a family of 8 for a week. And Camus, even after devouring all that was brought to her, demanded more. More, as much as she wanted. Rispain, now with a slightly stern expression, reluctantly brought out more food. Camus devoured everything once again. More. This time, it wasn't an option. Rispain placed the food on the table with a somewhat rigid expression. Camus consumed it all. More. This wasn't an endless demand. Rispain tried to resist Camus's excessive eating, but she didn't listen. More, I have to eat more, I have to store strength, Camus continued the cycle of eating, eating, and vomiting. She kept repeating the process, tears and madness evident in her eyes. Frozen in front of the dining table, Rispain and Adolphe couldn't utter a word. After several cycles of eating and vomiting, with the remnants of the meal all inside her stomach, Camus abruptly stood up. She looked at Lady Rispain with shining eyes and said, "Transfer Morg's military authority to me. Allow me to search the forest." Chapter 221. That Day's Story 2. Chapter 221. That Day's Story 2. The Tower of Shadows, a place perpetually cloaked in blackness, took the form of towering structures beneath the ominous sky where crows gathered. At the apex of the tallest tower in the seat of the Grand Council sat a man overlooking the scene below. With a lean frame, towering stature, and an aura of dampness emanating from him, it was Snake Morg, responsible for the Morg clan's black faction. He occupied the third position in the hierarchy within the Morg clan, after Rispain Morg and Adolphe Morg. Unlike the amicable relationship between siblings Rispain and Adolphe, Snake was slightly distant from the family, controlled the black faction, and the Morg clan itself was under his dominance. However, his demeanor set him apart, and the secretive nature of the black faction reinforced the impression of isolation within the family. Nonetheless, Snake was an essential figure, leading everything within the black faction, Morg clan's hidden faction, aligning with his enigmatic personality. Engaged in covert research and experiments, the outcomes of which became Morg clan's weapons and shields. Snake played a crucial role in Morg clan's affairs. Currently, Snake frowned as he gazed down from his elevated position. Standing below was a girl with a bright face looking up at him. Camus Morg, his niece and the one destined to become the future head of the Morg clan. Snake, with his crimson hair and eyes, emitted a chilling aura as he observed her. Snake opened his mouth with a hushed voice. "Camus Morg, the representative of the Light faction, what brings you here?" Typically, there was little reason for a member of the Morg clan family associated with the Light faction to visit this place, except for the quarterly exchange of knowledge. Even then, these interactions were limited to those deeply involved in practical matters. Despite this, at the age of 17, Camus had seemingly no reason to be in this place. "But I've left the Light faction." Snake raised an eyebrow at Camus's statement, and following her explanation, he inquired, "Why?" "I'm tired of the feudal struggles." Camus's concise response left Snake perplexed for a moment. Then in a low voice he asked, "What now?" "I want to join the black faction." Changing allegiances was an unusual occurrence, especially for someone set to become the leader of the Morg clan. Snake, appearing indifferent, questioned her decision. "Why?" "I'm weary of pointless hardships." Camus's straightforward answer made Snake fall silent once again. For years, Camus has been diligently searching the Red and Black Mountain every day in order to find Vikir, and Snake was well aware of it from the reports. Camus not only failed to achieve her goal during these years, but also had little success. "In the end, you couldn't find him." "Yes." Camus nodded decisively, admitting her failure. Despite thoroughly exploring the mountains like a madwoman during these past years, Vikir's remains could not be found. They met at the age of 8, and the reunion happened at the age of 15. The days spent in the Red Castle were the happiest in Camus's life. Could it have been the same if they had gotten married sooner and spent their honeymoon? At that time, Camus believed that such happiness would last a lifetime. However, it shattered. Because of the hateful natives, Camus clenched her teeth and continued to search the mountains, and the more she searched, the more she had to admit. Vikir was no longer there. He's dead. Not even bones remain. Perhaps that's why Camus felt everything was futile. "I want to learn black magic to revive him." "Even if you couldn't find the body," Snake said in a soft voice. His soul is probably still wandering in the afterlife. Maybe he has already turned into a ghost. Either way, I plan to summon him. I'll just find the remains later. Snake's hand touched his brow when he heard that. Are you so easily changing allegiances? Leaving the light faction to join the dark faction and even practicing black magic. Do you know what this means? It means I'll have to live in the shadows for the rest of my life, abandoning my mother, uncle, and all of my authority as a young lady. Snake's words were abruptly cut off by Camus. Snake mumbled and half-opened his mouth. Snake eventually made a groaning sound and adjusted his sitting posture. What exactly do you expect from me, young lady? As I mentioned before, there is someone I want to revive by learning black magic. At best, you can only get him back as a ghost or a corpse. No, there might be some way in the ancient texts. Snake's expression trembled again. What Camus was talking about was a type of ancient black magic called complete resurrection ritual, which almost completely revives the dead in their original state. It was an extremely dangerous form of ancient black magic, even among the forbidden magic. It was strictly prohibited by both Morgue and the Empire. That magic is not only difficult to learn, but the success rate is extremely low. And even if you succeed in bringing the target back to life, the likelihood of corruption or a rampage afterward is high. The soul I'm trying to revive is resilient and strong. Once I'm successful, there will be no need to worry. As long as I can succeed. Camus's conviction was strong and unwavering. Snake, upon seeing her determined gaze, hesitated for a moment. After contemplating for a while, he decisively said, "I refuse." Following that, a black curtain fell, obscuring the space between Snake and Camus. An explicit rejection. However, Camus didn't budge. Instead, she opened her mouth without taking a step. "Uncle Snake, I know that you love my mother." The falling curtains suddenly halted. Camus continued to speak towards where Snake was. "Love between relatives is forbidden. You hid in the shadows of Morgue, claiming the position of dark faction leader due to your brilliant talent. Even now, you love the leader of our noble clan." No response came. Only swoosh. All the black curtains that blocked the view were removed. Snake, with a rigid expression, had descended from his seat and approached Camus. "Did Adolf say that? That I'm a dirty human? Did he tell you to mock me with those words?" However, Camus was not at all flustered. "Mother and uncle didn't say anything to me. I just heard and learned about the rumors circulating among the elders." "Nonsense. The elders are probably all dead by now. The dead have words. Even in the afterlife they talk a lot." Eventually, Camus raised her mana. Behind her, an eerie aura began to manifest, and the souls of the old men with thick beards floated. Spirits of the elders. Snake, surprised at seeing Camus, who had already learned black magic, asked with amazement, "What in the world is this black magic? Who taught you this?" "I learned myself." What did you say?" Snake couldn't close his mouth. Learning black magic on her own, was that even possible? If true, Camus would be a talent seen once in 1,000 years. Well, it seems you truly are a once-in-a-century talent," Snake said, stroking his chin. However, his attitude did not change. "But that has nothing to do with this. I cannot permit you to join the dark faction." "Is it because you don't want to upset Mother? Because you still love her?" In response to Camus's question, Snake experienced a momentary loss for words. Then, Camus's subsequent actions were even more bewildering. She tried to unfasten her clothes and walked forward. Camus said to Snake, "I closely resemble Mother in her younger days. If I offer my body to you, can you then accept me in the dark faction?" She approached Snake, who stood there perplexed. Camus's eyes shone brilliantly, willing to use any means necessary to achieve her goal. She can do anything to get back Vikier. Looking into those eyes, Snake's pupils trembled. Stop this, young lady." Snake turned his head and gestured. Snap. With a snap of his finger, he stopped Camus and said in a low voice, "Never insult my feelings towards her." Count Snake Morgue dropped his head and nodded after contemplating for a while. Camus, who had been silently staring at Snake, finally spoke. "Thank you, Master." Chapter 222. That Day's Story, 3. Chapter 222. That Day's Story, 3. Snake Morgue. A member of the Morgue family and a licensed black mage enlisted in the Imperial Army. He bore the military number 12-73,062,191. signifying his controlled existence within the Empire's surveillance. But he, too, had a hidden location. The Dark Faction's headquarters basement, a vast underground space spanning over 600 floors. The crypt's level 666. It was a place beyond the Empire's reach, beyond the morgue's gaze, and known only to the elites of Dark Faction. Snake spoke to Camus as she followed her down the spiral staircase that seemed to have no end in sight. "Young lady?" "Yes, master," Camus replied. "Are you acquainted with the origins of the morgue?" Snake asked Camus, his tone still distant. Camus shook her head in response. With his lantern shining brightly, Snake started to reveal the origins of the morgue clan. The morgues began as a mortuary and specialized in handling unidentified corpses, which was passed down through generations. Their primary responsibility was to collect and identify mutilated bodies, reuniting them with their families in exchange for compensation. Individuals with the ability to communicate with the dead began to emerge within the morgue bloodline over time. Snake continued, revealing that the morgue's connection to black magic spanned generations, from its origins as a mortuary to its later status as the pinnacle of magic. The ability to communicate with the dead persisted through the ages, attracting those seeking the uncanny power. Camus deduced, "So we've been in touch with black magic since birth." "Exactly," Snake affirmed, lifting the lantern to reveal the silent, gloomy room. As Snake spoke, the atmosphere resembled a deep tombstone chamber, and the air felt chilling against their skin. Despite the surroundings, Snake's mumbled revelations continued, emphasizing the limited truth a person could glean in a lifetime. The black mages of morgue understand that the truth a man can seek and comprehend in a lifetime is nothing more than a handful of sand from the shore, he explained. The majority of truth is hidden behind death, beyond the gates. Crossing those gates grants you freedom and the chance to discover infinite truths. Magical geniuses surpassing human limits eventually turn to black magic, Snake explained. The more intelligent and accomplished they are, the more susceptible they become to temptation. Camus pondered, "I suppose I need to familiarize myself with death." "No," Snake corrected. "Before that you must be wary of death." Perplexed, Camus asked, "Why is that, master?" "A black mage has the least regard for death," Snake emphasized. "One must first understand and familiarize oneself with life before comprehending death." Turning serious, Snake continued, "Life, feelings for others, love, friendship, trust, an organic relationship with the world, understand these first. And only then can you truly grasp death, for everything is two-sided." Camus inquired, "Can't we get acquainted with death first?" Snake warned. "That would be like a bunch of drunken fools imitating a black mage. It's hard, very hard." Contrary to misconceptions, a true black mage must possess a deep love and understanding of the living, surpassing all others. It involves loving all living things and empathizing with all dying things, akin to an archmage or saint. Camus, recognizing the polarity, found herself increasingly intrigued by black magic, not as a means to an end, but as a pure end in itself. A considerable span of time elapsed. Under Snake's tutelage, Camus rapidly acquired knowledge at an astonishing pace, and soon her skills reached a point of unrecognizable mastery. Pow! Undercurrents slowly surged, and from their midst emerged a woman comprised only of bones and skin. Rosie Morgue, Camus's third cousin, kidnapped by barbarians. Using Rosie's discovered remains from the Red and Black Mountains, Camus had transformed her into an undead soldier. Rosie, Camus and Rosie embraced, but due to her resurrection through high-level black magic, Rosie possessed only a minimal level of intelligence. Nonetheless, she surpassed her previous magical abilities due to it. Observing from the side, Snake was overwhelmed with admiration. "To think you've already created an undead soldier, quite an accomplishment." Since Camus had delved into the realm of the black mage, it could be asserted that she had mastered nearly every facet of human-discovered black magic. The rest seemed conquerable with time. "Perhaps this child will witness the culmination of human-discovered black magic," Snake pondered. Yet Camus sought more than just enforcing magical laws. "It's not sufficient," she said, looking sadly at Rosie before turning to Snake. "I seek a method for the complete revival of the dead. That's beyond the domain of humans, the realm of gods." The distinction between human and God becomes meaningless in front of love. Simultaneously, Camus unfolded a detailed drawing before Snake, magic circle of full revival, a result of her personal research. Snake's eyes widened in awe. What is this? The magic circle of full revival, my own research. Camus's calm words sent a shiver down Snake's spine. The intricate circle surpassed the one that had just resurrected Rosie moments ago. Snake turned to the young genius, his emotions a blend of pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and sadness. Is that man named Victor that important to you? Camus remained silent, nodding slowly. Snake echoed the nod. Very well, if that's your desire. The two genius black mages sat together at the table. Since we lack the remains of the person we aim to save, what's your plan? We've enlisted the Baskervilles' cooperation to gather blood, hair, and perhaps fragments of his soul mingled with the myriad spirits we summoned. I see. If we have body fragments, there might be corresponding soul fragments we can discern. Not merely a reanimated corpse, but one with memories and personality. Snake raised a point. Do you know the paradox of the ship of Theseus? Even if he regains his body, memories, and personality, it's a question that needs consideration. It's never too late to ponder such existential questions after success, Master. Camus and Snake then began to infuse mana into their drinks and ingredients. The magical circle was activated. Numerous complex shapes glowed. The ingredients were placed at the center. 35 liters water, 20 kilograms carbon, 4 liters ammonia, 1.5 kilograms lime, 800 grams phosphorus, 250 grams salt, 100 grams potassium nitrate, 80 grams sulfur, 7.5 grams fluorine, 5 grams iron, 3 grams silicon, 15 other trace elements, and memories of blood and flesh, all of which started emitting a foul stench, heat, and smoke. Wait, stench? Camus's face stiffened for a moment. It was supposed to smell like human flesh at this time, according to the theory, but it now smelled like rotting flesh, a revolting stench. Failure, Camus had a gut feeling. She had no idea what had gone wrong or how it had happened, but she knew the outcome. But she couldn't do anything about the circle that had already been activated. Something strange began to rise from the circle's center. It wasn't clear what it was, but it wasn't Victor. It must not be allowed to leave the circle. Camus clenched her teeth and gathered her mana, attempting to reclaim the spilled water. However, it was insufficient. Boom! The magical circle shattered. Young lady, Snake's yell rang out in my ears. The price of failure is death. Camus felt the strength of her entire body dissipate. She notices a door ahead of her. The door is wide open. Camus's body was being drawn through it on its own. Beyond that, a vast abyss of stars and gas clouds awaits, just like dust. Is this the end? With a blank expression, Camus surrendered to the flowing water. She had no idea why the spell had failed. Was it because the Victor flesh fragments were too old? Or was his spirit not present in the red and black mountains? Perhaps he has already abandoned this world and became a Buddha. She then felt sorry for herself, but a little relieved. Maybe now she and Victor can meet in the next life. Right then and there. Flutter, Camus was obstructed by a figure. A figure stood at the door, his black cloak flapping. Snake Morgue. He spoke to Camus without looking back. Go back. Camus raised his head. Snake spoke once more. Your life is not over yet, so go back and live it beautifully. Snake took a bold step toward the other side of the door, which was beckoned by the dawn, dew, sunset, and clouds in the abyss. I hope you grow into a black mage who can appreciate life. That was the end of it, both at the same time. Bang! The door closed as soon as Snake disappeared beyond it. He entered and shut the door. Poof! Camus was no longer drawn into the abyss. Boom! Camus rolled across the floor with a loud explosion. Cough! Her mouth spewed blood. Camus regained his senses. Master! Her head, however, did not turn. Her entire frame was as rigid as stone. Then something caught her eye. Snake Morgue was sitting on the ground, his eyes closed. His skin, which had been so vibrant just moments before, had turned to dry parchment, much to her surprise. His body was reduced to bone and flesh in an instant. His entire life force had been depleted. Camus' eyes welled up with tears. She couldn't see anything due to her cloudy, wet vision. Snake had died. To keep her alive, he had taken a majority of the rebound penalty for her mana explosion. Camus sobbed slightly as she recalled the years spent learning magic from her master. But she couldn't feel half of her body. Even Snake couldn't take the full force of the blow. That had killed half of her brain and half of her body. She'd lost her sister, lover, and now teacher. Was this the result of turning her back on her mother and uncle? She lost all her loved ones around her. She went from the highest peak to the lowest hell, a doll who can do nothing but cry and regret the past. An underground cave that was now deserted. A tomb so deep and lonely that the only person left in it was a dead girl who hadn't died yet, sobbing her heart out. Just then, an unidentifiable voice called out, "Why don't you make a deal with me, little girl?" It was a sweet temptation, like the first taste of honey. She tried to move to see what it was, but her semi-immobile body refused to move. "I can give you power." Instead, it became a part of her consciousness. A massive hand reached out to her, the power to reunite with your loved ones. Camus, who was drowning, had no choice but to accept this hand. Chapter 223. That Day's Story 4, Chapter 223. That Day's Story 4, I Can Give You Strength. It was a demon's temptation. Quite literally, it was a demon's cunning approach. However, Camus couldn't refuse. There was no other way. Underneath the pitch-black, airless cavern on the cold stone floor, half-starved and on the brink of death, Camus had no choice but to make a contract, whatever the consequences. "All right, how do we proceed?" "Easy. Once you die, I take possession of your body. Then I fulfill your last wishes as if they were my own." "Fine. Oh, so quickly. You're quite articulate, smart indeed. It's been worth observing you." The demon laughed demonishly at Camus. Soon after, the demon revealed her true identity. "My name is Seer. I'm the 8th-ranked demon lord who came here from the demon realm to the human realm, hereby entering into a contract with a human named Camus Morgue, one of the 10 supreme demon lords, Seer. She made a contract with Camus to fulfill her wishes after her death, in exchange for taking her body. Camus sealed the contract just before the flames of her life extinguished. Soon after, Demon Seer merged with Camus' body. And as soon as Seer took control of Camus's body, the first thing she felt was, "What? What's this? You haven't fully died yet." It was an immediate shock. Camus, too, felt the presence of another personality in a corner of her body. "Did Master bestow this upon me?" In the final moment, Snake Morgue died, embracing all the damage that should have gone to Camus. As a result, only half of Camus' body died. According to the contract, Demon Seer would take over Camus' body only after her death. So, in this case, only half of the body belonged to Seer. With control over half of Camus's body, Seer began to pulse with life. "This can't be. It was definitely an impact you couldn't withstand. I checked thoroughly. If it happens to a human, they should be dead by now. How are you still alive?" Seer averted her gaze and looked at the lifeless body of Snake in front of Camus. "Arg, it's that mage's doing, damn it. Even if the physical condition was a bit off, I could have snatched it from you." "Snatched? Oh no. Not snatched. I meant I should have received it through a legitimate contract." "Snatched, indeed. Ho-ho, did you deceive me and try to hastily take only my body?" "No, it's not like that." Seer was seething in anger. Ignoring her words, Camus raised her body. It moved. Not as it used to, but the body was responsive. However, there was a feeling that the parts controlled by Seer and the parts controlled by Camus didn't match, creating an imbalance in the body. In the end, Camus and Seer had to compromise. "Damn it, it's tangled up. Well, let's do it this way. You can use this body for half of the day and I'll use it for the other half." "What will I gain from this?" "You're shameless. Without me, you would have already died and disappeared." "Ah, damn it. I should have waited a bit longer until you starved to death." "Get to the point. What can you offer me in return for lending you my body?" Frustrated with Camus's persistence, Seer replied irritably. "I can find hidden treasures even if it's a person. My dark magic, which resurrects corpses, complements that of a skilled necromancer." However, Camus seemed uninterested in the latter ability. "You're good at finding people." That ability alone was sufficient. Camus entered into a dualistic contractual relationship with Seer. They would take turns waking up when the other slept. After Snake's funeral, Camus resumed her search in the Red and Black Mountain. However, she had informed the Morgue clan that she would be undergoing secluded training with Snake. Adolph expressed concern, but Lady Raspain remained silent. Lady, how can you trust Count Snake, that scoundrel? He may be a scoundrel, but he is not someone who would bring harm to Camus. But Count Snake is the leader of the dark faction, and he still hadn't said anything. Do not speak of this matter any further. No one dared to defy the matriarch of the Morgue clan. Officially, the Morgue clan's Count Snake and his disciple Camus, both dark faction representatives, began secluded training in the deep recesses of the family estate. As time passed, the attention that had been focused on them gradually faded away. During this time, Camus continued to search the wilderness alone but achieved no significant results. However, she found something peculiar deep in the woods. What are these bones? The bones of a powerful sorcerer with intense resentment and magic laid scattered on the ground. Why would a sorcerer of this caliber die here? Camus immediately infused mana, creating a lick named Ahuman. After some time passed, Camus, who had been absorbed in searching and researching, decided to emerge into the world after Rosie the undead, and many others disappeared. What? The undead I sent to the city disappeared. Seer also expressed annoyance. That's probably Dantalian's doing, that scoundrel. He has bad habits and enjoys taking what belongs to others. He probably saw well-made undead wandering the city and stole them to incorporate into his collection. Typical. Although Seer and Dantalian had come to the human realm together, their relationship seemed strained. Regardless of other undead, Rosie must be retrieved at all costs. Having been away from the mortal realm for too long, she had sent her to gather the latest news in the city. Camus immediately left the forest to headed towards the city. On the way to the Indulgentia orphanage, Camus saw the desolate ruins, from which she could once see the Colosseo Academy from afar, after hearing about a festival that was about to take place. It's none of my concern now. Since Vicier's death, the Academy held no significance for her. Camus passed by the Academy and headed straight to Indulgentia. And Camus witnessed the devastated ruins in a pitiful state. Who could have destroyed Dantalian's lair like this? Camus hurriedly scanned the mana. Fortunately, Rosie's soul and body were here. Though shattered into pieces, with Camus's powerful dark magic, she could revive her. Dantalian, you thieving bastard! How dare you take what doesn't belong to you, ignoring the others? Camus resurrected only Rosie. SSSSS, when she was just about to be revived. Who's there? Camus sensed that someone was observing her. A figure in a black robe with a plague doctor raven mask. A being emitting a sinister aura was watching her. Eighth Demon Lord Seer, so you were my imitator. Eventually, a creepy voice modulation echoed from him. Camus, unsure who imitated whom, raised an eyebrow. Who are you? You don't recognize me? I don't. Who are you? Seems like you're not interested in the affairs of the world. Don't you read the newspapers? Camus chuckled lightly at his question. Newspapers? Why would I bother with that? I have no lingering attachment to this world. After Vicier's death, Camus had abandoned all interest in the world's affairs, even those of her own family. The mysterious figure then spoke. Well, either way, demons must die. If you can, give it a try. This was the first battle Camus engaged in against an equal opponent since becoming a dark sorcerer. Huh! Camus opened her eyes. The battle with Night Hound was intense. Especially the aura that rose at the end was like the sun, nearly blinding her. What was that? Camus grabbed her throbbing head and pondered. When Night Hound first drew his bow, she momentarily lost her senses. The Balak archery that led to Vicier's death, if anyone used it, Camus couldn't let them live. However, as the battle continued, something felt off. Night Hound, whom she thought was an archer, drew a sword and emitted an aura of a PE graduator. Though too dazzling to see clearly, it was undoubtedly a sight she had seen somewhere before. See, could it be? Numerous thoughts flashed through Camus's mind. What if Victor wasn't really dead? If he survived with injuries and entered the Balak tribe and later became the Night Hound? Come to think of it, that bow wasn't ordinary. It was definitely crafted from that spider's exoskeleton. Did Victor recover and seek revenge against Madame Eight Legs? Maybe he's alive and well and just didn't come back due to amnesia or something. Of course, it's just a slim hope, but you never know, right? Originally, Camus had risked her life for that fleeting hope of being able to find and revive Vicier's remains. That night she thought of the possibility of Vicier's lucky survival, possibly avoiding being murdered by the ferocious Balak tribe, being accepted as a member and learning their archery. The possibility of learning exceptional archery from them, possibly killing the nightmare of the mountains, Madam Eight Legs, and all these possibilities overlapping and aligning. Camus' emotions were unknowingly stirred by this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even though she was unconscious, she told Rosie not to kill Night Hound and instead to track him down. "All right, let's go check it out." As soon as Camus recovered, she created an underground space beneath the unknown ruins. And just in case, she had a life vessel prepared there. A life vessel was a vessel filled with highly concentrated dark mana, equivalent to a spare heart for a dark sorcerer. In case of a critical situation, Camus could teleport with the help of Rosie to this place to ensure her survival. "Understand, Rosie. If I fall, bring me here immediately. That way I might survive." Rosie, hearing Camus's solemn request, nodded slowly. Although there was no expectation of coming here in the first place, having insurance in place was not a bad idea. Now it's time to check. If Seer's ability truly allowed her to meet the one she wanted to meet, it was worth trying once. Camus clenched her teeth. Then, following the traces of Night Hound, she moved her steps to the darkened boulevard. Whoosh boom boom. Fireworks adorned the night sky, heading towards the Colosseo Academy where a festival was in full swing. Chapter 224, That Day's Story, 5. Chapter 224, That Day's Story, 5. The rhythmic knocking on my door was just a visitor, nothing more. The oppressive December. The dying embers cast shadows on the floor. I fervently hoped for tomorrow to come, and in vain I tried to forget his death and the sorrow that came with it by immersing myself in reading. Here, the man without a name would be eternal. For the potential visitor standing outside my door, I swung it wide open. There was only darkness, nothing more. I stared at the darkness for a long time, puzzled, fearful, suspicious, dreaming dreams that no one dared to dream before. The only echo to my whispered words, "Vikier," was the repeated refrain, "Vikier." Just these words, nothing more. As I closed the door, every soul within me burned, and I heard a loud and distinct knocking. Just the wind, nothing more. When I opened the door, a noisy crow flapped its wings and hopped inside with a pewduck. It hopped up, sat down, and that was all. With a sad smile, I addressed the solemn bird, bald and beak-capped but no coward. "O fearsome crow wandering the shores of darkness, speak your old and noble name." The crow replied, "Nevermore." I shouted again, "Prophet, wicked one, tell me, in life or death, will I ever meet that noble and shining one named Vikier, whom I named as a god?" The crow replied, "Nevermore." I grew furious. That demon must return to the underworld of the night. Leave not a single false token, not even a truckload of black feathers. The crow replied, "Nevermore." And so that crow never flew away and continued to sit there. Its eyes were like the sinister pupils of a dreaming devil, and the torchlight below cast wicked shadows. From the hovering shadows on the floor, my soul would never escape, nevermore. Camus Morgue, The Raven, Diary of a December, quoted from Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. Camus closed her diary. She ventured out into the city, clutching the diary containing all her memories in her embrace. Her destination was the city's most famous landmark, the Colosseo Academy. In celebration of Halloween, the Academy, which usually restricted outsiders, had its main gate wide open. Colosseo Academy's door was so high that one had to raise their chin as much as possible to see it all. Inside, a massive crowd and bright lights filled the space. Camus, with a wistful look, observed their movements for a moment. If I had lived a normal life, would I be here by now? Peers and those who appeared to be slightly older were moving about. They formed festival booths, decorated, conducted business, or simply had fun, fists clenched, hands clasped, or on the verge of grabbing each other. If Camus had grown up normally, she might have become the family genius, thriving and flourishing at this academy. Perhaps she would have co-founded a festival pub with her classmates, laughing and crying together, attracting customers on the streets or in the kitchen, cooking and serving guests with her cousin Rosie by her side. And beside her, that guy was amazing at cooking, so he'd probably work in the kitchen. Then I would have taken it and served the customers. No, maybe, because he was handsome, so we'd probably work together to attract customers. There must have been a lot of clingy girls, so I would have had a hard time. But well, I wasn't lacking in charm either. Camus chuckled as she spoke. Only Gerento, who had become Rosie, nodded approvingly beside her. Then, while walking down an alley, Camus suddenly stopped upon seeing a large mirror attached to a wall. A woman with a shabby cloak and a creepy skull mask. The reflection of herself in the mirror was nothing compared to the pretty female students enjoying the festival. Camus momentarily looked away from the mirror. Creak as she averted her gaze, the mirror shattered into hundreds of pieces. A life born smoothly, grown up smoothly, entered a good school smoothly, climbed smoothly to a high position, smoothly engaged in a good relationship with a good man, married smoothly, gave birth to a child smoothly, and aged smoothly, closing her eyes with everyone's love and respect. Such a life was no longer something she could expect. The lives of the female students chatting and laughing at the academy were completely someone else's story now. It was a life that had absolutely no relevance to her. Camus thought so. And then boom, 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 boom on the night of the market where flames and cherry blossoms scattered, Camus met him. The face she had almost forgotten, the one she often saw in her dreams. Victor van Baskerville. He was at the school festival cafe. Camus doubted her own eyes. However, no matter how much she blinked, that face was undoubtedly Victor's. Did he have a younger sister? It couldn't be. She had thoroughly investigated the family background of the person who would become her husband. There were no females in his household. No daughters were born. Since the disappearance of the only daughter, Penelope, a long time ago, it seemed as if a curse had befallen the family and no daughters were born. Camus walked forward as if possessed. Soon, she would be able to meet him or at least find some clues. The faint hopes were turning into concrete certainty, guiding her forward. Just as Camus was approaching the festival pub with the sign Newspaper Club Cafe written on it. "Who are you?" A familiar figure. Night Hound blocked her path. Moreover, this time it was someone different, or at least it seemed that way. Again, Camus was furious. Just when she had caught a clue, just when she could meet the person she had longed for, these nuisances kept interfering. She was a woman who had come here a long time ago to meet a man she had long loved, and she was determined not to give in to anything. Step aside. There would be no second chance. And again, time passed, and now. Pahat, Gerento brought the battered Camus to the hideout and used life vessel to heal her. Despite an enormous amount of highly concentrated mana potion flowing into her body, Camus's body barely recovered. However, this time I almost crossed over for real. She had barely regained consciousness after being on the verge of death. Upon waking up, Camus immediately checked her own condition. My body is a wreck, but well, it doesn't matter. As long as there's time, I can heal it as much as I want. More importantly, Victor is still alive. Yeah, he was alive. So that's why I couldn't meet him. Why did I foolishly think he was dead? Even though her body was covered in blood and injuries, laughter continued to escape Camus. She couldn't control the upward curve of her lips. And at the end, I confirmed his feelings too. In the end, he couldn't kill me. Why? Because he has feelings for me. Camus couldn't fully grasp Victor's mind, but she could sense that he had crossed some barrier during the internal conflict about whether to kill her or not. At that moment, Camus checked her body once again. Most of the injuries were the result of Seer's rampage, and except for the wounds on her arms and legs from Victor, there were no other injuries. There were no fatal wounds, and even those were rapidly healing. Camus looked at Rosie, who was beside her. Victor didn't try to kill me when I was escaping at the end, did he? Nod. Eventually, Rosie's memories were conveyed to Camus. I see, Camus smiled bitterly. When she first met Victor as the Night Hound, she could have killed him, but she didn't because of some strange intuition. Victor felt the same way. He let the unconscious Camus go. It meant he trusted Camus and Rosie. Camus came to this place to meet the man she had loved for a long time, and to find out whether she could break free from the demon's contract with her own strength. Camus stared at the cliff's edge in the depths of her mind, where a steep and high precipice loomed. At the end of the sharply protruding cliff was a peak. Someone seemed to be dangling at the dead end. Help. Someone please save me. It was Seer. Victor severed the connection between Camus and her, and she found herself in the deepest recesses of consciousness, pushed into a corner. Her body had shrunk to the size of a newborn, like an infant. Camus had regained control of her body, almost 99.99%. and the parts of her body that had been severely damaged and semi-paralyzed were now perfectly restored, thanks to Seer's repairs. Since Vikir had obliterated most of Seer's consciousness, there was only a minimal trace of Seer's consciousness remaining in Camus's mind. If we were to compare it to juice, it would be like pouring juice into a glass, spilling it all, and having just a minimal amount of juice remaining on the surface of the glass. Even if it wasn't there, it would be an exaggeration to say it was there. Camus asked, "Why didn't you completely disappear?" "Well, that's because you broke the 12-hour contract. Thanks to that penalty, I can still exist a tiny bit." During the battle with Vikir, Camus had infringed on Seer's authority. Therefore, Seer was benefiting from that counteraction, gaining a slight bit of vitality. Camus stroked her chin while standing on the edge of the cliff. Then, tearful Seer grabbed Camus's toe, pleading, Please don't let go. Please, even if it's just a little, considering the favor from before." Camus opened her mouth with a chilling tone. "A fearless brat who relied on her talent and her will. Eh? Ho 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 ho. Do you have a man you really want to meet again? Where is the fool who risked his life for such a trivial reason? Eeeeeh. If I had this face and body, I wouldn't have lived like that. I would have comfortably drained the lifeblood of young males, become stronger, and might have even grown into a powerful figure. Life is so difficult. Hick." What Camus was saying now were the lines she had spoken to Vikir when she had full control of her body and was scolding him. Seer swallowed forcefully. Camus addressed her in a cold tone. "Listen, don't judge people according to your standards. He's not one of those shady men, do you get it?" "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes." Seer's insignificant share would, at best, cause her to itch like a mosquito bite for about a second once a day. Camus. She had regained control of her life, a master with complete command of her body and soul. The Empress was back. Get down. In her mind, her command is absolute. Seer relinquished all her powers and authority to Camus. It was the moment when the contractual relationship of mutual enmity turned into a unilateral master-servant relationship. Camus now became a black mage with the power of a demon lord, laughed even more when she saw the further diminished Seer on her fingertip. "Your prophecy was right, THP. You did eventually lead me to him." Vikir had come to Camus as a demon hunter in search of a demon, but the prophecy had been fulfilled anyway. With Seer carefully perched on her fingertip, Camus grinned. "Shall we open the gate now? Really? You'll really do that?" "No, just kidding. Do you think I'm crazy?" Seer's eyes visibly drooped at Camus's words. Camus chuckled brightly. "The world shouldn't be ruined now. It's enough that he's alive and I'm alive. Sue, what are we going to do? For a while, I'll have to take care of this broken body. It's completely messed up because someone used it recklessly. Sorry. I didn't mean to, Under Camus's gaze, Seer shrunk even more. She looked as if she had thrown a piece of butter onto a hot pan, causing it to sizzle and pop. Camus began to seriously consider what to do next. To become a good bride, there's a lot to prepare. I'll start step by step as I recover. Be bride, get married. Why not? After going through all this trouble to meet again, what's the point if someone else gets in the way? So he's that important to you? When Seer asked, bewildered, Camus nodded firmly. Yes, very, very important. To the extent that she wanted to be by his side even if he were dead. Or even if she were dead, she wanted to be by his side. A man who had to kill the woman to save the world, and a woman who didn't mind if the world ended as long as she could be with him. They eventually found a dramatic solution, one in which no one had to be unhappy and everyone could be happy. For the time being, I must return to Morgue. Those thunderous sisters, Hysis, Midsis, and Losis, must be overjoyed that I'm gone. I've got to get them back in line. Seer could only watch with a bemused expression as Camus made her decision. How happy her sisters would be was already evident in her forced smile. Camus could now muster a mischievous smile appropriate for her age. I miss Mom and my uncle and also, in an instant, her expression turned serious. Snake Morgue. The announcement of his death was inevitable. There needed to be a funeral befitting his lofty and sacred sacrifice. First, inheriting the mantle of the master is the most urgent matter. Due to Morgue Snake's prolonged absence, the dark faction had become leaderless, and it was essential to completely control it. Camus was determined to follow in her master's footsteps and become the leader of the dark faction. With Morgue Snake's death announcement, The dark faction would be in chaos, and a new election for the representatives would take place. Fierce power struggles were expected to unfold. Moreover, Camus, who had been hiding behind the excuse of secluded training, would come to the forefront. To emphasize once again, she was a black mage with the power of a demon lord. She had absorbed the power of Ond of the 10 supreme demons, Seer, capable of reviving beings and making them rise again from death. Camus was resolute in her thoughts. First, completely conquering Dark Faction and becoming their leader, I'll rise to the same level as Uncle Adolf. It would undoubtedly be a challenging task, but Camus was confident. And also Camus raised her head. In the distance, the dark night sky of Venetier spread out. Far away, the pointed spires and high walls marked the location of the Colosseo Academy. Finally, Camus spoke. If I enroll, I guess I'll be in the 21st class. A year below him, yet she was confident. On the day of my return, Camus's eyes glowed crimson. With a voice full of conviction, she declared to Vikier, who would be far away, "You'll only belong to me." Even the demon Lord Seer, for a moment, felt a shiver of intense possessiveness from her. Chapter 225. Tuition Fees, Part 1, Chapter 225. Tuition Fees, Part 1. The festival had come to an end. However, even after the festival concluded, the passion still lingered like embers, oddly exhilarating the students. Students would still enthusiastically discuss the happenings during the festival whenever 3 or more gathered. Did you hear? Someone from the hot department class A is now dating someone from the cold department class B. Wow, when did they start dating? It was bound to happen eventually. They confessed during the festival's fireworks at night. How romantic. Oh, I heard that another couple broke up on that very day. Really? The CC cold and cute couple split. That's a bit shocking. Whether someone was confessing, engaging in a flirtation, falling in love, fighting, or breaking up, it was the gathering place for the youth in their teens and 20s, making love affairs the hottest topic. Apart from love stories, rumors of students getting drunk, fighting, participating in debates, exposing truths, and taking leaves of absence were gradually spreading. Nevertheless, the most heated topic was this. By the way, did you hear that Night Hound came to the academy during the festival? Yeah, and he was planning to terrorize again, shiver me timbers, but the professors stopped it. It's terrifying. Shouldn't the Imperial Guard do something about these villains quickly? Exactly. Lock them up in prison, that's where such villains belong. But according to someone who saw it firsthand, Night Hound is incredibly powerful. And they say a new villain appeared this time. An unregistered black mage. But the two villains fought each other. Thanks to that, the professors easily drove them away. It's a shame. It would have been better if they could have been arrested. Unaware students chatted cheerfully with an innocent tone. The Night Hound incident, which could have turned into a horrific tragedy with the slightest mistake, seemed to fade away as a mere creepy gossip. However, there was one student here who couldn't dismiss it as just an urban legend. Hey everyone! Dolers, the student council president, shouted with determination, forcefully opening the newspaper department's creaking door. Who wrote this article? She asked with a slightly uncomfortable tone in her voice. In Dolers' hand was an article not yet published in the newspaper. Exclusive, Night Hound, and his atrocities. The Night Hound's misdeeds have gone too far. On the 0th day of the month, the Night Hound attacked the Academy, a crucial institution for the Empire's future. Young sprouts responsible for the Empire's future must be protected, and any act targeting them is inhumane and against the nation. He is undoubtedly a villain who must face punishment. Meanwhile, before the festival, the Night Hound also destroyed several key facilities in the Imperial City, including the Imperial Bank, the Venetier Clock Tower, the Indulgentia Orphanage, etc. It's a scathing piece that condemns the Night Hound. The Night Hound didn't cause any disturbance during the festival, Dolers said calmly. The commotion was caused by the Black Mage. Reading this article, it appears that the Night Hound arrived at the festival and massacred students. According to the Empire's rules, he's a criminal, but on that festival day, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The article should present facts without elaborating on them. So who wrote this piece? Upon Dolers' question, All the members of the newspaper department, including Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, and others, kept silent, their gazes pointedly avoiding a particular spot. Silence hung in the air. Everyone's attention was unanimously focused on one place. Vikier. Dolar's sighed. Vikier, it's you again. The one writing scathing criticism articles against the Night Hound, as if having an unknown grudge against him. There was no justification for condemning someone designated as evil by the Empire. However, Vikier responded with his characteristic emotionless tone. I wrote the article as per the instructions of Professor Banshee. Then, why did you choose a time when I wasn't around? Chief Dolars, weren't you busy with student council work throughout the festival season? I coincidentally had time during that period and wrote the article according to Professor Banshee's instructions. In retrospect, everything Vikier said was correct. Dolars sighed softly. This morning, an official statement came from the Imperial Guard. According to them, the one responsible for the recent attacks on major facilities in Venetier, including the festival assault, is not the Night Hound. At this revelation, all the members of the newspaper department widened their eyes. Dolars continued, according to the chief of the Imperial Guard, the Night Hound's primary weapon is a knife. However, recent scenes of terror show almost no knife marks. Instead, Dolars displayed several screenshots. Scenes of collapsed buildings, including the clock tower, bank, mansion, and more. Only marks resembling the trail of a giant serpent remained. These aren't the marks that a knife could create. Therefore, the culprit is an entirely different villain. The Imperial Guard identified a separate villain, and their name was Miss Ouroboros, an ominous and unknown terrorist. It's a suspected female assailant. The purpose of this terrorist is unknown, as is the affiliation, but it's generally estimated to be at the graduator level. Even the weapon used hasn't been disclosed. All witnesses are dead. The emergence of a new villain made all students shudder slightly. If it's a graduator, they are usually treated with kindness wherever they go in the Empire. They are the pinnacle of martial prowess. If such a figure harbors evil intentions and carries out acts of terror against the general population, the repercussions could be immense. The amount of blood that will flow in the future remains unpredictable. From the Night Hound to the unregistered Black Mage and now Miss Ouroboros, terrifying villains are causing chaos. The residents of Venetier are undoubtedly restless, unable to sleep at night. Dolars firmly stated her position in light of these facts. So, let's not solely blame every misdeed on the Night Hound from now on. We should communicate facts, not take sides. There are 3 villains now, and we must clearly distinguish each criminal act, right? Everyone nodded in agreement with her words, as there was no flaw in her logic. Vikier also nodded, thinking, it doesn't concern me much. Vikier criticized the Night Hound vehemently as a precautionary measure. If he ever found himself suspected as the Night Hound, maintaining a critical image of the Night Hound would likely help him avoid suspicion. Meanwhile, as Vikier was momentarily lost in thought, the conversation among the members of the newspaper department took a different turn. By the way, who or what is this Miss Ouroboros villain? All witnesses are dead, so there's no testimony. We don't even know what she looks like, her primary weapon, or her motives. The only thing known is the trail resembling a giant snake crawling. Also, it appears that she moves along the locations where the Night Hound was last seen. Indeed, if you follow her movements, it appears that she wishes to meet the Night Hound. Is she holding a grudge? But why didn't she come to the academy? The last place the Night Hound was found is the academy. Let's hope she doesn't. With the heightened vigilance of the professors due to that, she probably can't come now. But how do they know she's a woman? There were footprints with high heels found around, and there were lipstick marks on discarded vodka bottles. Is it impossible for an ordinary man to enjoy high heels and lipstick? Of course, there's that possibility too. It's quite common these days. Miss Ouroboros, an unknown terrorist destroying major facilities of the Empire, was already known to Vikier through information provided by Cindy Wendy. She's chasing after me. Why was she pursuing the Night Hound? Vikier wasn't particularly interested in whether it was admiration, resentment, or curiosity driving her actions. Disturbances are allowed as long as they don't interfere with demon hunting. I'd rather focus on the fingers moving diligently and on the knitting needles right now. Meanwhile, Sinclair, who was nearby, admired Vicky's knitting. Wow, big brother, you're really good at knitting. It's only natural. No one else will patch up torn battle gear after his battle with Seer. Vikyr felt the need to reinforce his mask further due to the recent events. Therefore, he was currently remaking the mask, cape, and mask with the leather from Cerberus, which he had obtained long ago. He used Cerberus's leather's toughest and most robust parts, ensuring it wouldn't tear again. Currently, he was stitching together the useless remnants of Cerberus's leather, creating a scarf. I made it as a test for the scarf. I don't really need it. Do any of you want it? Vikyr extended the scarf made from Cerberus's leather to his friends. What's this? It's scratchy and has a weird smell. It has a weird smell that I don't like. And it's quite heavy. Who would wear something like this? Big brother, this is a bit much. To this, Vikyr nodded his head. Well, it did taste a bit odd as well. Question marks appeared over the heads of his friends. Sinclair hesitated and asked, Big brother, have you eaten this before? Vikyr remained silent but nodded slightly. In the era of destruction, one had to eat anything to survive the harsh battle for survival. During the siege of Torquica Fortress, it was really tough. During the siege of Torquica, when he would have been trapped in the deep trenches for several days, there was nothing to eat. That was when he had to boil and chew on leather boots made of Cerberus's leather for the first time. It tasted like eating rotten fish dried in the strong sun, smeared with spoiled milk. All his friends covered their mouths quietly after hearing Vikyr's statement. At that moment someone shouted, Hey Vikyr, you've got a letter. Outside the window, a senior waved at Vikyr. A notice was delivered to Vikyr, and the same was received by Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair. What's this? Vikyr tore open the envelope and took out the contents. The document had the following information. First semester tuition payment notice, name, Vikyr University, Colosseo Department, Cold Department Major. Archery class, B roll number, 20 grade, 1 semester, 1 type, tuition A, tuition fee. G for some students it might just be an overlooked notice, but for others it was a dreadful reminder. Chapter 226, Tuition Fees 2, Chapter 226, Tuition Fees 2, the season for paying tuition fees at the Colosseo Academy has arrived. Hey, have you paid the tuition? Tuition. Did our school even have that? I think the housekeeper came and paid it for me yesterday. I remember paying for 4 years at once when I enrolled. How can you focus on studying when you worry about such trivial things? In most cases, this season comes and goes without many students even realizing it. What should I do? My father couldn't get the tuition for this semester. Should I take a leave of absence? Sigh, but it's not easy to find a part-time job for this. Do we have to worry about this for the entire 4 years of our studies? For some students, worries filled their faces. The tuition fees at the Colosseo Academy were substantial, even for nobles, if their families are not well off. Even at the Colosseo Academy, known for being as challenging as plucking stars from the sky to enroll, there are inevitably some students who take a leave or drop out around this season every year. So Vikyr is currently contemplating. Come to think of it, it wasn't a full scholarship for me. Perhaps due to his poor attitude scores, Vikyr didn't receive a full scholarship. However, since about 80% of the scholarships were based on academic excellence, the amount wasn't too burdensome. This was unexpectedly possible because of the letter of recommendation from Professor Banshee, which Vikyr neither requested nor expected. Well, I don't know anything. When Vikyr went to thank Professor Banshee, the professor didn't even lift his eyes from the book and merely grunted, paying no attention to Vikyr. Anyway, even so, I have to find a way to pay the tuition without relying on the help of Baskerville or Cindy Wendy. Vikyr's steadfast refusal to use external funds is simple. He wants to avoid demon tracking, to avoid being traced back. Especially when dealing with funds, financial transactions must be carefully hidden, often through anonymous accounts or cash hiding. Vikyr has seen too many hounds lose their lives due to being tracked during the process of acquiring funds. Unless absolutely necessary, minimize contact, especially with the most accessible source of funds. They must be kept hidden thoroughly. The best way to hide something is to act as if it doesn't exist in the first place. That's why Vikyr hasn't contacted Baskerville or Cindy Wendy for financial matters, preparing for the moment when a substantial amount is truly needed. Thanks to Professor Banshee's scholarship recommendation, I just have to make up the rest, Vikyr muttered while fiddling with the tuition invoice. The most effective way to acquire tuition funds is to directly earn them on the spot. I need to find a high-paying short-term job. Vikyr moved his steps to the central lobby of Lecture Hall A. On the walls of the first-floor plaza, numerous flyers were posted, and among them were ads for job opportunities. Already, high school students in need of part-time jobs were gathered in front of the bulletin board. Then Vikyr spotted a familiar face. Sinclair. She was gazing at the job S on the bulletin board with a contemplative expression. It's about a month until the tuition payment deadline should I increase my part-time jobs. I'm currently doing private tutoring, working at a cafe, and library part-time. Should I take on another tutoring session when I have some time on the weekends? No, but I can't reduce my volunteer hours either. Sinclair, the top student of the hot department, was dividing her study time while also juggling multiple part-time jobs. And not just a few. Even observing her engaging in volunteer activities regularly, other students considered her a monster, sticking out their tongues in awe. However, Vikyr, although not overtly revealing it, was undertaking a more forceful campaign. Every night, he was out assassinating those who would become enemies of the human alliance in the future. However, assassination involves spending money, and it doesn't bring in any income. Moreover, Vikyr, after collecting all the illicit possessions of his assassination targets, secretly deposited them in facilities like orphanages. Since the time he met and parted ways with the puppeteer Dantalion during the Indulgentia incident, he had been engaging in such actions. As a result, Vikyr currently had almost no wealth. At best, he could afford the materials for the next week's class. So, regardless of the situation, he had to find a part-time job. To avoid disturbing Sinclair, Vikyr stood a little way off. Then, he carefully went through the multitude of colorful flyers covering the bulletin board, ignoring most of the S. Seems like they're all distasteful. Ignoring most of the ads, Vikyr continued scanning the bulletin board until he found a short-term job that suited him perfectly. Monster hunting part-time job. Hunt low-level monsters and easily earn money. With the members of a hunting guild, become a hunter too. It was a part-time job involving defeating ecosystem-disrupting monsters with bounties on their heads and selling their byproducts. Jobs of this kind were usually handled through hunting or mercenary guilds. One could visit the guild, submit or receive requests, and even request personnel dispatch if needed. The difficulty level of the quests one could undertake was selectable, and depending on the guild's nature, strength, and prestige. They could hire mercenaries ranging from warriors and mages to support roles like hunters, alchemists, cooks, blacksmiths, and even guides or porters. One could also become a client or a performer of requests, employ mercenaries separately, or become a mercenary themselves. In essence, a guild served as a giant hub. Of course, it was a bit peculiar that the compensation was clearly defined as money. While the students of the Colosseo Academy were generally skilled, and various guilds welcomed them, there was no need for them to work with these guilds unless they had urgent financial needs, like Vikyr at the moment. After completing all his tasks, Vikyr returned to the dormitory and found Tutor and Sancho in his room, enjoying themselves. The two were receiving private tutoring in weak subjects from Figgy. So here, we're revisiting the administrative definition of settlement. Now, the definite coefficients of income and expenditure performance for a fiscal year. The imperial family must submit the imperial settlement report, verified by the audit office, to the Council of Elders. Each of the 7 great clans' leaders compiles the settlement report of their funds for each fiscal year and integrates it into the central office settlement report. No matter how much I look at it, I just can't adapt to administrative studies. I find information science more challenging. It seems like I'm not cut out for office work. Tutor and Sancho were admiring Figgy's abilities in administration, office work, and information analysis and compilation. Moreover, Figgy was good at teaching, explaining even the professor's difficult words in an understandable manner. So, Tutor, Sancho, and Figgy were focusing on studying together and helping each other during practical and written exams. It was a win-win study situation. In the midst of this, Vikyr entered. "Sorry to interrupt your study, friends. I just need to grab my coat and head out for a moment." Upon hearing this, Tutor, Sancho, and Figgy turned their heads with welcoming expressions. "Oh, Vikyr, perfect timing. You're a genius, ain't you? Help us out. I need to defeat that annoying Bianca this time." "Save me, Vikyr. I need to avoid failing the next week's written exam. I want to break the stereotype that big guys are only good for their size. I have many debate topics I want to discuss with you, Vikyr. Last week's written exam had a controversy over the multiple correct answers in the last objective question." But Vikyr firmly shook his head. The urgency of the next week's written exam was less pressing than paying the tuition fee. "I need to earn some money." Vikyr briefly explained the situation, and his friends looked surprised. Tutor, scratching his chin, said, "I thought you were a hidden aristocrat or from a ridiculously wealthy family since you're good at both studying and practical skills. If the tuition fee is that urgent, I'll just lend you the money, friend. Friends help each other. My family is well off." Of course, Vikyr declined. It was a matter related to his funding. He couldn't risk causing trouble for Tutor just because a demon might trace the money back to him. When Vikyr declined, Tutor looked disappointed. "Huh, why? If it's burdensome, you can pay me back slowly. What if my family asks you to work for us after graduation? You don't have to worry about that kind of thing. I'm not that kind of formal person. Well, my younger sister is making a fuss about bringing you home during the vacation and introducing her to you. It's not just because of that." To that, Sancho and Figgy explained Vikyr's situation on his behalf. "No matter how close friends are, it's not good for money to directly exchange hands. It's a matter of pride." "Yeah, Tutor, Vikyr truly appreciate your feelings." Even the usually reserved Vikyr nodded appreciatively towards Tutor, and then Tutor's expression brightened again. "So how are you planning to get the money? Let's brainstorm together. Is that okay?" "Well, I already have a method in mind." Upon Vikyr's response, Tutor followed by Sancho and Figgy perked up their ears. Such grateful friends. Vikyr asked them briefly, "Do you know a good place for short-term hunting work?" Chapter 227. Tuition Fees 3. Chapter 227 Tuition Fees 3 Hunter Guild Sherpa, an outsourcing agency that dispatches hunters and guides necessary for monster hunting. This guild, while not possessing exceptional mercenaries, was renowned for having guides well versed in the ecosystems and geography of monsters. All the guides here, comprising the entire guild and originating from at least 3 local residents, were well informed about the whereabouts of various rare monsters, their habitats, and even shortcuts or covert escape routes. The guild, however, struggled to escape its financially precarious situation due to the limited classes available for dispatch, such as guides or carriers. Even after completing punitive quests, members frequently received insufficient recognition or were subjected to unjust treatment, forcing them to endure these hardships. However, even in these difficult times, the presence of the Sherpa Guild's leader has been a constant source of support for the guild's members. Tarak. The guild's main entrance swung open. Guild members who were training in the training ground turned towards the guild office entrance and shouted in unison, "Guild Master is here. Attention, salute." "Hello." A man, receiving the respect of all guild members, stood tall, standing at a height of 2 meters and 30 centimeters, weighing close to 180 kilograms. Shaved sports head, facial scars crossing horizontally and vertically, muscles resembling armor covering his entire body, topped with a gladiator on his shoulder. This man, like a giant beast, was known as the miniature pincher, or mini-pin for short. How many people could negotiate his appearance and discuss payment terms? Sherpa Guild, led by the formidable Minipin, could persist and thrive even in the toughest situations. Moreover, Minipin was a mid-tier graduator, reaching a level that could belong to a high-tier mercenary guild. He was so skilled that even the Imperial Army's training instructor was scouting him. However, Minipin rejected all these proposals. "I love hunting. Fighting monsters is my calling." If he were to nitpick, there was a small wish deep down in his heart to be affiliated with the Baskerville clan, guarding the distant Western Front, but there was no way they would send a scout proposal first, making his desire futile. Therefore, Minipin's main goal was to preserve and protect the current guild. To achieve that, we need to work hard and pick good employers. After arriving at the office, Minipin glanced over the newly received requests. Let's see, this one is a carrier dispatch request from another mercenary guild. Capturing a research Venampian, but the number of personnel is too small. They might get overwhelmed and the carriers could die. Rejected. Is this a guidance request from a merchant? Well, the combat capability of the mercenaries escorting is too low. We might lose our guides. Rejected. Requests from these inexperienced individuals were not accepted. Among the stack of request documents that looked like a pile, almost 90% were filtered out. Minipin clicked his tongue. How many of these will still be alive by next year? Many adventurers underestimated their capabilities and boasted about tackling powerful monsters. Assigning carriers and guides to them would likely result in total annihilation. Carriers and guides, due to their weak combat skills and slow escape speed, end up being the first line of defense in times of crisis. I cannot afford to lose my guild members, who are like family. That's why Minipin used interviews to weed out clients who were weak or reckless. He prioritized clients with military service experience over those who could demonstrate their strength as mercenaries with a mercenary badge or identification. Careers at lower levels were turned down, even for seemingly minor requests. The current situation was no different. What? Academy student, a first year too? Minipin scrutinized the last submitted request document before him. A new student from the academy had come forward with a request to hire a guide. Request document, name, Vicure affiliation, Colosseo Academy request, hire one guide purpose. Monster extermination usually. Students affiliated with academies seldom visited such places, being mostly children of wealthy families. However, occasionally, eccentric individuals visited such places out of mild curiosity or a desire to experience life outside their privileged upbringing. From the perspective of a hunting guild, indulging in the mundane pleasures of these sheltered individuals could lead to losing valuable comrades who had been together for decades. What's up with an academy prodigy coming to a place like this? You suddenly want to enjoy some excitement. Moreover, there was no information about which monster he wanted to hunt. Just a vague request to hire a guide. It was undoubtedly a request not worth considering. Minipin crumpled the request document and threw it into the trash. Give the kid a glass of milk and send him back. Did he think monster hunting quests are some kind of joke? Minipin completely ignored Vicure's request document. And that was the beginning of all the tragedies that followed that night. Night time. Minipin returned home after finishing overtime. Upon entering, he saw his wife, who resembled a dozing rabbit, and his bear-like child already asleep in bed. Passing through the living room, Minipin entered the kitchen, feeling hungry. He rummaged through the pantry for a late-night snack, considering boiling a few potatoes. Then Minipin discovered something on the kitchen table. Eggs, bacon, toasted cornbread, and more were laid out. Though cold, it still looked appetizing. "Honey?" Minipin looked at his sleeping wife and whispered softly. She had been through a lot since they married when they were young, and he hadn't done much for her, but he was always grateful and apologetic towards her and his child. "Just bear with it a little longer. I'll solve a big request someday and make things prosperous for us." Thinking that he needed to work even harder as the head of the family, Minipin headed to the bedroom. His wife seemed to have fallen asleep while putting their child to sleep, so today he'd have the large bed to himself. Gradually, as Minipin lay down with his arms crossed and closed his eyes, creak, a small noise began to come from the second-floor window in the bedroom. "What is it?" Minipin yawned as he slowly got up. As he did, a silhouette appeared crossing over the windowsill. Wearing a black mask, a man entered through the second-floor window. Minipin stifled a chuckle. Clearly, it was a burglar, and an unlucky one at that. "Why bother coming in?" the leader of the Sherpa Guild, commanding all the guides and mid-tier graduator. The poor burglar had chosen to rob the house of such a terrifying person. "I might consider going easy on you. After subduing you, should I report to Tyler, or should I hand you over to the Imperial Guard?" In reality, Minipin had encountered such thieves a few times before. Starving burglars who couldn't resist crossing the fence had been sternly reprimanded by Minipin, and he had even helped them out, leading to them becoming his subordinates. So, after hearing the circumstances of this thief who had come to rob after being subdued, Minnie-Pin might have considered closing an eye if the situation was dire. Hey, hold on there. If you surrender now, I might. However, the one who truly closed his eyes was Minnie-Pin. Thud. The man in the black mask threw a punch with lightning speed. It grazed Minnie-Pin's ear, cut a few strands of hair, and shot past him towards the wall. As Minnie-Pin swallowed the empty air, a hole appeared in the wall beside him. Thunk! A fist-shaped hole was punched into the sturdy wooden wall. This is a fucking warning. A chilling voice emanated from behind the mask. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minnie-Pin's spine. If that had hit me, if that fist had hit him squarely in the face, his skull might have shattered like grains of sand. A level of strength beyond human capabilities. Was he using aura? There was no other explanation. Do you know who I am to dare? Minnie-Pin realized the opponent was far from ordinary and quickly drew upon his aura. As a graduator, a gooey honey-like aura enveloped Minnie-Pin's fist. However, crack. The opponent also raised his fist. Surprisingly, there was no trace of mana in it. It was then that Minnie-Pin realized the punch that had flown moments ago was purely powered by physical strength. What kind of strength is this? A shiver ran down his spine. If that kind of strength could be unleashed without using aura, what would happen if he did utilize it? Thankfully, it seems he can't use mana. It had been years since Minnie-Pin had felt the thrill of someone's pure physical strength. As Minnie-Pin let out a relieved sigh snap. Surprisingly, mana began to emanate from the intruder's fists. But Minnie-Pin didn't have time to be surprised. Thud! The intruder's fist seemed to connect with his chin, and from that moment on, Minnie-Pin's memory was cut off. Chapter 228, Tuition Fees 4, Chapter 228 Tuition Fees 4 The next day, Minnie-Pin opened his eyes abruptly. Was it a dream? But there was no way that could be true. He woke up lying on the cold floor, and as he got up, he realized his jaw was swollen. Only a single blanket covered him. In an instant, an ominous intuition flashed through his mind. Oh no, honey, are you okay? Our daughter, Minnie-Pin slapped the floor and rushed down the noisy staircase. But you're awake. Dad, good morning. His wife and daughter welcomed Minnie-Pin with a perfectly normal appearance. Huh, Minnie-Pin made a perplexed expression. Inside the fireplace, the fire was warm, and sweet potatoes and corn were roasting. The kitchen smelled of bubbling stew, and outside the window, white laundry swayed in the sunlight and breeze. Minnie-Pin was bewildered by the unchanged everyday life. The attitudes of his wife and daughter toward him were no different from usual. Even the house showed no difference from yesterday. Ah, why were you sleeping on the floor? I couldn't move you because you were too heavy, just left you there. What's with this sleeping habit? I was on the floor. Yeah, you were sleeping soundly on the floor. I tried waking you up several times, but you wouldn't budge, so I just covered you with a blanket and came out. Is your neck not sore? His wife's hand, hitting Minnie-Pin's back, was firm. No, did nothing happen yesterday, burglars or anything. What, burglars with you here? How could that happen? Weird guy. Oh no, it's nothing. I think I had a bad dream. Gosh, that's why you were sleeping in such a strange position. Anyway, can you get some sweet potatoes and corn from the fireplace? They should be done. Oh, I put the potatoes in a bit later, so leave them be. His wife seemed completely oblivious. Minnie-Pin sat at the dining table with a bewildered expression and ate the breakfast his wife prepared. And as usual, he left the house on time and headed to the guild office. The street scenery was too ordinary and mundane. Neighbors greeted him as he stepped out, and subordinates bowed their heads as they passed on the way to work. Was it really a dream? But no matter how much he thought about it, it wasn't. His jaw was swollen, and the hole in the wooden wall was still there, just as it was. So some lunatic had invaded the house, smacked Minnie-Pin's jaw, and left without taking anything. Moreover, without stealing a single thing. What the heck was that about? Minnie-Pin shook his head in disbelief, vowing to conduct thorough surveillance tonight. That night, lying in bed, Minnie-Pin watched as his wife peacefully fell asleep before closing his eyes. If only it weren't for the faint noise coming from the window again. See, seriously. Minnie-Pin looked towards the window. The lunatic from yesterday was standing there once again. Silently unlocking the window and crossing the threshold, the intruder deliberately made noise by crumpling a piece of paper in his hand, showcasing his ghostly presence. Crackle, crackle. The sight was truly eerie, sending shivers down the spine of anyone witnessing it. I won't let it slide this time. Minipin had hidden his beloved sword by his bedside just in case. Thankfully, his wife was a deep sleeper. The mere appearance of the large sword emanated a menacing aura. Die! Minipin swung the greatsword towards the intruder. However, thunk, an unbelievable event occurred. The aura of the graduator, which cut through everything, was blocked by the intruder. Moreover, it was blocked barehanded. Clang, thud, splat. The graduator's sword and aura were stopped. They were even gradually breaking apart. This is impossible. Minipin was astonished by the unfolding situation before his eyes. However, even that astonishment was not allowed to persist until the end. Thunk. Once again, a fist flew to his jaw, cutting off his consciousness. "Have you been having bad sleeping habits lately?" his wife casually inquired as they woke up in the morning. Minipin, who had once again opened his eyes while lying on the floor this morning, couldn't offer any response. How could he explain? Every night, he was being attacked by an intruder, taking blows to the jaw and repeatedly losing consciousness. This painful story wasn't just something he couldn't tell his wife, nor his friends, colleagues, and subordinates. "It won't do. Tonight, I need to contact the Imperial Guard." For the first time in his life, Minipin contemplated relying on the power of law enforcement. With a heavy determination in his heart, he finished getting ready for work. The next morning, the investigator from the Imperial Guard, who had spent the night with bleary eyes, asked, "Mr. Minipin, is the report accurate?" Minipin couldn't offer any response. The intruder hadn't shown up last night. Looking at Minipin's massive stature, the investigators from the Royal Guard commented, "Realistically, it's hard to imagine a thief who could ransack Mr. Minipin's house. Moreover, capturing a graduator-level aura barehanded. What a bizarre situation. Why would someone with such skills resort to petty theft in the first place? You mentioned there's no one you recently angered, and perhaps stalking due to jealousy. Anyway, we're not exactly idle, so we can't provide night patrols like this in the future. It's a bit inconclusive to say we'll do something in return, but we'll strengthen patrols in this area a bit more. Take care." In the end, Minipin had to bow his head multiple times, dismissing the investigators from the Imperial Guard, and unbelievably on that night, Crackle, the intruder, visited once again. "Arg, this rascal. What the heck do you want?" Wearing two helmets, Minipin swung the knives in his hands and rushed out. However, the result was as usual. Thunk, snap. The two helmets shattered and the two knives broke. Minipin once again took a punch to the jaw and lost consciousness. And the next day, the day after that, and the day after that, the midnight visits continued. Having confirmed once again that nothing had been stolen from his house this time, Minipin sat on the couch in the guild office with a disappointed heart. Just to be safe, his wife and daughter had already sought refuge with relatives. Since that day, Minipin had become a man who feared the night. How could he not be afraid when some lunatic kept coming through the window, delivering a single blow and disappearing? It was an incredibly effective and violent natural sleep aid. "I've been struggling with stress-induced insomnia recently. Is this some kind of new treatment?" Of course, that wasn't the case. However, Minipin couldn't bring himself to talk about this to anyone due to his pride as a guild leader. "Telling the Imperial Guard will just earn me ridicule. Ha, that villain. Always lurking and attacking only when I'm alone. Who would believe a tale that a man over 7 feet tall was suffering continuous assault from a stalker?" Facing a dilemma he had never experienced before, Minipin felt only frustration. Right at that moment, "Guildmaster, a request form has arrived." The deputy handed over a document, and this time the quantity was a bit less, only one document. Minipin narrowed his eyes. Even during the off-season, we're getting requests. Well, yes. For the past few days, they've been consistently sending in request forms. It's the same person every time. Then Minipin noticed something odd. The condition of the supposedly newly submitted request forms was not good. The paper, supposedly fresh, was severely crumpled. "What's this? Isn't this a newly submitted request form? Why is it crumpled?" "I don't know. They've been coming every time with a crumpled request form. It's the Academy student you mentioned before." "Academy student? Who's that?" "You know, the young guy from the Colosseo Academy." "Ah, right. Now he remembered, someone sent him an audacious request, and he sent them back with ridicule and mockery. Well, anyway, I don't have time to entertain the whims of wealthy young masters. Minipin absent-mindedly accepted the request form again this time and crumpled it just as before. Crackle, at that very moment, Minipin stiffened as if struck by lightning. The sound of crumpling the request form was familiar, something he had heard somewhere before. Minipin hurriedly moved his hands to unfold the crumpled request form from earlier. Then he crumpled it again. Crackle, perhaps due to the special material of the paper, the sound of crumpling was slightly different from other papers. This sound was undoubtedly the unpleasant noise made by the night intruder. Upon reflection, why did this form come back? Didn't he crumple it and threw it away? Minipin turned to his deputy and asked tentatively, "Hey, have you been cleaning my room lately?" "Yes. Of course, I do it all the time." "What about the trash can in my room? Do you empty it?" "It's always empty, so I didn't empty it separately." Minipin was shocked by the deputy's response. This request form was thrown into the guild office trash can a few days ago. In that case, the request form that had been sent back was being picked up, crumpled, and then put back again. They would then crumple it once more and launch attacks during the night. What in the world? Who the crazy person is doing this for? Minipin completely unfurled the request form, his face pale with shock. Request form name. Vikyr affiliation. Colosseo Academy request details. Hire one guide purpose. Monster hunting so crumpled that it was barely readable, Minipin stared at the request form with a dazed expression. "How is it?" A voice from behind the deputy interrupted with an unfamiliar yet familiar tone. Despite the deputy's disapproval, Minipin turned to see who it was. "This is a fucking warning. A first-year student from Colosseum Academy, Vikyr. Now, are you considering taking on my request?" Speaking with the same voice as the intruder from the Knights, Vikyr continued to taunt Minipin. Chapter 229. Tuition fees, 5. Chapter 229. Tuition fees, 5. On a moonlit night, Vikyr quietly stepped out of the academy grounds into the outdoors. By Vikyr's side, Minipin was driving a carriage. Sir, what kind of monster are you trying to hunt?" Having experienced Vikyr's strength and temperament firsthand, Minipin treated Vikyr with extreme caution. Minipin had directly responded to Vikyr's request for a guide. He had decided to take on the responsibility himself, because stirring up the crazy guy's emotions could result in losing a valuable guild member. Vikyr, however, didn't pay much attention to Minipin's intentions. "Considering I'm a student of the academy, it shouldn't be anything too abnormal when we catch a considerable amount of them." "I see." Minipin nodded in response to Vikyr's words. Certainly, Vikyr's strength was far from that of an ordinary academy student. "Where did this monster come from?" Minipin sighed quietly to himself. Meanwhile, Vikyr was contemplating something different himself. Minipin. He's one of the talents I must keep on my side. He was the best guide, one of the heroes who had contributed greatly to the human alliance during the era of destruction. In addition to creating the majority of the monster compendiums that Vikyr is aware of, he also formed the branch of study known as monster ecogeography, based on his research. However, Minipin died prematurely during the battle against the demons, mainly because he lacked a significant background to support him. A wild man without a specific affiliation. In other words, the one who grabs him first owns him. In this life, Minipin's lifespan would be significantly extended. Vikyr would make Sherpa Guild, the Swallowed-Up Guild, his subordinate sooner or later. Originally, I was considering gathering strength under my command. Vikyr had tested Minipin, who would eventually become his close aide and rise to the ranks of heroes. What monsters are suitable for students to catch and give me some decent money? Well, monsters that are not too strong but still profitable. Gnolls are the only ones. Gnolls. Bizarre creatures with the body of a dwarf, with a hyena's head. They dispersed filthy fur and had an awful stench as they walked on two legs. These low-level monsters dwelt in the hilly terrain around the wasteland in clusters, creating a headache with their many tunnels beneath the surface. They were a nuisance during construction, but their attacks on workers also presented an increasing threat. Minipin knew a great deal about monsters. He graciously imparted to Vikyr his extensive knowledge of the gnolls. Gnolls have weak individual combat abilities, making them easy to catch even for a first-year academy student. Surprisingly, their fur is tough, and their hides are valuable. Moreover, their bones and organs can be sold as meds for profit. But selling them won't be as good as selling a big monster, is it? You don't understand. Gnolls are designated as an ecosystem disturbance species by the imperial family. Just killing them is enough to earn a lot of money. In that case, the story changes. Not only would there be a reward for killing each one, but you could also sell their skin, meat, and bones. It would be quite a lucrative venture. So how do we catch gnolls? Well, since gnolls have a habit of collecting shiny objects, the most common method is to dazzle and confuse them by scattering glass beads when you encounter them. But Vikyr shook his head. That's a method used when dealing with a small number of gnolls. Yes, well, that's true, but I'll use a different method. Vikyr's chosen method was simple. Gnolls are drawn to the fresh blood of recently killed animals. Their keen sense of smell allows them to detect the scent from kilometers away and gather. Yes, that's correct. How do you know that? Does the Academy teach such things these days? What Vikyr had just mentioned was either known to seasoned hunters or was considered advanced knowledge, so Minipin appeared quite surprised. A species that, even though each individual has a danger rating of little more than C+, first gathers in a pack near a wounded prey. They serve a similar purpose on land as sharks do in the ocean. After catching a wild boar, Vikyr pulled its carcass around, dripping with blood, spreading the fur and droplets of blood all over the place. The damp scent of blood and the pungent smell permeated the forest carried by the night breeze. Vikyr wandered around, burying the boar's fur and drops of blood all over the mountain. Of course, Minipin, who had to follow behind, couldn't help but be horrified. This is provoking the gnolls. It's suicidal. While individually, they are only rated as C+. When gathered in groups, their danger rating can go up to A. The sight of gnolls within several kilometers converging on this location is a scene that even seasoned hunters would find unimaginable. But Vikyr just nodded with an indifferent expression. Don't worry, I'll only lure them and hide so they won't notice me. Upon hearing this, Minipin felt somewhat relieved. Ah, you're gonna hide? That's a relief. Indeed, their concentration drops when they're eating. Moreover, if there's competition for prey within the group, surely weaker individuals will be left behind. Then, it becomes easier to pick off the vulnerable ones that have fallen behind. However, at Vikyr's following words, Minipin couldn't help but be shocked once again. No, we're not chasing. We'll be at the forefront. We'll pursue where they're dragging the prey. What? Why? Well, that's to locate the main den, of course. Vikyr wasn't targeting just one or two gnolls, not even a small group, but the entire clan. Hunting a gnoll pack was something even the Imperial Guard unit couldn't accomplish. Minipin was left with his mouth half open, facing Vikyr, who casually talked about it as if it were easy. Why would you go to such lengths? And to Minipin, Vikyr spoke briefly. It's good to make a lot of money. Finally, a herd of gnolls arrived and rummaged through the wild boar carcass. They tore open the boar's belly, consumed the still warm innards, and then dragged the remainder through the low path in the thicket. Vikyr and Minipin quietly followed behind. Before long, they discovered a large burrow hidden in the low hillocks. Minipin climbed up onto a high branch to survey the surroundings. Does he think this will work? But what was visible proved once again that Vikyr's plan was anything but conventional. A bustling horde of gnolls, an enormous number circulating, left Minipin astounded. Sir, this seems a bit too much. The size of this clan is considerable. Gnolls that used to give the royal family a headache have gathered here. If we recklessly disturb this place, the gnolls might flood nearby villages. Monster wave. There was a significant risk of unintentionally setting off a chain reaction. However, we need to find the entrances to this burrow and any others connected to it. Vikyr remained nonchalant. Within a few hours, Vikyr identified several other burrow entrances presumed to be connected to the one he first discovered. Minipin admired Vikyr's seasoned tracking skills, but he still couldn't grasp how they were supposed to deal with so many gnolls. Then Vikyr infused mana and struck the earthen wall with his fist. Crash! Rumble! The tightly packed mounds of dry earth forming a cliff collapsed, blocking some of the burrow entrances. Memories of popping champagne bottles in a club flashed in Vicky's mind, making him chuckle wryly. Now, let's move to the main entrance burrow. Following Vicky's command, Minipin steered the carriage toward the highest entrance. Swish, thud. Several gnolls rushed, but Minipin swiftly beheaded them with his greatsword. "Sir, what's your plan, huh?" Minipin gasped in surprise. Vikyr unloaded everything from the carriage. It was oil. Vikyr had bought up expired waste oil from the academy, intending to dispose of it, and was now pouring it at the topmost entrance of the gnoll's nest. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The viscous, verdant oil made from sapient tree fruits flowed down into the burrow. Clanging noises and rumbling sounds echoed from below. What if they come from above? Minipin voiced his concern, but Vikyr continued pouring the oil without hesitation. When dozens of empty barrels had been kicked over, Vikyr kicked the remaining barrels into the burrow. Then, whoosh, he threw the torch he had been holding deep into the burrow. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Simultaneously, highly flammable sapient tree oils with low boiling points began to blaze loudly. Sizzle, 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 crackle, crackle, sputter. The gnolls that hadn't managed to exit the burrow were now making a crying sound as they sizzled in the oil. The boiling oil continued to flow through the burrow, and those below were being fried alive. Crash, clang, thud, krr runch. The gnolls from the upper layers were being fried in the oil, and those from the middle layers were suffocating to death in the thick smoke. The gnolls in the lower layers tried to escape quickly, leaving their dead comrades behind. However, most of the burrow entrances were already blocked by mounds of earth, making escape impossible. The oxygen levels plummeted rapidly, and the air filled with smoke and stench. The temperature rose sharply, and those still alive were suffocated at the blocked entrances. Minipin could only stand there with his mouth agape. He had never seen someone hunt a clan-type monster like this. Yet, Vikyr maintained his calm demeanor even in this chaotic situation. This kind of noisy strategy is effective against low-intelligence monsters. In reality, pouring boiling oil at the entrances in the upper layers was more of a performance, and it couldn't cause substantial damage. The real purpose was to instill fear in the prey, creating chaos. Splat! Sploosh! Scared and burned, the gnolls plunged into the lower part of the burrow. Consequently, smaller or slower gnolls were trampled by their companions, and conflicts arose as they tried to pass through narrow tunnels. In the confusion, only the strong and swift survived. The survivors rushed towards the burrow's lower entrance. Now they come out. The hound gazed toward the place where the last remaining gnolls were emerging, his eyes gleaming. Chapter 230. Tuition Fee 6. Chapter 230. Tuition Fee 6. Just moments ago, chaos erupted in the once serene forest. Crackling, swishing, hissing. The screams of creatures frying in oil echoed through the night sky. A foul stench wafted from the burrow. Even those who barely survived were battered and bruised, covered in scalding oil from head to toe. Grrr. Grrr. Craying K-kying. Kaya. Agonizing creatures sprang from the burrow, fangs and claws bared. The eyes of wounded beasts were contracted, indicating that there was nothing in their field of view. Though they were only rated as a C+ rank monster for danger, their vigor and aggression were on par with higher-ranked monsters. However, swoosh! In the presence of Vikyr's swift hands, all their aggression became meaningless. A blood-red sword swiftly pierced the creature's neck. Grook! The creature, having felt a sharp pain on its neck as it exited the burrow, paid no attention and charged forward without looking back. However, with a hole in its neck, it couldn't go far and stumbled before collapsing, blood spurting vigorously from its throat. Thud. For a few seconds, a fountain of red blood sprayed from the neck until the creature, with hazy, lifeless eyes, fell limp on the spot. Vikyr, closely watching the burrow, continued to stab the necks of creatures leaping out with Beelzebub. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. It wasn't much work, just once, extending his arm with force, then retracting it. With each monotonous movement of Beelzebub, creatures leaping out of the burrow collapsed in a pile in front of it. Soon, all the creatures that had leaped out of the burrow were corpses, forming a vacant space in front of the burrow. After wiping the blood splatter from his face and brushing aside his hair, Victor remarked, "Looks like it's mostly over." A gruesome scene of slaughter unfolded flawlessly, showcasing the precision and incredible expertise of the killing technique. Watching this, Minipin couldn't help but marvel, what exactly is this guy? Why, is this the first time you've seen someone hunt like this? Of course, it's my first time. Even as Minipin finished speaking, more than 10 creatures had already piled up outside the burrow. Minipin continued to collect the corpses piling up in a specific location and loaded them onto a cart. It was impossible to drag all of them with the cart they brought. They were clearly in a situation where they needed to request assistance from the nearby village authorities or guild. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Victor remained by the burrow, skillfully stabbing the necks of creatures emerging from it. Then, at that moment, grrrrrrrrr, a disturbing sound emanated from the burrow. As soon as Minipin heard the sound, he shouted, "Boss, please evade. Something else is coming out." It was a gnoll, but unlike regular ones, it was 3 times larger and had an unusual black-green fur covering its entire body. The fur was coarse like needles, and from its bloodshot eyes, thick, oily tears dripped down like sticky drops. Minipin shouted in panic. It's a variant of gnoll called poison gnoll. It's classified as an A rank in danger, and its strength and speed are dozens of times greater than a regular gnoll. Moreover, its teeth, claws, and fur contain a venom that can drive a person insane with just a graze. However, there was no time to elaborate on the explanation. The poison gnoll, unexpectedly bursting out by breaking the narrow burrow entrance, was swift. Hey, Minipin, wielding a greatsword, rushed towards Victor. It was to buy the client in danger some time to escape. But thud! A small, dust-like object fell from above, blocking Minipin's life-threatening charge. Minipin stopped in his tracks with a bewildered expression. Understandably so, because as soon as this small dust-like object touched the ground, it immediately lunged at the poison gnoll right in front of it. What was even more astonishing was that, after biting the neck of the menacing poison gnoll foamed at the mouth and fainted. Grrrrrrrrr, the poison gnoll flipped over, expelled the contents of its body through its mouth and anus, then died with a painful expression. Minipin, with a dumbfounded expression, alternated his gaze between Victor and the poison gnoll's carcass. What kind of monster was this poison gnoll? If it appeared even once, a small village would likely be wiped out that day. A named monster that even several small hunting guilds combined couldn't subdue. This one seemed to be accompanied by subordinate gnolls, making it necessary for a large guild to mobilize elite forces to capture it. However, well done, come back. When Victor gestured, Baby Madam quickly leaped back and slipped into Victor's sleeve. Ha! It seemed to be sending a gaze seeking praise. Meanwhile, Minipin, still struggling to believe that this tiny furball, who looked as if it could be killed by stepping on it once, had taken down the poison gnoll in one bite. I thought the days tormented by you were a nightmare, but now it feels more like a dream. Is such a thing possible? Since it's reality, it's your job to sell the organs and all the gnoll stuff. In response to Victor's casual command, Minipin also nodded his head. Then Minipin had to roll his tongue around as he counted the bodies of gnolls and poison gnolls piling up in front of him. If we include the corpses inside the burrow, the number must be staggering. I can't even count it properly. I may need to go to a big city and get the evaluation of several experts. If there's a bounty for each individual, we need to collect all the corpses. Yes, for those who suffocated or died with a hole in the neck, we can probably strip the skin and sell it. Even for those fried in oil, it should be okay to sell just the bones. I'll go in and check once the heat inside the burrow subsides. While the heat still emanated from the burrow, Victor and Minipin sat outside, collecting the corpses of gnolls and poison gnolls, waiting. During that time, occasionally, a few surviving gnolls cautiously crawled out, only to be tidied up by Baby Madam waiting outside like a soldier on duty. Eventually, when the heat inside the burrow subsided, Minipin, holding a torch, crawled inside. As he dug into the ground, advancing little by little, a surprising sight unfolded deep in the tunnel. "Boss, you really should see this for yourself." Upon hearing Minipin's exclamation, Victor also entered the burrow. What awaited them inside was a surprisingly unexpected scene, even for the usually composed Vikyr. Gold coins, bathed in oil, emitted a golden glow, filling the burrow. Under the flickering light of the torch, the gold coins cast eerie reflections and shadows on both sides. Even Vikyr, known for his calm demeanor, was visibly taken aback. The sight of such a massive treasure could freeze anyone in place. What could all this be? Minipin turned to Vikyr with a slightly frightened expression. However, Vikyr remained nonchalant. It seems someone used this place as a vault. What? But Knowles, oh! Minipin didn't finish his sentence, letting out an amazed gasp. As mentioned before, Knowles had a tendency to collect shiny objects and pile them up in their burrows. Someone might have taken advantage of this behavior to stash illicit funds in the burrow. With so many Knowles around, it's unlikely that someone else would dare to steal from them. Natural vault keepers. But who in the world would store their money in a Knowles nest? Well, who knows, but one thing is for sure. At Vikyr's words, Minipin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Soon, Vikyr continued, and Minipin's expression turned pale. It must be someone confident enough to kill all the Knowles and take the gold. Someone with the ability to effortlessly eliminate all the Knowles in this burrow, including the poison knoll. The scale of this lair was so vast that it even harbored a poison knoll. Trembling slightly, Minipin gazed at the gold coins in front of him. An enormous amount of gold lay stacked like a mountain. Clatter Vikyr picked up a handful of scattered gold coins from the dirt floor. No serial numbers. Coins without engraved serial numbers. In other words, these were unregistered currencies, produced by a mint but not officially distributed by banks. A law mandating the engraving of distinct serial numbers on banknotes and coins was passed by Damien Bourgeois, the director of the Department of Money Manufacturing. These coins appear to have been taken either before the law's passage or shortly before the serial numbers were inscribed. Are you suggesting that all of these are the results of a bank heist? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Vikyr recalled recent news about a bank being robbed. I see. In recent times, there have been reports of a mysterious entity destroying major facilities in Venetia. Exclusive Night Hound and his atrocities. Night Hound's atrocities have gone too far. He attacked the Academy, inhumane and anti-national. During the festival, Night Hound destroyed major facilities within Venetia, the Venetia Imperial Bank. Vikyr vividly remembered this article as he had written it himself. A villain who recently attacked the Venetia Imperial Bank, plundering its safe. A mysterious terrorist, imitating Night Hound criminal actions to commit even greater crimes. The moment Vikyr recalled a disturbing name, it cast a sinister shadow over reality. Swiftly, something long and massive fell in front of Vikyr and Minipin as they exited the burrow. Boom, boom, boom. Crash, startled by the unexpected explosion, Vikyr stepped back. As the dust settled, a long and winding scar on the ground came into view. It looked like the trail left behind by a giant serpent. The grotesque marks were evidence of the presence of a formidable villain who now stood atop a twisted branch, observing Vikyr and Minipin from above. Ho ho ho, seems like little mice have crawled into my piggy bank. Chapter 231. Tuition fees 7, Chapter 231. Tuition fees 7, Mr. Vikyr. That woman is probably that woman. Minipin, a mid-tier graduator, said with trembling hands. This indicated his sensitivity and sharpness. A skilled person recognizes another skilled person. The higher the skill level, the higher the understanding. So Vikyr, too, was squinting at the woman in front of him. Miss Ouroboros, a villain who, despite the relentless pursuit of the Imperial Guards, has never been revealed, not even once. Moreover, the number of major facilities she has destroyed within the Imperial territory is almost in the triple digits. Yet no one knows the identity of this villain, not even her strength, skills, or main weapon. It was because all the witnesses either died or went insane. Still, the guess about her gender was correct. Vikyr, recognizing that the opponent was not an easy enemy, raised his vigilance. Miss Ouroboros had a very unique appearance. A helmet with two large snake scales protruding like horns, a mask with lightning patterns twisted and torn like a torn mask. And she was covered in shiny black tights, with a long cloak and scarf draped around her. Due to abnormally high heels, her already tall stature appeared even taller. In her hand, she held a whip, and it seemed to leave traces as if a snake had passed. "Ho ho ho ho, have mice crawled into my savings box?" A distorted, high-pitched voice echoed through the wind holes in the mask's mouth. Miss Ouroboros, who had landed on the ground, raised her face with the mask to look at Vikier. In an instant, Miss Ouroboros, looking at Vikier's face, twitched slightly. Vikier narrowed his eyes, because Miss Ouroboros changed her momentum from the moment their eyes met. Kugugugugu, a formidable aura began to crush the surrounding 10 meters. Those who touch other people's savings boxes must pay the price. At the same time, the whip flew. Zizak Puck, the whip with thorns like rose vines, easily crushed the hard rock floor. It was a sight like beating a green melon with a club. Quite a thick aura, most probably a high-tier graduator, maybe even stronger. Vikier admired the unexpected strength of Miss Ouroboros. The aura was as dense as boiling asphalt. With that level of skill, she might have reached a high rank in the Imperial Army. After becoming a sword master, I've never really tried my newfound strength. Maybe this is a good opportunity. But now, with his face exposed, Vikier was still a first-year student at the academy. He might not have minded in Night Hound mode, but now he couldn't afford to fight openly like this, especially against such a dangerous figure within Imperial territory. At that moment, Minipin murmured in a small voice, "Sir, if you follow down this slope, there is an office. It's also the patrol time of the Imperial Guard in this area." It's quite nice to see Minipin not only fleeing alone, but also taking care of the client until the end. Nodding in agreement with Minipin's advice, Vikier stepped back. Just then, "Where do you think you're going?" Miss Ouroboros' whip flew again. Vikier quickly turned his head aside. Swish puck, a sharp wind touched Vikier's left cheek. The aura-covered whip swiftly cut down the nearby trees again. Miss Ouroboros' whip had a pointed end, capable of stabbing like a spear or cutting like a knife. Avoiding the sharp end was possible, but it made the situation even more annoying due to the various angles and persistent winding. Escaping entirely seems difficult. Vikier, with a grimace, continued to retreat. As the whip coiled up and down, avoiding the striking point several times, Miss Ouroboros' momentum became increasingly vicious. "Ha, see this. You had me believing that you were hiding your skills, you little bitch." Miss Ouroboros amplified the aura on her whip even more. Puck thud clang. Miss Ouroboros' strength, which turned the surroundings into a mess, was a formidable weapon. With the aura infused, the whip drew an infinite trajectory like the snake of Ouroboros, eventually forming a spherical shape that encircled Miss Ouroboros' body. Creak! Everything that touched the sphere of aura was torn and shattered. Boom, except for one thing. Miss Ouroboros was perplexed as she saw her whip suddenly bend in a L shape and bounce back. A whip is a difficult weapon to handle, and once control is lost, it becomes a dangerous object that can harm even its owner. Puff, Miss Ouroboros' whip hit nothing but empty air and it spun around aimlessly. Due to this, Miss Ouroboros almost suffered a blow from her own whip. "What's this?" She tilted her head as if not understanding. However, Vikier simply flicked his left sleeve. "Well done, but don't step in next time, it's dangerous." Hack hack. Baby Madam on Vikier's wrist emitted an annoyed expression with a hiss. Around Miss Ouroboros, transparent webs set by the Baby Madam were tightly woven. Simultaneously, the Baby Madam exhaled a toxic mist, obscuring Miss Ouroboros' vision. "What's this? What's with this horrifying mist?" As Miss Ouroboros waved her hand annoyingly, "Sir, now!" Surprisingly, Minipin raised a knife. With all his strength, he injected aura into the knife and threw it with determination. It was a mid-tier graduator's blow. Miss Ouroboros had no choice but to use her whip to block it. At that moment, Vikier drew a bow. Black bow Anubis. 5 arrows were pulled simultaneously, creating a black trajectory that shot toward the enemy. Miss Ouroboros quickly retrieved her whip, but due to the spider webs laid by the Baby Madam throughout the forest, her speed was slowed. Puff, 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 puff. The 3 arrows collided with the whip and were deflected, but one arrow flew true on its intended trajectory. While knocking the next arrow during the reload, Vikier noticed something peculiar. One of the arrows he had just shot had grazed Miss Ouroboros' left cheek. Miss Ouroboros, being a skilled individual of her caliber, should have been able to notice and dodge a projectile of that speed. However, for some reason, her reaction was slightly delayed to attacks coming from the left. Shooting alternately to the right and left again confirmed the same pattern, a subtle difference that only a skilled individual would notice. What's wrong with her left side? Vicyr aimed Anubis towards the left side of Miss Ouroboros and let the arrow fly. The arcing arrows relentlessly targeted the left side of Miss Ouroboros's face. This guy again. Where did he even get that strange bow? And as Miss Ouroboros continued to react, her inexplicable anger towards the attacks grew. Just then, Piwung, the night sky suddenly brightened. Red fireworks shot up, creating a bright column of light. Minipin. He had run towards the carriage, firing the signal flare that hunters use when they are in distress. Miss Ouroboros turned her head, annoyed. From the mysterious webs, poisonous black mist that had been thickening, and Vicyr's skill with the peculiar bow, it was evident that he was far beyond the abilities of a first-year academy student. Miss Ouroboros was infuriated by Vicyr's skill, which seemed as if he had been a hunter in the forest for decades, skillfully dodging and countering attacks. However, what's this loud noise? I thought a hunter was in distress, but it doesn't seem like it's a simple matter. The ground is shaking even hundreds of meters away. Request support immediately. Halt the march. Assume combat positions from now on. The approaching sounds from below the hill were undoubtedly signals of reinforcements coming towards the direction where the flare was shot. Coincidentally, a unit of the Imperial Army seemed to be marching nearby. Ho, seems like I'm having bad luck. Miss Ouroboros retrieved her whip with an irritated attitude. And then she shot a stern gaze towards Vicyr, who had distanced himself. Well, fine. We'll meet again, won't we, cutie? She casually touched the area around her left face covered by the mask with her hand. And in the blink of an eye, she leaped into the air, landing on the tree branches and disappeared. It was an exit as swift as her appearance. Sir, are you all right? Minipin, out of breath, ran towards Vicyr while blowing a whistle to inform the Imperial Army of their location. Vicyr, still nonchalant, just nodded his head. The signal flare, the timing was good. Don't mention it. Luckily, we had some stocked in the carriage as a backup. Ignoring Minipin's embarrassed smile, Vicyr turned his head again to look at the forest. The forest was now quiet, as if asking when it had been noisy. The sound of rustling branches and leaves in the wind. Miss Ouroboros, melted into the darkness, was no longer visible. All that remained at the scene were large snake-like imprints on the ground, just like any other time. Chapter 232. Tuition Fee 8. Chapter 232. Tuition Fee 8. Vicyr received satisfactory answers from various appraisal mages introduced by Minipin. Most of them are lower level. Many corpses were damaged, burned in boiling oil, or stuck together. However, as the quantity is substantial and the higher level ones are amazing. Considering the current high prices, the total sales amount should be quite high. Do you have any distribution channels in mind? If not, we can introduce you to good ones. Appraisal mages assess the piles of gnoll corpses in the field, determining prices based on the condition of their leather, bones, organs, and meat. Perfect condition. Leather, meat, organs, and bones intact, highest grade. If only leather is intact, it is considered high grade. If the leather is damaged but the meat or organs are intact, it is mid-grade. If leather, meat, and organs are damaged but bones can be salvaged, it is low grade. Gnoll corpses are welcomed as anatomical materials in all magical research labs within Venetier. Taxidermists also buy gnoll corpses, especially if they are large, as they are useful for teaching beginners. Leather is in high demand due to its durability and soft texture. Meat and organs are used as food, feed, and fertilizer. Certain special cuts of gnoll meat are similar in taste to premium beef, gaining popularity among connoisseurs. Sprinkling gnoll organs in fish farms or orchards yield richer results than any artificial feed or fertilizer. Bones are increasingly processed for herbal medicine or ritual items. Due to Vicyr frying them in hot oil, many gnoll corpses had damaged leather, meat, and organs. However, given the large quantity, many corpses remained intact, and even damaged ones with intact bones, teeth, and claws could be sold for a decent amount. while the prices were relatively low compared to the processed ones. Considering the convenience of avoiding the collection, transportation, and sorting processes, it was a generous amount. Moreover, the government has offered a reward, so it's even better. Fantastic! Minnie Pin's overall assessment, sticking close to Vicyr since that night, was that everything was going well. Whether selling Knoll corpses or receiving rewards, Minnie Pin handled various tasks efficiently, starting from Vicyr's extermination of the Knoll horde. Vicyr, having witnessed Minnie Pin's loyalty during the encounter with Miss Ouroboros, trusted him completely. Minnie Pin, loading Knoll leather onto Vicyr's carriage, spoke, "You can sell all Knoll byproducts to the guild, but I recommend finding a separate outlet for the leather, especially poison Knoll leather, which seems better suited for a private auction." "In that case, taking it to the academy would be better." Vicyr nodded in agreement. For enrolled students, Colosseo's Academy provides storage space enchanted with preservation magic at low rental rates. The monthly thrift bazaar, held at the end of each month, also hosts various auctions, making it an excellent venue for selling goods. It's called a thrift bazaar, but since it's a large-scale auction sanctioned by the Empire, it should be easy to dispose of Knoll leather. The Colosseo Bazaar sounds like a good plan. Knoll leather has various uses. It's excellent for layering on armor in winter due to its insulation and soft texture. It's also sturdy and elastic, suitable for knots or decorations on blades. Moreover, it changes color upon contact with poison, making it usable as an alchemical ingredient. Since I'm a member of the newspaper club, I can advertise in the newspaper corner. Vicyr planned to return to the academy and sell all Knoll and poison Knoll leather. Meanwhile, Minnie Pin seemed disappointed. "Are you returning to the academy?" Vicyr's skills displayed during this hunt were so incredible that it was hard to believe he was just a first-year student at the academy. Perhaps that's why Minnie Pin wanted to continue working with Vicyr, but he was unaware. Vicyr had no intention of letting Minnie Pin go. "Hey, Minnie Pin," Vicyr called Minnie Pin in a subtle voice. When Minnie Pin turned his gaze, Vicyr asked gently, "Your home situation doesn't seem great. How are your wife and daughter?" Straight to the point. Minnie Pin's expression darkened slightly at Vicyr's words. "Yes, that's true. Recently, it's been challenging to manage the guild due to financial difficulties. But I can't just let go of the experienced guides and porters who have been with us for so long. Why are you facing such issues with your skills? It seems like there are many seasoned guides and laborers in the guild. These days, all hunting guilds are the same. You have to be cautious of large mercenary guilds. It's inevitable to feel sorry if you don't have strong backing." After finishing his words, Minnie Pin chuckled and continued, "Well, it's my fault. If I hadn't made mistakes when I was young, I wouldn't be financially struggling like this." "Mistakes?" Vicyr inquired, and after a slight hesitation, Minnie Pin nodded. "I had ambitions when I was young, so to achieve those dreams I contacted brokers and such, but I ended up being deceived, lost all my savings and more." "Deceived by brokers?" "Yes, it's embarrassing, but that's what happened. I caused a lot of hardship for my wife at that time. I still feel guilty. It's shameful for my daughter too. Speaking of which, she'll be entering school next year and I'm already worried about the tuition." "What dream led you to try contacting brokers?" Vicyr asked, and Minnie Pin scratched the back of his head, responding with a regretful tone. Truthfully, I wanted to join the Baskerville clan." To Vicyr's surprise, his eyes widened a bit. Minnie Pin continued, "A family that hunts monsters on the Western Front Line. The Baskerville clan, how cool is that? And if you join the Baskerville family, wouldn't you inherit the invincible swordsmanship of Baskerville? They provide a house, land, and a comfortable life for your wife." It seemed like the only path for me. Of course, it all turned into nothing but bubbles due to being deceived by brokers. Is that so?" Vicyr lightly brushed his chin with his fingers. His existing thoughts became even stronger. Vicyr asked one last question. "Hey, yes, do you know well about the ecology of monsters, their habits, nest locations, and such?" "Of course. I was a member of an exploration guild traveling all over the continent." "Do you know about the monsters on the Western Front Line?" "Naturally. I can distinguish between subspecies, variants, lower species, and upper species." Satisfied with Minnie Pin's answer, Vicyr nodded approvingly. "Someone will call you soon." Colosseo Academy's Admissions Office and Scholarship Foundation. Professor Banshee was filling out documents with a visibly irritated expression. Feels like I'm the only one doing the Academy's work. The paperwork piled up like a mountain was all related to scholarships and tuition. At that moment, knock, 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 a knocking sound echoed from outside the office. "Come in." Along with Professor Banshee's voice, a familiar face appeared. It was Dolores, the student council president. Professor Banshee strongly disliked her, especially when she appeared only during the execution of the scholarship budget, always bringing up annoying matters. "What kind of complaint are you here to make now?" "It's about students excluded from scholarship benefits." Dolores submitted new documents in front of Professor Banshee, who was visibly annoyed. Students who couldn't attend the next semester due to unfavorable family circumstances. Among them were stories of students managing their grades while working part-time to afford tuition, or, conversely, students managing their grades but unable to work part-time to qualify for scholarships. The student who worked part-time ultimately couldn't raise enough money for tuition, and the student who focused on studies fell short of the required grades for a scholarship. Some students were facing complicated family situations, making their household environment genuinely challenging. But on paper, they couldn't qualify for scholarship benefits. Dolores calmly explained, "There are students who didn't receive scholarships but are requesting a reassessment. On the other hand, some students received scholarships but need reassessment as well." In reality, there was a significant number of students born into affluent households who pretended to be poor on paper, fraudulently claiming scholarships. She was currently exposing this fact. However, the documents Dolores submitted were neatly organized, well-prepared forms, but for Professor Banshee, they were just additional paperwork to handle during another late-night shift. Scholarships are awarded according to regulations. You talk about protecting and upholding those regulations as the student council president. I'm asking you to reconsider the students who are overlooked by the scholarship benefits, following those regulations. Are you telling me to work again as the student council president? I have a duty to voice the concerns of the students. Then, who will take responsibility for my grievances of having to do the work twice? Will you double my salary? Professor Banshee, today is the deadline for tuition payment. Please, just listen to the students' voices one more time. What does the regulation say about me dealing with such matters? Professor Banshee and Dolores engaged in a heated argument with no signs of backing down. But as time passed, Dolores' momentum was gradually waning against Professor Banshee's ironclad stance. Right at that moment, bang, the door swung open without a knock. Vikier. He walked confidently into Professor Banshee's office. As expected, Professor Banshee, who originally disliked Vikier, immediately scowled. "Vikier, are you now barging into rooms without even knocking? Did your father not teach you manners?" Yes, he didn't. It was a defeat for Professor Banshee, who failed to realize that Vikier had a strong immunity to sarcasm. Professor Banshee clenched his fist uncomfortably. "Well then, do you know that today is the deadline for tuition payment?" He inwardly believed that Vikier wouldn't be able to arrange the tuition. He'd heard Vikier had brought back a large number of Knoll skins from somewhere. Professor Banshee, on the other hand, had heard other rumors. Two groups of students have declared that they will keep Vikier's arm in check, one noble faction and one clan faction. Colosseo Academy's bazaar had two major factions. The elite nobles formed the noble faction, and the elite clan faction from the 7 great clans. It was said that both factions intended to restrain Vikier, making it virtually impossible for the items he submitted to the bazaar to fetch a fair price. So Professor Banshee secretly believed that it wouldn't be easy for Vikier to come up with the tuition. He brought an enormous amount of Knoll leather from somewhere, however. Professor Banshee's expectations took an unexpected turn. Thud. Vikier placed a hefty bag on Professor Banshee's desk. To everyone's surprise, the bag was filled with banknotes and gold coins. It was truly an enormous amount, enough to pay 4 years' worth of tuition and still have a significant surplus. Professor Banshee and Dolores, both stunned, stared at the spilled gold coins on the desk. In front of them, Vikier, with his typical expressionless face, spoke. "For me, and all of the friends who couldn't pay their fees." Chapter 233. Tuition Fees 9. Chapter 233. Tuition fees 9. The thrifty bazaar of the Colosseo Academy boasts an unexpectedly massive scale despite its cute name. Students auction off items they no longer need at low prices. And sometimes, certain students offer self-made or collected items or mysterious antiques from their families. The scale of this fair is so significant that it rivals one of the Empire's top 10 auctions, attracting the attention and footsteps of many, even those outside the Academy. Additionally, within this massive fair, two major factions coexisted. The noble faction and the clan faction were precisely those. The noble faction was formed by students from prestigious noble families, elite students from prestigious backgrounds, famous for agriculture or commerce, successors of renowned mercenary guilds, or heirs to large mines and shipyards, while the clan faction usually consists of students from the 7 great clans. These two factions dominated the school, continuously recruiting talented juniors under their wings and expanding their influence and power. This power structure extended beyond graduation, forming a tight network and system that eventually encompassed the Empire's government and business sectors. This year's first-year student who first caught the attention of these two dominating factions, both covertly controlling the school, was Vikier. Vikier was initially unnoticed upon enrollment, but he gradually stood out during midterms, displaying his talents. He was a lone wolf with no support, which made him an ideal target for manipulation. Both the noble and clan factions had been working covertly for a long time to bring this talented freshman under their wing. Vikier, on the other hand, never met their expectations. The letters they sent went unread and unnoticed. Even attempts to meet and talk with him were futile because he remained elusive. In desperation, they sent charming female students to entice him and tough fighters to intimidate him during his second and third years. Nonetheless, all of their efforts were futile, and both factions were at a loss. Well, Vikier, huh? It seems it's time to teach this arrogant underclassman a lesson. We should show him his worth before he enters our ranks. Ironically, in their efforts to outdo each other, the noble and clan factions joined forces. In the short term, Vikier became a common enemy. Just when both factions were scheming to suppress Vikier, he opportunistically participated in the thrifty bazaar. He's trying to raise tuition. It's just leather. It is a necessary material. Shall we see his price? Since he's quite strong, he must have joined a hunter guild and earned quite a bit. Yeah, not just anyone can get a commission from them. Students from both factions aimed to flatten Vikier's ego through this auction. However, when the auction began, no one showed interest in Vikier's leather. This lack of interest was due to the intimidation tactics employed by both factions on other students. Smirking behind the scenes, the noble and clan factions envisioned Vikier's imminent downfall. But I thought there would be many interested in useful items like leather. Surprisingly, it seems unpopular. Vikier shrugged and turned his head to survey the piles of leather on the auction stage. Oh well, maybe there's just too much. Simultaneously, Vikier performed an unexpected action that shocked both the noble and clan factions. Swoosh! Right there, as if drawing fire from a torch, he set the leather on the stage ablaze. Everyone was either standing in shock or talking, but Vikier silently burned all the leather in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle, crackle. About half of the leather stacked on the stage burned down unceremoniously. A strange stillness settled over the auction venue. In this frozen atmosphere, Vikier asked briefly, "Is it still too much?" Simultaneously, Vikier pulled the fire once again. He didn't extinguish the flames until the remaining leather had been reduced by half. As the situation reached this point, a wavering uncertainty began among the students. The leather was an essential research material for them. However, Vikier showed no mercy. Without hesitation and with a gesture that seemed to want to burn everything, he lifted the torch again. But then, the onlookers, rather than letting him continue, intervened to stop Vikier. "That's our preparation material for the next class. I want it. I haven't prepared yet. I needed to add it to my armor for my final exams. There's already a shortage of supplies." "Wait, I'll buy it. You crazy bastard. I'll buy it. Stop burning." In that situation, Vikier firmly stated, the minimum bidding price is now 4 times the initial auction price. He demanded compensation for the losses incurred due to their unnecessary commotion. Eventually, the students had no choice but to begrudgingly pay Vikyr the fair value, blaming the noble and clan factions. The students from the noble and clan factions ended up being the ones who suffered the consequences of this absurd tug-of-war. "So that's how the auction ended?" Professor Banshee asked incredulously. Vikyr nonchalantly nodded. "Yes, thanks to that I managed to earn a lot of money." Before the professor could respond, there was a sudden sound, crunch. The tough leather pouch on the desk tore apart, and bills and coins inside started noisily falling to the floor. Jingle, jangle, jingle. Professor Banshee's desk was instantly covered with a pile of money. He stared at the hefty leather pouch, now bursting at the seams with a substantial amount of cash, and mumbled quietly, I need change." Professor Banshee took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and placed it on the tip of his nose. With delicate finger movements, he selected several large coins. "With this, your tuition is covered. Oh, for all your 4 years up front as a lump sum payment," Professor Banshee said, shrugging his shoulders as if to ask what Vikyr planned to do with the remaining money. However, Vikyr seemed uninterested in collecting the change. "The rest is also tuition fees," he said. "But there's too much money left to be just tuition fees. Are you planning to buy the lecture hall or something? If you're aiming for a professorship rather than being a student," Professor Banshee trailed off, puzzled. "The remaining amount is for other students who couldn't afford their tuition fees. Please use it for them," Vikyr calmly stated. Professor Banshee and even Dolors, who was standing nearby, wore perplexed expressions. "Are you sure?" Professor Banshee asked. "Yes. Are you saying you'll donate this entire amount to the Scholarship Foundation, under the pretext of a scholarship?" "Yes, but there's a condition," Vikyr added. Professor Banshee raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "So what is this condition?" "To receive this money, they must fulfill a certain amount of volunteer hours at an orphanage." "Orphanage?" Professor Banshee furrowed his brow, not quite understanding. Donating money for volunteering at an orphanage would be a lucrative deal for students. It meant receiving a scholarship for nothing but doing charity work, something that cash-strapped high school students would be grateful for over the next 10 years. "What's the catch?" Professor Banshee scrutinized Vikyr, but the latter showed no sign of responding. Eventually, Professor Banshee sighed and raised his hands in surrender. "All right, I get it. We'll create an award within the school, and we'll grant scholarships under that pretext. Do you have any name in mind for the award?" Vikyr remained silent for a moment. Then Professor Banshee, seemingly annoyed at not receiving an answer, clapped his hands. "All right, let's call it the Vikyr Award. Students who receive this award will be extremely grateful to you. It'll be like hitting the jackpot, getting free tuition from a wealthy sponsor. You'll become quite famous." At that moment, Vikyr raised his hand to stop Professor Banshee. "Please keep the donor's name anonymous, and let's choose a different name for the award." "What?" Professor Banshee adjusted his glasses and looked up, confused. Donating a large sum anonymously meant losing out on tax deductions and fame. Vikyr was challenging Professor Banshee's belief that all humans act only for their own benefit. However, despite Professor Banshee's confusion or silent contemplation, Vikyr, with the same expressionless face but a slightly softer voice, spoke up. "Let's name the award Nymphette." Upon hearing this, Professor Banshee wrinkled his forehead, indicating he didn't understand the meaning behind it. But there was a subtle shift in Dolor's pupils as she listened to the entire conversation. Chapter 234. Suspicion 1. Chapter 234. Suspicion 1. Dolors El Quavades, the student council president. She felt a strange mix of emotions upon hearing that the noble and clan factions, who were thorns in the student council's side, had suffered greatly from the thrift bazaar incident this time. Unlike the student council, which exercised its power in the official organization and campus, the noble and clan factions mainly formed their influence in the campus underworld. While the student council carried out its duties following legitimate rules and procedures, the noble and clan factions, in reality, used connections, bribery, insider information, and more to enhance their influence. Thus, the student autonomy power on campus was divided into the student council, noble faction, and clan faction. Dolors always disliked them for evading the responsibilities of an official organization and selectively enjoying the benefits of an unofficial group. However, as the student council was responsible for gathering public opinion and formulating policies accordingly, the noble and clan factions, who led the flow of public opinion, were always annoying opponents to be reckoned with. And then they were dealt a blow by a single freshman named Vikier. The noble and clan factions, who had been quietly expanding their influence to rival the student council, suffered a significant loss due to this incident, causing many to defect. The weakening of enemies is equivalent to strengthening our own side. Many were disappointed with the noble and clan factions turned away, and some even joined the student council. Thus, the executives in the student council were in high spirits day after day. Vikier, how about we recommend that guy to student council? Yeah, who wouldn't want to control the student council's purse strings? Ha, he's on the rise. To become a candidate for an executive position from the first year. Maybe aiming for the youngest student council president. Ah, that's too much. Not the president, but still impressive. Anyway, since the noble and clan factions will both harass him and try to recruit him, we need to move quickly. Ironically, they were already planning to reserve a spot for Vikier as an executive candidate from the second year. However, Dolers thought that Vikier would never accept not only an executive position, but also the invitation to join the student council. If he were an ordinary freshman, he would jump at the chance to become a student council executive, but he's different. No, he was beyond being just different. Gathering an enormous amount of high-quality Knoll leathers from outside, and donating the entire proceeds to the Scholarship Foundation for Academy students was no small feat. Moreover, doing it with the audacity to infuriate the noble and clan factions. Knoll hides may not be extremely valuable, but they're still quite precious. To burn them in front of enemies, raise the value and negotiate. No matter how I think about it, this isn't the courage of a freshman. Dolers became curious about Vikier as a person. Moreover, since the beginning of the semester, her attention had been drawn to him due to the strangely high number of demerits he received. Now she was paying considerable attention to him, because of his diligent behavior shown in the orphanage, and his grace in resolving her wet incident during the drinking game. And come to think of it, he was also first in both the written and practical exams for the midterms. Good at studying, skilled, and a hard worker. They could have been even closer if he hadn't written scathing articles about the night hound. It was an unfortunate situation. And now, Dolers was feeling a slight fondness and curiosity towards Vikier's actions. These feelings had strengthened even more after witnessing Vikier's boldness during the daring encounter between him and Professor Banshee yesterday evening. Let's call it Nymphette. While Professor Banshee didn't understand the meaning of Vikier's words, Dolers could immediately catch on. Nymphette, the pitiful child sacrificed in the battle against Dantalion. Vikier still remembered Nymphette. Aren't you too mean to the kid? Did you at least get a kiss? I didn't. It's not didn't, it's won't. The kid wants to give you a kiss, so take it. It's embarrassing. Dolers recalled the conversation she had with Vikier during their last volunteer activity at the orphanage. Vikier had refused Nymphette's kiss, citing embarrassment. Perhaps he can't forget Nymphette because of the memories of that day. If that was the case, Dolers was convinced that Vikier was hiding a warm heart beneath his rough exterior. No, she was certain. Suddenly, Dolers quickly stood up from her seat. As her thoughts reached this point, she felt an urgent need to do something. It seemed like she needed to meet Vikier right away and talk about something. It might be a sense of responsibility and indebtedness, as someone who had witnessed Nymphette's last moments alongside Night Hound in the fight against Dantalion. Additionally, there might be some inexplicable emotions that even she herself wasn't aware of. Where is the president going? Do you have urgent business? What about today's meeting agenda? The student council executives looked at her with puzzled expressions. Sorry, everyone. I'll handle the agenda even if I have to stay up all night. Dolers bowed quickly in apology and swiftly left the room. She headed from the lecture hall to the dormitory building. Around this time, most students would be there. But meeting Vikier wouldn't be so easy. Vikier, he usually comes to the dormitory last. By now, he might be in the library, right? Since he's a bookworm. He's not in the library. Then maybe he's in the gym. I heard he's quite serious about exercising, judging by his body. What? Not in the library or the gym? Then maybe. Although Dolores asked tutors and fellow students who were close to Vicyr like Sancho and Sinclair, there was no way to guess his whereabouts. And looking at the entrance logs of the main gate and back gate, there was no mention of him leaving, so he must be somewhere within the academy. Where on earth could he be? Dolores stood still, catching her breath. She had sensed this even back in the orphanage, but Vicyr was exceptionally good at navigating wherever he went. Come to think of it, even during the festival when the Black Mage appeared, his traces were elusive. A student shrouded in mystery, with everything about him veiled. Dolores felt that her various questions about Vicyr were becoming more intense. Even when she tried to smell the scent of his soul when he was close, there was nothing distinctive. Vicyr kept his emotions tightly sealed, making it difficult to find a way to confirm anything about him. Suddenly, Dolores recalled Vicyr's record of demerits. It doesn't make sense to accumulate that many demerits just for taking a wrong turn. He's too smart for that. At that time, she didn't realize it, but now it seemed odd. Vicyr couldn't have accumulated demerits without a reason. Dolores opened the chart recorded on the mana stone and closely examined Vicyr's demerit records. Vicyr demerits deduction factors. Use of emergency exit on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building. -1 point, entry into the exclusive area for 4th-year students in the practice arena. -1 point, use of the central staircase on the 1st floor of the Venom experiment lab. -1 point, entry into the smoking area of the experimental demon breeding facility. -1 point, use of the central staircase on the 6th floor of the professor's research lab. -1 point, use of the central staircase on the 3rd floor of the hot department lab. -1 point, entry outside of permitted hours at the gym. -1 point, entry into the restricted area next to the cafeteria's food warehouse, off limits to unauthorized personnel. -1 point. These locations, they seem to be classified by date. I wonder how his movements would be if we look at it by location. Dolores, convinced that finding Vicyr today was hopeless, decided to follow the routes Vicyr had taken recently. Why on earth? If he's just an ordinary freshman, there should be no reason to go to such unusual places and get demerits. And then, after visiting each location listed in the demerit records, Dolores noticed a peculiar commonality among them. High and secluded places. All of them were facing the high walls of the academy. Dolores looked around. What is this? Did he have intentions of crossing the academy's walls? Otherwise, why would he choose only these places to wander? It was becoming a series of increasingly incomprehensible situations. Just then, a notification sound echoed from the mana stone. Dolores hastily turned it on. Vicyr demerits deduction factors. Use of emergency exit on the 1st floor of the dormitory building. -1 point, an alert popped up, indicating that Vicyr's demerits had been updated. It was just a few seconds ago. This meant that Vicyr had gone up to the rooftop of the 1st-year floor in the dormitory building, got caught by the supervisor, and received demerits. He was there. Dolores recalled that the rooftop of the dormitory building was also a high and secluded place. Along with the question of why he only chose such locations, Dolores sprinted with all her might. Eventually, she soon arrived at the rooftop of the 1st-year dormitory building. However, there was no one there. Both Vicyr and the supervisor who had given him demerits had already left. If he was in the dormitory building, he must have headed to his room. Dolores hurriedly descended from the emergency exit, and after obtaining permission from the supervisor, went to find Vicyr's room. But even there, Vicyr was nowhere to be found. She only encountered Figgy, who was studying inside the room. Vicyr, he came in just now and left again. Oh, did he? Where did he go by any chance? He said he was going to the shower. But why? As soon as Dolores heard Figgy's reply, she paused momentarily before attempting to leave the room. It occurred to her belatedly that she wouldn't be able to find him even if she went to the shower room. He'll come back to the room after the shower, right? Well, I don't know. Vicyr usually wanders around somewhere after dinner. Does he ever not come back? No, that never happens. Even if it's late, he always comes back. Dolores nodded at Figgy's words. Suddenly, her gaze shifted towards the place where Vicyr stayed. An old wooden desk, a thin single blanket and a worn-out pillow, a cheap mattress with a few springs missing, a simple and austere living space that was hard to imagine anyone inhabiting. Figgy's ordinary bedding on top seemed extravagantly luxurious in comparison. Figgy, sensing Dolar's gaze, smiled knowingly. Victor doesn't usually keep a lot of things with him. It's as if he's always about to leave. Leave? Oh no, not really. It's just my feeling. But from the perspective of a roommate, it might seem that way. Dolar's expression turned serious as she listened to Figgy's words. Around that time, a supervisor responsible for the boys' dormitory warned Dolar's not to stay too long on the boys' floor, especially as a senior. In the end, Dolar's had to turn away without meeting Victor. Well then, thanks, Figgy. See you next time. Sure, when Victor comes back I'll tell him that you visited. Dolar's left Figgy's room, glancing back several times. And alone in the room, Figgy, left to ponder the surprising situation, muttered to himself quietly. No way did the student council president come for Victor. It was the start of a misunderstanding. Chapter 235, Suspicion 2, Chapter 235. Suspicion 2. The next morning, before the start of the first class, Dolar's sought the newspaper club room. Perhaps due to completing student council matters all night yesterday, she had serious dark circles under her eyes. The workload is overwhelming due to the upcoming National University League next week. Should I pull another all-nighter today? Mage Tower, Varangian Academy, and Themyscira Women's College, the four major academies in the Empire along with Colosseo Academy. The annual event hosted jointly by the Empire's four most famous top academies was approaching, and all official groups at Colosseo Academy were in high gear. Of course, the student council, led by Dolar's, was no exception. However, despite the night labor, her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. I should finish the club work in the morning, attend classes, and then look for Victor until afternoon classes start. Dolar's energetically opened the club room door. Good morning, everyone. Dolar's usual lively greeting. But there was something peculiar about the attitudes of her clubmates who would normally respond with cheerful laughter. One by one, they looked at Dolar's with strange expressions as if they were all smiling mysteriously. It seems like spring has finally come for our cute president, a romance with a younger guy, how cool. Younger, how our Dolar's may be a third year, but she looks even younger. Anyway, we're so mad. You're so mean for not telling us. Really, we had to find out about the love of our close friend through a newspaper article. Faced with the criticism from the third-year classmates, Dolar's blinked her large eyes but said nothing. Eventually, Dolar's saw a newspaper article presented before her eyes. It was an exclusive article reported by another newspaper from outside the academy. Exclusive, a youthful spring day for the student council president of Colosseo Academy. Colosseo Academy's student council president, Dolar's El Quavadis, has recently been revealed to be in a relationship. Dolar's, who possessed both martial arts skills and a beautiful appearance, has attracted attention since the beginning of her enrollment. The partner is surprisingly a freshman, just a first year. Let's call him B. B, from the early days of enrollment, has drawn attention with his outstanding looks, grades, and martial ability. The emotional connection between the two, presumed to have blossomed during volunteer activities. After passionate courtship on both sides, it appears they have successfully started dating. The Quavadis clan has not yet provided any statement on this matter. Meanwhile, citizens of Venitir, upon learning about Dolar's affection, showed reactions such as, "It's fine. They make a handsome couple. I'm jealous, but if Dolar's is happy, it's okay." What is this? Dolar's mouth fell open. It seemed like paparazzi from outside had suddenly increased recently, but why was this journalism targeting her? Standing bewildered, Dolar's was surrounded by her third-year classmates. Hey, this person written as student council president's man. The one that captivated the Saintess, that's the first-year Victor, right? The one who cross-dressed during the festival. If it's Victor, he can marry our Dolar's. Quiet, diligent, and above all, handsome. Really frustrating. We could have helped if you had told us earlier. Our Dolar's, she always seemed strangely uninterested in guys. Turns out she had such high standards. The quiet cat climbs onto the roof first, you. How dare you try and steal Victor, big sister? Girl talk had begun. It was a conversation flow that Dolar's found challenging to adapt to. No, it's not like that. I just have some questions about Victor. It's just about one or two suspicious things. However, Dolar's defense only fueled more misunderstanding. Sure, that's how it always starts, little by little, few questions. We heard the prologue now, let's get ready for the main story. What? Vikir is suspicious. Well, he's handsome enough to be suspicious. Eyes, nose, mouth, skin, all very remarkable. Is he even human? Exactly. Last festival, when he dressed up as a witch, I even as a girl felt disheartened. Those who had seen Vikir cross-dressed during the festival became head over heels for him. Dolars realized that all explanations were futile and quickly exited the club room. Now it's even harder to go around looking for him. It seemed like she would have to refrain from meeting Vikir for a while. She didn't want to add fuel to the gossip fire, right at that moment. As she left the lecture hall and turned onto a path, something caught her eye. He this crazy jerk again. Die, just die. I got bitten. It hurts. Voices she recognized were coming from behind the building. Approaching the source of the voices, Dolars soon witnessed a surprising scene. You spear, real belt, yellow snow lover, calm, red min, Southmead. Second-year troublemakers from the cold department. 3 boys and 3 girls formed a group causing a ruckus among themselves. And in the midst of it, there was a black puppy. Growl, it was the stray dog, whom Dolars called Choco. When they were almost expelled from the academy, their family sent a delegation and begged her not to, and she let them go with a memorandum that they would never bully the weak again. But they're causing trouble again. Stepping forward quickly, Dolars exclaimed, "You guys again! Seriously, maybe you need to experience expulsion once." However, she couldn't finish her words. No wonder, because the 6 men and women in front of her were all in tattered clothes and covered in bloodstains. Choco, the black puppy, was moving swiftly, revealing its teeth and claws like a malicious creature, biting and tearing at the 6 people. Growl, observing Choco's movements, there was no need to help him. Despite its small size, it possessed combat instincts that made its mouth wide enough to be fearsome. With considerable strength and speed, it handled the 6 troublemakers easily. The 6 troublemakers, getting scratched and bitten, were moaning as they fled. If only it weren't for the promise with the Saintess. But even if I used mana, it seems impossible to catch it. Let's just run. What the heck is that dog? It's too fast. Why is it so scary? Dolars stood with a numb expression, watching the troublemakers disappear into the distance. Hack. The black puppy chased them for a while but soon turned around to walk away. Hey, Choco, Dolars called out to the black puppy walking in the opposite direction. The pup turned its head as if it recognized its name. Dolars stopped and approached it, reaching out her hand. The puppy slid back, avoiding her touch, but Dolars persistently followed and embraced it. Do you have an owner? The scent from your fur is quite distinct. Dolars buried her face in the puppy's jaw and neck, sniffing. From the fluffy fur, a pleasant fragrance emanated subtly. A rather familiar scent. Dolars quickly identified the origin of the scent. Academy amenities, basic shampoo scent. A student who must be your owner, right? If the black puppy had taken a bath, it must have been in the dormitory. Thinking she should find out who among the dormitory students owned the black puppy, Dolars spoke while still holding on to it. You're stronger than you look, chasing away 6 people. But still, you shouldn't fight so recklessly. Those guys couldn't move because I had warned them firmly. I hope you're not attacking other people like this. That's not okay. Whether the black puppy understood Dolars' words or not, it simply looked elsewhere. Seeing it seemingly ignoring her words, Dolars, half jokingly and half seriously, continued speaking. Choco, if you keep ignoring Big Sister's words, I'll neuter you, okay? Upon hearing this, the puppy's 2 ears pricked up. Bang! The guy hastily escaped from Dolars' arms and dashed away like an arrow, pounding the ground. Hey, Choco, wait up! Dolars followed the black puppy, but it was much faster than expected and quickly disappeared into the bushes. Well, he's not one to stick around, just like someone I know. Dolars chuckled. Lately, there seemed to be quite a few men who behaved differently, whether it was Hound, Vikir, or Choco, and right at that moment. Kyung! A moaning sound came from the back. Turning her head, she saw a male student who had been chased by the black puppy lying on the ground. You spear, one of the troublemakers among the cold department class B second-year delinquents. He was stumbling and falling like he'd just finished a 6-pack of cold beer bottles. Dolars sighed quietly and stood in front of him. Why did you harass a dog again? "Oh, it's unfair, President. This time that dog, no, that puppy attacked us first. Does that make sense? How can that little one attack you first? No, President, you saw it earlier. That dog, its teeth and claws are really sharp. And did you see how fast it is, even faster than the wolves we raise in our family?" Enough. No more excuses. Uspeer, receiving Dolar's scornful gaze, looked genuinely aggrieved. "Sigh, after getting caught by Night Hound, it seems all our luck has finished." At the passing comment from Uspeer, Dolars momentarily flinched. What did you just mutter?" "What? Oh, it's not that I have bad luck, it's just that nothing good has happened lately, really. Enough with that, before that." "What?" "Oh, Night Hound." Uspeer hesitated for a moment and then swept his bangs up with his hand. Upon this, faint scars from a knife were visible. "I got caught by that crazy guy wearing a raven mask while passing through the streets a while ago, and this was the result." "A crazy guy wearing a mask?" "Yes, but I didn't know back then. Now that I think about it, the villain I encountered that night, whether he was Night Hound or not, had the same demeanor and appearance." Uspeer's testimony was incredible. Uspeer and his 5 delinquent friends, he claimed, had directly encountered the Night Hound. Furthermore, this occurred prior to the media's coverage of Night Hound's actions. Dolars asked with a serious expression, "So the day you guys met Night Hound was during the freshman welcome party?" Yes, that's right. Back then, Night Hound wasn't even known as Night Hound. It was before he carried out terrorist activities in Venetia, right?" "That's right. I remember it clearly. That raven-like mask and his voice that sounded like scraping metal." Uspeer spoke, feeling quite intimidated by Dolar's demeanor. "We tried really hard to find him but couldn't find him anywhere." "Well, that's obvious. Even the Venetiro security force and the Imperial Army couldn't catch him. Back then, Night Hound wasn't as infamous as he is now." Dolars pondered upon Uspeer's words. "Why did Night Hound attack them?" Dolars had thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of these 6 troublemakers to expel them from the academy. According to the results of that investigation, these 6 troublemakers were virtually confined to their territory and the school, with no activities beyond that. "So they have no grudges with outsiders. Does that mean—" "It seems like Night Hound has some connection to this academy." That feeling became stronger. Uspeer, perhaps recalling the nightmare of that day, spoke shivering. "He knew not only our names but also our parents' names and the position of our families in detail." Dolars quickly calculated. If he knew such detailed information about the academy students, he's not a first year. At least a second year or maybe a third year. It was a hypothesis Dolars had been considering. With this, the probability of Night Hound having an informant within the academy increased even more. Perhaps there was an extremely slim chance that Night Hound himself was a student of the academy. Dolars turned to look down at Uspeer. Bang! A white light rose, healing his wounds. When Uspeer, with a vacant expression, raised his head, Dolars spoke in a stern voice. "What you just said must be kept an absolute secret." "Yes. Don't tell anyone about it. From now on, I'll handle it." Uspeer, seemingly understanding that Dolars intended to intercept their testimonies, nodded blankly. Only after promising not only for himself but also for his friends did Uspeer manage to get away. "Remember, if this information leaks from anyone else, I'll expel you." Dolars spoke, leaving behind a stern threat. Chapter 236, National University League 1, Chapter 236 National University League 1, the prestigious Colosseo Academy, the Empire's top university, was buzzing with an unusual atmosphere these days. The reason behind it was the approaching date of the annual event, where the top universities of the Empire gathered for a joint competition. National University League. A yearly event where 4 universities representing the Empire gathered in one place to determine their superiority. Colosseo Academy consistently maintained the highest grades in the annual university evaluations. But the other 3 universities were not to be underestimated. Colosseo Academy, Varangian Academy, Military Academy, Mage Tower Temisquira Women's College. Following closely behind Colosseo Academy were the formidable universities of Varangian Academy, Mage Tower, and Themisquira Women's College. Varangian Academy, located in the northern region, was renowned for its focus on cold weapons such as swords, spears, axes, and bows. a specialized university for martial training. Mage Tower, situated in the eastern region, was also a specialized university known for its emphasis on the path of magic. Those who walked the path of magic gathered here to pursue their studies. Themyscira, a comprehensive university in the southern region, had an education system most similar to Colosseo Academy. Students could choose their major based on talents, aptitude, and preferences, selecting either cold weapons or hot weapons, magic. Additionally, they could choose other fields of study as minors, double majors, or electives. The key difference was that Themyscira limited its admissions to female students only, except for extremely exceptional cases. Now, with the impending confrontation with these formidable rivals, the atmosphere at Colosseo Academy was tense, akin to the eve of a stormy battle. Among the first-year students of Colosseo, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair felt it intensely. It's my first time meeting people from other schools. Being first is tough. Even if you do well, it's just breaking even. If you fail, it's a humiliating loss. I'm a bit nervous. Can I do well? Why be nervous? You're doing well even at Colosseo. Yeah, in the end, we're all the same age. Being freshmen, they were naturally curious about the cultures and academic styles of other schools. Meanwhile, Sinclair and Sancho, having experienced entrance exams at other schools, were attracting the attention of students from different institutions. Come to think of it, didn't Sancho take first place in the Varangian Academy entrance exam? Those guys must be grinding their teeth whenever they see Sancho. Why would they grind their teeth? Of course, they would. He abandoned their school and came to Colosseo. Would that make them look good? Then Sinclair is in even bigger trouble, huh? She was first in the entrance exams for both Mage Tower and Themyscira. I don't know, but there must be a lot of people from those schools who are itching to compete with her. Indeed, Sinclair was a monster who ranked first in all entrance exams for universities with magic departments such as Mage Tower, Themyscira, and even Colosseo. Even though Tudor didn't know, it seemed clear that Sinclair would attract envious glances. At that moment, a male student draped in a black cloak appeared with an arrogant demeanor. Don't worry, dim-witted friends. I will personally participate in the competition and provide some proper education to these inferior beings. It was Granola Revieden, a recent addition to the clan faction, who had become quite arrogant since joining. Tudor, who usually didn't think much of Granola, retorted, "Hey, know-it-all, are you participating in the competition too? What insolence is that? Don't you know that there are no grade restrictions for this competition? Anyone can participate, be it a first year, third year, or even someone about to graduate." Who asked? Tudor quickly lost interest and turned his head, but Granola's lecturing and explanatory tendencies seemed unyielding. Allow me to explain the nature and rules of the competition to you immature ones. The formal name of the competition held by the 4 university leagues is the Olympiad Survival Challenge, also known as Battle Royal Ground Zero. In a randomly designated spacious area, a total of 400 students will warp, and the task is to survive in any way possible within the limited time. Everyone wears HP suits and engages in the game. Automatic elimination occurs when their HP reaches 0. The top 10 students in the survival competition are awarded artifacts, stored in a treasure warehouse jointly managed by the 4 universities. Now that I've explained it in such detail, refrain from doing anything that would trip me up at the competition site. Granola concluded his explanation with a self-satisfied attitude. At that moment, someone brushed past Granola's shoulders. "Oh, what's this? Who dares to touch my noble body?" Granola turned his head with an annoyed expression. There stood a tall male student with black hair and red eyes. Well, Highbrow Baskerville, one of the strongest in the cold department, was looking down at Granola. Granola glanced silently at Highbrow's face. Even the usually arrogant Granola was aware. He knew how much of a stubborn and headstrong character Highbrow was. "Oh, never mind. Idiot." Then Highbrow abruptly turned and walked away. Idiot. Idiot. What made it even more infuriating was the voices of Middlebrow and Lowbrow which followed right after him. Left alone, Granola started to tremble. Those crazy bastards. Even if all 3 of them ganged up on me, I would have given them a run for their money. Ah, damn it, the odds are stacked against me, the gangsters. Everyone was looking at Granola with dubious eyes. At that moment, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow were joined by another male student walking towards them. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair enthusiastically shouted when they saw his face. "Vicyr, over here, good morning, my friends. I heard rumors about your romance, Vicyr. Is that true? No way, right? Is it really the student council president?" "Ah, no way, of course not. Big brother said he's not interested in dating." Friends surrounded Vicyr and started discussing the upcoming competition. "But is the rumor about the romance true?" "They say it's not Vicyr. Anyway, this time, it seems like there's no grade restriction for participation. If there are 100 students allocated for each school, there will be around 20 freshmen." "Right. The real aces are the third-year students. Fourth-year students usually don't participate as a tradition. Probably 50 third-year students, 30 second-year students, and around 20 freshmen. Since we did well on the midterms, we'll be definitely included." The conversation eventually focused on Vicyr. Tudor asked, "So, Vicyr, how should we form our teams?" "It seems scores are evaluated individually, but the participation itself is done in teams, right? It's 5 members per team. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, and Vicyr. The usual group size is 6, making it a bit tricky to form teams for everyone. It might be better to split into 2 groups of 3. "Yeah, let's go with 2 groups of 3, and each group can have 2 members from different groups. Now, Vicyr, you're in our group for now." "What? Why are you taking Vicyr so casually?" "Right. This should be decided fairly with a draw. I want to be in Vicyr's group." "I agree. I want to be in the same group as Big Brother this time." In the situation where 2 teams were forming, everyone wanted to be in Vicyr's group. However, in this situation, Vicyr gave a different answer. "Well, I'm already in another group." "What? Again? It was the same during the midterm exams." "This is also a prior arrangement." "I apologize." All his friends were clearly disappointed, especially Sinclair, who seemed visibly dejected. "I really wanted to be in the same group as Big Brother this time." "Well, sorry again. This time I have a pretty clear purpose, too." Everyone widened their eyes at Vicyr's words. "Purpose?" Vicyr revealing his inner thoughts was a first, so everyone momentarily forgot their disappointment and expressed curiosity. Vicyr willingly explained the situation. "If I make it into the top 10 in this competition, I can receive 1 treasure from the treasure vault jointly managed by the 4 universities." Vicyr said this with an unusual twinkle in his eyes. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair were all surprised by this unexpected revelation. It was the first time they had seen Vicyr openly express a desire for something. "What treasure are you aiming for? I have one in mind." "What is it?" "It's a secret." "Oh, come on, we thought you'd finally tell us." Tudor, known for his impatience, was the first to protest. Even Sinclair, who usually kept many secrets, had a glint of excitement in her eyes. "Big Brother, do you have a specific artifact you're aiming for?" "Yes." "Can't you tell your cute little sister? It's a secret." "Oh, come on. For once, just tell us." Vicyr's personality was a mystery, and it was rare to see him openly desiring something. "Even I have a particular artifact in mind. But you know what? Even if you enter the treasure vault, it doesn't guarantee you'll get a treasure. The artifacts choose you, not the other way around." Inside the treasure vault managed by the 4 major universities were artifacts akin to treasures with profound spiritual attributes. These artifacts, instead of waiting to be chosen by their owners, sought out their masters. The artifacts choose their owners, and they stay by the owner's side until their lifespan ends. After that, they return to the vault. Sinclair added with a playful smile, "In other words, you must choose between artifacts that choose you. You can't always get your way. If you go into a warehouse and are not chosen by any artifacts, you must apparently leave empty-handed." But for Vicyr, who retained memories from before the regression, such constraints meant nothing. "As long as I can enter the treasure vault, that's all that matters." After all, Vicyr's ultimate goal was not to possess the artifact but to destroy it. Vicyr remembered the target he had in mind for the treasure vault. The 7th corpse. That disgusting demon should be dormant inside the treasure vault. The only object-type demon among the 10 supreme demon lords. The 7th demon, de Carabia, was precisely what he sought. Chapter 237. National University League 2. Chapter 237 National University League. 2. Colosseo Academy, Varangian Academy, Mage Tower, Themyscira Women's College. Only a few days remain until the start of the National University League hosted by the 4 prestigious academies. Before that, students from Colosseo Academy embarked on a journey to Mage Tower, the venue for this competition. It's been so long since I went out, finally stepping out beyond the imperial capital. I thought I'd die waiting until the vacation. Although I'm not going to Usher Lake, but I'll have to be satisfied with this. Perhaps one must have a broader perspective, rather than a wide view. Bianca, adorned in a flashy floral shirt, shorts, sunglasses, a straw hat, and stylish sandals, pulled a large suitcase while singing a tune. Judging by her enthusiastic mood, she seemed quite spirited. Tutor, observing her, seemed displeased and remarked, "If someone saw you, they would think we're going on vacation to some resort. What if your grades suffer and you lose in the tournament? Is the person saying that wearing a swimsuit under their skirt? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? How do you know if I'm wearing a swimsuit or not? I saw it when your skirt fluttered in the wind earlier. You pervert, why were you looking? If we're going to get technical, you're the bigger pervert for wearing a skirt. In our Donquixote clan, it's a tradition for men to wear skirts. Well, anyway, I didn't like seeing it, but you walked ahead and forced me to see it. And it's not like you were wearing panties, bro, chill. I'll sue you. Sue for what? What's there to sue for? I'll sue you for defamation. I'll file a complaint for assault then. Your swimsuit attire almost blinded me. My vision was impaired by it. Tutor and Bianca continued their bickering today as well. Seeing this, Sancho, Figgy, and Sinclair laughed as usual. Both of them are full of energy today. They'll surely make a fierce couple. They already seem to have that affection. They've been childhood friends since forever. The University League, the Olympiad Survival Challenge, is typically hosted one by one in order by 4 universities. This time it was Mage Tower's turn, located in the eastern part of the continent. Mage Tower is in the Dortsmal region in the southeast, known for its mild climate and rich tourist attractions such as deserts, forests, caves, valleys, and the sea, making it famous as a resort. To reach this warm and cozy place today, the students of Colosseo Academy are riding on a train. Venetier Station, Platform 9 and 3/4. Soon, the train entered the platform. Ding 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 diddy ring ding diddy ding 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 the Continental Circulation. The Continental Circulation train is entering. This station is Venetier Station. The doors to exit are on the right. Please be careful when getting off, as the distance between the boarding area and the platform is wide. Thank you for using our Mana train today. Have a good day. Breaking through the hazy steam emitted by the burning Mana stones, a giant steel serpent approached the platform and came to a stop. Upon this sight, Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair each exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing. It's my first time riding the Mana train." Hee, Tutor, you have a bit of a rustic side. I rode it once when I came to enroll. To be honest, it's my first time too. I've used a teleport scroll before, though. Once you're on the train, don't show such dumb reactions. Inside, students from Varangian and Themyscira have been boarding since the previous station. Since they're all rivals, we should board with a strong determination, not underestimating anyone. The students of Colosseo Academy, suppressing their excited hearts, boarded the train with stern expressions. The exterior of the train was hot and solid. A warm heat was transmitted to the soles of their feet from the moment they climbed the stairs. However, upon entering, the heat was not felt at all. A magically maintained space with a constantly pleasant temperature. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair, though somewhat tense at the thought of encountering opponents for the competition, were either unlucky or fortunate. The train compartments were completely empty. Oh, it seems they've divided the platform so that only Colosseo Academy students can board. We've chartered this compartment. Everyone nodded in agreement with Tutor's words. While it was fortunate that there was no conflict, on the other hand, it was a bit disappointing. At that moment, "Hey, there they are!" With the sharp eyes of an archer, Bianca pointed towards the window. While the train was stopped, some people outside were either buying something or observing the surroundings. They were divided into 2 groups. One consisted of students wearing thick and sturdy plate armor with chainmail underneath, making an impressive appearance. About 99% of them were robustly built males, each carrying shields, axes, greatswords, warhammers, and more on their backs. They were the students from the Varangian Academy. It's like Sancho X10. What are you doing without your armor over there? Haha, that's true. The attire is familiar in the northern regions. Tutor looked at Sancho next to him and chuckled, and Sancho also smiled stylishly. On the other side, female students were wearing white uniforms with cloaks adorned with drawings of roses. About 99% of them were strong-built females, each carrying shields, axes, greatswords, warhammers, magic wands, magic books, and more on their backs. They were the students from Themyscira Women's University. They look formidable, don't they? I heard those sisters are really skilled in combat. Bianca and Sinclair also swallowed their saliva. These were the warriors from Varangian and Themyscira who would compete in this tournament. Regardless of gender, they all looked formidable, and it was evident that the upcoming battles wouldn't be easy. And around that time, whoosh, with the miraculous sound of mana stones burning in the furnace, the train started moving. Giant cogs, powered by the force of mana, turned vigorously and clanked as the train began its journey. The train started running towards Mage Tower, far in the distance. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair found their assigned seats on the train ticket and soon settled into the compartment, which had transformed into a cozy room. In the center of the train compartment, a round table was placed, and individual spaces were divided for each person. The students of Colosseo Academy were now able to sit or lie down on plush sofas and spend a long time traveling. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair marveled at the rapidly passing scenery of Venetir outside the window. Wow, it's really fast. I'll go to the snack cabin and get some eggs and soda. These are things you should have on a train journey. Dang, I already brought some. Oh, Figgy knows a thing or two. Wow, it feels like going on a trip. It's like a prelude to the vacation. And suddenly, the friends thought of another friend who wasn't present, Vikir. If he had been there too, the mood would have been even better, but unfortunately, he wasn't in the same seat, creating a slightly subdued atmosphere. Tutor was the first to speak up. Vikir, that traitor, betraying us again to team up with others. I'm really upset this time. It's a prearranged agreement. There's nothing we can do. It's a bit disappointing not to be in the same team, but seeing him prioritize promises is a good sight. If it's Vikir, he'll surely consider our promise just as important. By the way, where is Vikir's seat? He's probably in a compartment quite far from us, maybe next to the seats occupied by the Themyscira students. I hope nothing will happen to him. Vikir's current seat was in a train compartment far to the rear. Right behind that compartment were the participants from Themyscira Women's College. I hope he doesn't get into trouble just because he's there. Maybe it won't be trouble or a fight, but rather a potential romantic interest. Right, Vikir is quite handsome. He was already famous outside Venetir, you know. I heard that at Themyscira, being an all-women's university, there's a strong desire for handsome men. It's similar to Venetir being an extremely male-dominated university. The desire for beautiful women is probably equally strong there. As the friends shared thoughts about Vikir, a somewhat worried atmosphere lingered in their conversation. By the way, Vikir might face various problems. True. Rather than external factors from Themyscira, it's his fellow teammates inside that could make things difficult for Vikir. I agree. Even if granola is taken into consideration, to team up with the so-called insane dogs of the cold department, high bro, middle bro, low bro. Those guys are definitely planning to take advantage of our friender. It was the same during the midterms. Vikir's current team was known as the Hellish Team. High bro La Baskerville, middle bro La Baskerville, low bro La Baskerville, Granola de Rivieden, Vikir. These five were on the same team. It's certain those guys are trying to exploit our brother, just like during the midterms. Although Vikir was a commoner, he found himself in a team with the three notorious brothers from the Baskerville clan, including Granola, who was known for his pompous attitude. Friends were worried about what kind of humiliation and hardship Vikir might be facing alone. However, in the rear compartment of the train, a scene unfolded quite different from the friends' concerns. Chapter 238, National University League 3. Chapter 238, National University League 3. Granola de Revieden. As the third son of the hostile poison clan Revieden, one of the 7 great clans of the empire, he had lived his entire life under praise and expectations as the family's top genius. Never once had he allowed anyone to surpass him, at least until the entrance exam for the Colosseo Academy. From then, he had maintained his second-place rank in everything. From the beginning, something seemed off. Granola thought about the woman who had risen above him, Sinclair, a commoner without a title. He dismissed this impossible event as the first and last miracle that a lower-class commoner could have. However, even in the midterm exams, his ranking remained unchanged. Always beneath Sinclair, Granola struggled with feelings of inferiority and resentment. Yet, strangely, the more he struggled, the more peculiar emotions surfaced within him. Perhaps these emotions had been there from the moment he first laid eyes on her. Everywhere, her striking white hair, clear skin, deer-like large eyes, finely shaped nose, and lips were prominent. Each time Granola thought of Sinclair, he found himself silently cheering for her deep within his heart. It seemed absurd, but it was an undeniable fact. Since then, Granola had actively circled around Sinclair, berating himself with harsh words whenever he habitually thought about a commoner like her. Around that time, an annoying presence appeared Vikier. Nothing special, just an ordinary guy with decent grades and a somewhat balanced appearance. Yet, all the female students in the entire school seemed to flock to him as if they would give him everything. Sinclair, whom Granola had been observing for a long time, also showed subtle signs of favoritism toward Vikier as she approached him first. "It's unbelievable. It's impossible." Though Granola couldn't bring himself to speak, a relationship of doing volunteer work and studying together had already formed between them. So Granola made up his mind. He would be in the same group as Vikier for this competition. Using his superiority, he'll highlight Vikier's inferiority even more vividly. I'll embarrass him in front of Sinclair. Perhaps then she wouldn't overlook me anymore. She might realize who the more impressive and strong man truly was. That was Granola's plan. Ahem! Granola took a seat at the round table. The members of the same group for this competition were already seated around the table. Granola was about to ask Vikier, who was in front of him, to take his luggage and put it in the storage compartment above when he realized it was a bit awkward to command without further consideration. Not because Vikier was intimidating, but because of the people on either side of him. High bro, middle bro, low bro, the 3 brothers of Baskerville. As they vaguely occupied the seats on either side of Vikier, Granola couldn't help but be a little cautious. But Granola remained determined. "Yeah, I shouldn't be intimidated by these guys. I am the leader of this group." The seating arrangement was in the order of high bro, middle bro, Vikier, low bro, and Granola, forming a circle. Skipping over the adjacent low bro, Granola spoke again to Vikier on his other side. "Hey, commoner, can't you hear me? Take my luggage and put it on top for storage." Vikier, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened one eye. Granola's luggage was placed right in front of him. "What are you doing? Not gonna take it." "This kid, seriously, are you relying on your midterm grades? A kid who got lucky after gathering some info on ants or something." At that moment, Lowbro, who was between Vikier and Granola, spoke up. "Shut up, it's fucking noisy." Granola's expression stiffened at those words. Is he telling me to shut up? That expression of his seemed to question if that statement was directed at him. Granola experienced such a blatant provocation for the first time. Wasn't he the heir to the Revieden family? "What did you just say?" Granola asked, looking bewildered. When Lowbro closed his eyes as if annoyed and didn't respond, Granola became even more puzzled. "No, it ain't even highbrow. Now even the most cowardly guy is trying to say shit to me." The most famous of the triplets from Baskerville was probably highbrow. He was the strongest and had good grades, making the other 2, middlebrow and lowbrow, feel like followers. Hence, the awkwardness Granola felt was even more significant. This won't work. If I want to control this group, I have to show charisma from the start. Closing his eyes, Granola took a deep breath. Just got on the train, and these guys are already annoying me. "Hey, commoner." Granola slumped back in his seat, once again motioning towards Vikier. "Take out a bottle of liquor from my luggage." Yes, Granola had secretly brought vodka, a drink that students shouldn't have, in his bag. Granola looked at the silent highbrow, middle bro, and low bro with a smirk. How about that? I'm the guy who openly flaunts drinking from a vodka bottle on a train heading to a competition. And mind you, I'm underage. Granola displayed his courage and recklessness by nonchalantly committing an act of questionable behavior. Hey, commoner, quickly take it out. There's a bottle of vodka in my bag. However, Vikier still showed no reaction. Granola's eyebrows twitched. If he personally took out the bottle, everything would be ruined. Even if he drank, it wouldn't be a big deal. So he had to find a way to get that commoner guy to move and take it out for him. Hey, are you deaf? Hurry up and take it out. At that moment, Lowbro, who was next to him, spoke up again. Man, you're really annoying. Did you stick a crow in your mouth? What? If you want a drink, take it out yourself. This isn't some fucking joke. Granola's face turned a shade of red at Lowbro's words. Then a hand holding a bottle of liquor blocked the view between them. It was Vikier's hand. Your liquor is right here. Cut it out. Vikier took out the vodka from Granola's bag and handed it to him. Granola, in a show of defiance, confidently grabbed the vodka bottle. Thunk! Granola assumed the most delinquent posture he could manage, carefully not overstepping the boundaries of highbrow and lowbrow sitting nearby, and opened his mouth. Ah, feeling dirty, guess I should have a drink. But no one paid any attention to Granola. He swaggered, puffing out his chest, and opened the lid of the vodka bottle. Any of you know how to drink? Heh, whatever. Why? Scared of getting caught by the prefect while drinking? It's probably because you're all so inexperienced. I actually like alcohol. Whenever I come to a place like this, I make sure to have a drink. Well, it's only 70 proof, so it's not much different from water. Cheers, Granola tilted the vodka bottle, taking a few drops into his mouth. Then, as if he had just remembered something, he opened his mouth. Oh, right. Hey, I'll be the leader of this group. Any objections? A dismissive tone that passed by casually. However, Granola's attention was laser-focused on everyone's reactions. But no one reacted. Eyes closed, fists clenched, deeply immersed in meditation. Granola grinned at the lack of response. Is this their way of acknowledging me as the leader? They're basically saying, do whatever you want, right? So, with a touch of arrogance, he tried again. Well, it's just a formality, but I'll take charge. It seems like the competition results will be better if I lead. I've received specialized training at home. And well, I come from a noble background, naturally used to dealing with the lower class. Continuing to babble with the scent of alcohol, Granola, holding the vodka bottle, glanced around to gauge everyone's reactions. Wanting to drive the point home, Granola decided to try one more time. Ah, WL, did you guys hear me? I'll be the Lee, cough. Vikier cleared his throat and stood up, leaving the room. Granola furrowed his brow. Yo, 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 look, the leader is talking. Anyway, these commoners are so mannerless. Even if you go to the bathroom when you come back, I, as the leader, will give you a stern warning. Just then. Thunk, a dull sound echoed. Granola's smile slowly vanished. An unbelievable sight unfolded. Granola's hand on the table had a dagger deeply embedded in the back of it. Flesh tore, muscles split, bones broke, and blood flowed freely. Granola stared blankly at the abnormal scene before him, momentarily oblivious to the pain. And then, "Ah-h-h-h-h-h-h-h!" A scream belatedly erupted from Granola. He tried to move his hand, but the dagger protruding from the back of it prevented any movement. The one holding the handle of the dagger grumbled irritably. I told you to keep it the fuck down. It was Lowbro. He tongue-clicked, leaned back as if bored, and then suddenly Granola, who was now sobbing with tears and mucus, looked terrified. He then poured the clear vodka over the back of Granola's dagger-pierced hand. Ah! As his hand burned, Granola screamed in agony. Always overshadowed by highbrow, he thought lowbrow and middlebrow were mere followers. However, upon closer inspection, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow consistently had similar academic standings, and their rankings were almost interchangeable with minor differences. As Granola, with his hand caught in a table, tears and mucus streaming down, presented a pitiful sight, highbrow and middlebrow opened their eyes and began to chuckle. This kid, turns out he's quite entertaining. Hey, you want to be secret friends with us? Don't let him off until we arrive at the station. Put something like a sock in his mouth, it's too loud. We even disinfected it, so it should be fine, right? Even if there's something, it doesn't matter. Just call the nurse as soon as we arrive." In a moment, Granola's plan to assert dominance in the beginning had spectacularly derailed. Chapter 239, National University League 4. Chapter 239, National University League 4. Vicyr, signaling lightly to the triplets of Baskerville with a nod, exited the room. Thud as Vicyr left the room and closed the door. A lively commotion echoed from inside. "Ah!" Screams were interrupted unnaturally, indicating that the hunting dogs had properly understood the meaning conveyed by their owner's gesture. The troublesome Granola must have been calmed down by now, and group activities would likely proceed without any issues. Vicyr left the room and walked towards the corridor connecting the compartments of the train, near the passage leading to the snack bar and cafe where passengers from other compartments were wandering. At that moment, Vicyr suddenly locked eyes with a small girl. The girl, eyes sparkling, was fixated on a cake displayed behind the glass. Vicyr bought a bottle of water and decided to purchase the cake as well. The amount of money in his pocket happened to be just right. "I mistakenly bought it. If it's okay with you, go ahead and eat." Bending down to match the girl's eye level, Vicyr handed over the packaged cake. The girl smiled brightly in gratitude. "Thank you, Opa." As the girl received the cake, she gave Vicyr an unexpected peck on the cheek. Of course, with the reflexes of a swordmaster, Vicyr could have avoided it, but upon hearing the word Opa, something subtly changed in his mood, so he didn't avoid the lips that approached his cheek. "Not Opa, but Mister." Straightening his posture, Vicyr looked a little distant, remembering the face of a little girl from the orphanage. The face of a girl from his memories floated like a wispy cloud outside the window and soon disappeared. At that moment, "Mister, certainly you're not at an age to be called by such a title." A low voice sank in from behind. Vicyr turned his head to find Dolores standing there. Strict, dignified, with a serious expression, the student council president Dolores. However, in her hands were eggs and soda. "Ahem." Sensing Vicyr's piercing gaze, Dolores discreetly hid the eggs and soda behind her back. "There are participants from Temisquira Women's College in the compartment behind. Try to avoid contact before the competition. They might pick a fight, you never know." "Understood." As Vicyr nodded, Dolores hesitated, as if there was something more to say. Then from the opposite aisle a familiar face appeared. It was Professor Banshee Morgue. "Hey, student council president. Professor Sadi is not in the chaperone position. Have you seen her?" "I saw her near the compartment with the participants from Varangian." Nothing straightforward from that incompetent buffoon. Why does the principal keep appointing such individuals as professors? Clearly infuriated, Professor Banshee openly criticized his colleague in front of the students. Eventually, Professor Banshee left to search for Professor Sadi. He took Dolores, who seemed to want to continue the conversation with Vicyr, forcibly along with him. "Wait, just a moment. Then take one more person with you." Dolores spoke to Professor Banshee before leaving the compartment. She intended for Vicyr to accompany them on the mission to find Professor Sadi. There were things to discuss and talk about. However, Professor Banshee merely grinned and tilted his head. "One more person? Who?" "Well, here, huh?" As Dolores turned her head, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. The spot where Vicyr had just been standing a moment ago was now empty. Almost got annoying. Vicyr stood on top of the running train, feeling the wind against his face. Sensing Dolores' attempt at a ghostly operation, he immediately opened the window, climbed the train's wall, and ascended to the ceiling. As all of this happened in the blink of an eye, like the actions of a ghost, no one noticed. Vicyr strolled leisurely on top of the train, then descended to the window of the opposite compartment. Since there was no one in the corridor connecting the compartments, he could easily return inside the train. Colosseo Academy and Temisquira Women's University's intermediate zone. This area marked the beginning of the middle section of the magical train, where the Temisquira Female Students' Legion resided. If he had moved just one more compartment back, he would have landed amid the bustling female students. The compartments behind were on the second floor, separated by a thin barrier covering the stairs. Therefore, Vicyr, having entered through the window, was on the second floor of the compartment. The space where Temisquira's female students stayed had an overall serene atmosphere, with the fragrance of tea wafting through. Only elegant heavy metal music, favored by noble maidens, faintly echoed. Vikyr stood in front of the window for a moment, contemplating the upcoming events. First, he had to soothe his troublesome groupmate Granola and continue with the group activities. Even if the scores were calculated individually, starting with a group assignment format required them to unite their strengths, albeit reluctantly. Of course, Vikyr wasn't concerned about such matters at all, but he still needed to keep up appearances. Hence, he decided to team up with the triplets from Baskerville. Why does he unnecessarily obsess over his background like that? Vikyr pondered Granola's attitude for a moment. Vikyr himself didn't know who his mother was. He heard she was an actress and a martial artist who briefly associated with Hugo, but even that wasn't entirely accurate. One idle thought led to another. Come to think of it, I heard there's a royal among the new students this year. This was also an unverified rumor. A nearly illegitimate child, close to being a commoner, from the royal family had supposedly enrolled at Colosseo Academy. Even if they were a commoner, the fact that they were of royal blood stirred interest among many. Some professors were rumored to have noticed. Well, it's none of my business. Vikyr closed his eyes and dismissed the stray thoughts. Then he took steps to return to the original compartment on the first floor. At that moment, strange sounds began to emanate from the stairs. Vikyr, about to open the door and leave, paused, listening to the sounds echoing through the first-floor corridor. Huh! The voices coming from there were quite familiar. Ah, the disgusting smell of a commoner. My clothes will now reek. You should pay for our laundry. More importantly, if there was a collision, shouldn't an apology come first? Oh dear, you. I heard you're the top student of Colosseo Academy. That's right, that's right. You're so incredibly talented that you don't even know how to apologize. Female students in Themyscira uniforms glared menacingly at the wall. In that corner stood a lone female student, Sinclair. She didn't back down and spoke up. In the corridor, we should avoid each other. I couldn't avoid it either, but isn't it a mutual accident? I'm not sure if we managed to avoid it or not. Oh, so are you the victim now, even though the amounts of damage are different? The girl who collided with Sinclair casually toyed with the shawl on her shoulder, as if implying Sinclair's poor clothes damaged her expensive ones. It was quite expensive-looking shawl, even at a glance. Hey, you may not know because you're a commoner. Just the laundry fee for this shawl could cover 3 semesters of your school tuition. It's a limited edition, you know. Limited edition. The one who was openly berating Sinclair was Marilene Lovegood, the senior and student council president of Themyscira Women's College. The Lovegood family was a wealthy and influential household, affiliated with the powerful bourgeois clan. Their influence was significant among the noble families. Marilene Lovegood, being part of that family, was a proud and ambitious student. Perhaps due to her pride or for some other reason, she openly picked a fight with Sinclair upon meeting her here. How dare this commoner reject our academy? Moreover, she was the top student in all 3 academies, Mage Tower, Themyscira Women's College, and even Colosseo, causing other students jealousy. In reality, during the entrance exams for Themyscira Women's College, Lovegood also took the entrance exam for Colosseo Academy, but failed to secure the top position. This fact made her feel even more uncomfortable. So when she encountered Sinclair today, she took the opportunity to pick a fight. However, oh, that shawl, I know its market value. Although it's a limited edition, it's been a while and its depreciation is high, so the second-hand price is set very low. It might not be as valuable as you think. Sinclair spoke in a cheerful tone. Upon hearing this, Lovegood lost her temper. Are you making fun of me? For your information, even second-hand, there are cases where a premium is added. This is an item that a famous singer wore. The actress G-Pistol wore it in reality. Don't you know about the celebrity premium? Well, for a celebrity of that caliber, even if it's labeled as second-hand and has a premium attached, the original brand value should be quite known, right? Sinclair's response was unexpectedly cold and sharp. The usually cheerful and smiling Sinclair now had a dry and chilly demeanor. A vein bulged on Lovegood's forehead. But this little brat has been disrespecting me since earlier. Auntie, I don't have to be respectful to you, do I? Auntie? You're quite bold. Is it in Themyscira's values to harass a new student from another academy, especially one who enrolled this year? Wow, this is. If Themyscira's values are like this, well, there's nothing more to say, Sinclair murmured quietly. I did well not to go to that academy. It was the final blow. Following that, Lovegood and the other Themyscira female students began to surround Sinclair with hostile expressions. Hey, you! Lovegood trembled as she pulled out a large wand from behind. A sturdy iron baton with a star-shaped tip emitted a sparkling pink magical light. It seemed like Lovegood was preparing some kind of magic. Sinclair also widened her eyes and seemed ready to face Lovegood's attack. Then, snap! Someone quickly dispersed the mana emitted from Lovegood's wand. Enough! Gradually, a large shadow descended in front of Sinclair. Even Lovegood, with her wand at the ready, stepped back in surprise when she encountered the man who appeared in front of her. Vikier. He stood between Sinclair and Lovegood. Chapter 240. National University League 5. Chapter 240 National University League 5. Hey, Sinclair makes a puzzled expression. It was a rare occurrence. Vikier looked down at Sinclair without saying a word. Compared to when he entered school, he had grown quite a bit taller, and now there was a significant height difference. After a while, Vikier's mouth opened briefly. Door. Sinclair momentarily didn't understand what Vikier meant by his words and was momentarily puzzled. And then, oh, you want to open the door and want me to step aside? Got it, sorry. Sinclair took a big step to the side. Only then did Vikier nod his head and open the door, walking out into the corridor. And, even after crossing into the corridor, Vikier continued to hold the door open. In response, Sinclair nodded her head again. Oh, you want me to quickly come over here without arguing with students from other schools? Vikier silently nodded in response to Sinclair's interpretation. There are participants from Themyscira Women's College in the cabin behind yours. Try to avoid contact before the competition, just in case they might start trouble. Even though Dolers advised Vikier to avoid conflict, he couldn't ignore the conflict. Moreover, Sinclair had often helped Vikier in exam-related matters and in library, making it even more necessary. Right at that moment, people were stopping Vikier, who was trying to take Sinclair away. Wait, who are you to meddle in the affairs of girls? Female students from Themyscira began to protest against Vikier. At the forefront of their vehement protests was Lovegood, the student council president. She spoke firmly towards Vikier. That girl insulted our academy, so we need to talk to her. If you interfere with that, you will also have to take responsibility. First, give us your student number, affiliation, and name. We'll formally complain to Colosseo Academy. Just as Lovegood was about to declare war on Vikier. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed in from the second-floor window that Vikier had opened. It descended the stairs and tousled the hair of those on the first floor. And Vikier, too. Flutter, the black coattails, shook, and soon the strands of his black hair also fell back. Vikier's bare face was fully exposed. For a moment, the expressions of the Themyscira Women's University students froze, expressions that seemed unsure of what they were witnessing, what they were staring at. What is that? Is that a person's face? Why is it like that? Maybe I'm dreaming. Isn't it a painting? Or a sculpture? After a slight silence, a small chuckle was heard from behind. But only one person, Lovegood, the student council president of Themyscira, remained completely unaffected. Oh, I forgot. To resolve the dispute smoothly, let me ask you for some personal information again. First, give us your student number, affiliation, and name. And Lovegood calmly and rationally demanded the necessary information from Vikier. Year, month, time of birth, height, weight, blood type, hometown, zodiac sign, views on love, hobbies, special skills, favorite food, animals you raise. Do you currently have a girlfriend? If not, is there someone you like? What type of woman do you mainly consider as your ideal? When was your last relationship? How many relationships have you had so far? When do you plan to get married? What are your parents like as gifts? How many children would be good for you? Do you prefer a son or a daughter? And also the compatibility of our names and, truly, absolutely necessary. It was undoubtedly an administrative procedure that had to be asked. The magic train has now arrived at the Mage Tower located in the eastern part of the continent. Ding 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 ding, the continent circulation train is entering. This station is Mage Tower Station. The doors to the exit are on the left. Passengers transferring to Dortsmile Station, please transfer to the inner circulation train here. Since there is a wide gap between the boarding area and the platform, please be careful when getting off. Thank you for using our magic train today. Have a safe journey. The train comes to a brief stop. Passengers who were inside started pouring out. Among the crowd were, of course, students from Colosseo Academy, Varangian Academy, and Temisquira Women's College. And to welcome them, a welcoming crowd from Mage Tower could be seen waiting at the station. Meanwhile, Vikyr also got off the train and looked around. Behind the gathering of many people, the quaint scenery of the city was peacefully unfolding. Dortsmall City in the southeast of the empire, known for the existence of the Mage Tower, is famous in this region. The cozy feeling of the city, bathed in the reddening sunset, made it even more enchanting and idyllic. And amid the city, a tower stood upright as if piercing the sun. That's Mage Tower. Vikyr looked at Mage Tower in the distance with a nostalgic feeling. At first glance, it was merely a narrow, tall, plain, and small building. However, the interior space of that tower, rumored to be created by the ancient sorcerer, was so vast and high that its boundaries could not be fathomed. The internal space of that tower, known to be created by the ancient sorcerer, was almost infinite due to the high-dimensional distortion. Even modern wizards could not fully understand the principles behind it. I have something similar to that. Vikyr looked down at the ring on his finger. Sacred invincible ring/ring barrier off the realm of the gods ends here. It was an artifact left by Andromalius that could also distort dimensions and create an extra-dimensional space. However, once used, the mana consumption was quite significant, and it took a long time for the power to return, so it couldn't be used recklessly. While Vikyr was contemplating various things while looking at the ring, "Hey, big brother." There was a tap on Vikyr's back from behind. It was Sinclair. She hesitated for a moment but soon smiled as usual and said, "Thanks for helping earlier." Vikyr nodded, and Sinclair let out a small sigh. "To be honest, I was really scared. They seemed like they were gonna bully me. I was scared too." "Ha ha ha, you're lying." Sinclair laughed lightly, grabbing Vikyr's coat as usual. "Well, you must have been nervous too. After all, the opponent was Lovegood." Even though Vikyr didn't show any particular reaction, Sinclair continued talking. "Oh, look there. It's the welcoming crowd of Mage Tower. They're meeting with participants from Varangian Academy and Temisquira." Indeed, participants from the 4 schools that took part in the competition were gathering in one place. Leading the group was Dolores L. Quavadis, the student council president of Colosseo Academy. She calmly and kindly led the students with charisma, standing at the center of the welcoming crowd. "Long time no see, everyone." In the direction Dolores greeted, the student council presidents from the other 3 schools stepped forward. First, the student council president of Varangian Academy walked ahead. Tall stature, tousled long hair, and a muscular body covered in scars. "Ha ha ha, it's been a while, everyone. Hasn't it been just under a year?" He was Bacalaga Giuraggio, the student council president of Varangian Academy. Participating consistently in the competition since his first and second years, he aimed for victory as a third-year ace this time. His powerful rival, leading among the welcoming crowd of Mage Tower, came forward. A clean face, a tall figure exuding a cold aura from head to toe. 11 months and 3 days exactly. To be exact, 11 hours, 42 minutes and 12 seconds. As a starting point, consider the time between when I last looked away from you in last year's competition and when I spotted your face in the crowd right now. It was Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, the student council president of Mage Tower. However, he primarily used a baptismal name used only at Mage Tower, rather than his given name or the surname Aureolus. Snub-nosed, that was Hohenheim's current name. There is a tradition at Mage Tower where seniors give baptismal names to their juniors, and the students at Mage Tower use these baptismal names more than their real names over 4 years. The talented piglet, the curly broom, the baby bird in the lecture hall, the palm tree in the hallway, the curiosity clogging the toilet, the drunken gorilla, the dwarf in the flask, etc. Actually, that's why I didn't go to Mage Tower. To think they would call me Fluffy Cotton or something, well, no way. Sinclair whispered to Vicier's ear, looking at the two from a distance. Meanwhile, as Hohenheim and Bacalaga met, tension began to build. Bacalaga spoke first. "Ha ha ha, this time we're the aces. Last year, due to the seniors being so active, we couldn't make it to the top 10, but it'll be different this year. I've trained like crazy over the past year, and victory is mine. Well, with your brute strength, you might be able to secure a place in the top 10. But more than that is unrealistic. Our elite Mage Tower members will sweep the top 9 places. The artifacts will belong to Mage Tower." Hohenheim also displayed strong confidence. Naturally, a confrontation between warrior versus wizard was taking shape. And Vicier was watching their confrontation from afar in the crowd. Sinclair gave Vicier a brief overview of the two. Bacalaga, Giorgio, is a warrior famous for his brute strength. He beat all the seniors during the welcoming ceremony in his first year and took control of the school. I heard he lacks only experience, and now that he's in his 3rd year, that experience must have been somewhat filled. I see. He certainly looks strong. Natural talent combined with relentless effort. Rumor has it that his grandparents were savages living in the desolate mountains. Not sure if it's true. Sinclair shifted her gaze to the man next to him. Although Bacalaga, Giorgio is quite a character, I, as a magician, am more concerned about that person named Hohenheim. What do you think? Is that so? Yeah, it's true. Even President Dollars couldn't defeat him before, and Hohenheim seems to have his admission to graduate school confirmed already. I heard he's aiming to become the youngest Mage Tower head after graduation. Quite ambitious. If he becomes the head of Mage Tower, it would be a status equivalent to the leaders of the 7 major families. Hohenheim was certainly an ambitious man. Sinclair continued talking. Maybe in this competition, Hohenheim and Bacalaga will compete for the 1st and 2nd places. And with a high probability, the 3rd place will be our President Dollars. The 4th place might be Lovegood from Temisquira. Come to think of it, Lovegood from Temisquira wasn't visible. Sinclair raised her head and looked around. Huh! An unexpected sight unfolded. Marilini Lovegood and the Temisquira female warriors. Their usually strict, dignified, and serious expressions seemed slightly relaxed today for some reason. Chapter 241. National University League, 6. Chapter 241 National University League, 6. After all the events, such as the opening ceremony and welcome ceremony prepared by Mage Tower, essentially for professors rather than students, came to an end, the students of Colosseo Academy could finally move to their accommodations. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair, as members of the same team, moved together to their lodgings. Oh, the headmaster of Mage Tower is really long-winded. Why did he talk for over 2 hours about his impressions of the event? He repeated the same thing over 300 times. We're exhausted even before the competition starts. They said it's a competition for students, but there's no consideration for the students. But where did our school's headmaster go? I haven't seen him in my entire school life. I heard he has been absent for a while. That's why Professor Banshee, who was promoted to vice principal, came as the acting headmaster. Everyone moved wearily, but as their tired bodies caught sight of the scenery of the accommodations, they became lively again. Wow, is this our accommodation? The first-year students of the academy, including Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair, couldn't close their open mouths. Houses with an appearance as if the inside of a large mushroom was carved out were gathered on high and low terrain. The walls, really like mushrooms, were soft and elastic, making you want to pat them on the cheeks. Fireflies flying around in the narrow and gentle alleys acted as natural lanterns, illuminating the night without worrying about them going out. It felt like being in a fairy village from a fairy tale. The inside of the lodging building was also very spacious and cozy. Long tables and chairs made from carved logs, along with buffet foods placed on them, were still emitting warm steam, waiting for guests. The local specialties of the village, grilled trout, steamed oysters, pork bulgogi, and solid cheese, emitted a sweet and savory smell. A glass of almost non-alcoholic white wine and a glass of red wine each welcomed the students. 20 first-year students, 30 second-year students, and 50 third-year students from Colosseo Academy sat at their respective tables and began to eat. They divided the food among 5 people at each table. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair admired the delicious food while raising their heads to survey the surroundings. "Where's Victor?" "Oh, over there. He's at the table diagonally across. Corner, the triplets from Baskerville and Granola are in the same group as him. Is that okay?" "Hey, is he a kid? Forget what I just said. Did you forget his grades in the midterms? He did much better than us. Even if he loses, it won't be a one-sided defeat. Stop worrying. Big Brother isn't the type to fall behind. He even saved me from the Temisquira girls earlier, didn't he? So let's focus on our own work now. For now, a thorough analysis of the upcoming competition is a priority. Although they don't know which location will be the arena, 400 participants have already entered to compete. 20 first-year students, 30 second-year students, 50 third-year students. A total of 100 students. Not only Colosseo Academy, but also Varangian, Mage Tower, and Temisquira distributed students in this way. And among these 400 participants, generally, third-year students achieved the highest grades, followed by second-year students, and then first-year students. First-year students participate for the experience, and second-year students also compete against third-year students from other schools to grow even more. Those who must achieve good results to elevate the honor of the school are the third-year students. So far in the competition's history, including the winners, the top 10 has always included third-year students. The 4 geniuses who unexpectedly ranked in the top 20 in last year's competition, despite being second-year students, were the most likely candidates for victory. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair each spoke a word. Let's see, who were the ones who ranked within the top 20 last year despite being second-year students. Varangian's Bacalaga Giuraggio, Mage Tower's Hohenheim, Temisquira's Marilini Lovegood, and our school's President Dolers. At that time, our president was also a second-year student. Now that she's a third year, we can say she's officially entered the ranks of the contenders for victory. Second-year students will probably do well even in the middle. First-year students will just have to pave the way for them. But still, we need to do better than first-year students from other schools, so that our ranking can stay the same next year and the year after. The unspoken calculation among seniors is that the rankings from the first year tend to continue until the third year. So Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair were burning with enthusiasm to not be inferior to their counterparts from other schools. We are one of the 20 talents selected from among the first-year students. We can't let this opportunity slip away. First, the first mission is the survival competition. The top 10 who survive until the end will receive individual tasks and if cleared can obtain artifacts, right? First, let's analyze the key figures. That's right. If we happen to meet third-year students from other schools in the beginning, we might be quickly eliminated. We need to get into the top 100 ourselves. First, Bacalaga, Hohenheim, Lovegood. We must avoid these 3. Sinclair already had a confrontation with Lovegood inside the train. Perhaps that's why she knew well about her frightening mana. Honestly, it was really scary. Just from the pressure she exuded, I thought I was going to suffocate. Eventually, Sinclair shared the information she had analyzed with her friends. Bacalaga Giuraggio, 25 years old. In his first year, he already defeated everyone up to the 4th year and pacified the school. In last year's competition, he lost to a joint attack by third-year students from other schools due to lack of experience. And the year before that, he fell victim to a sneak attack by seniors from the same school, failing to make it into the top 10. Nevertheless, he ranked 14th in the overall ranking of last year's competition. There are rumors that he's already in the graduator level. If he lost to seniors from the same school, he was beaten by allies, right? I guess he didn't have much respect within the school. In response to Tudor's question, Sinclair shook her head. No, that's a story from the first and second years. Bacalaga is the type who is strong against the strong and weak against the weak, so he's very good to his juniors and underclassmen. I heard he fights on behalf of his juniors and underclassmen who always get bullied for unreasonable things like injustice or bad customs. So, although he may not get along well with seniors, he's very close to juniors and underclassmen. As the current de facto top senior and student council president, he's widely respected by everyone. Bacalaga Giuraggio, commands the men of Varangian with overwhelming strength and thick courage. Overcoming the only two weaknesses of experience and teamwork, he is now a more formidable contender for victory than anyone else. Soon, Figgy spoke. I've been analyzing Joris Hohenheim, the student council president of Mage Tower. He's 22 years old. His baptismal name at Mage Tower is Snub-Nosed. He's the undefeated champion of Mage Tower and has the best record in the past 100 years of Mage Tower's history. During his second year last year, his performance in the University League was 13th, and except for him, all were third-year students. Even President Dolers, the president of Colosseo, lost to him twice in the last University League. Well, it's unavoidable when the matchup is different. Monstrous talent, arrogant demeanor. Among the peers of the Empire and, of course, Mage Tower, there is a genius recognized as the strongest, Hohenheim. Unlike the university's rankings, there was no doubt that Bacalaga and Hohenheim were the absolute powerhouses representing the current era. And there is another dark horse that cannot be ignored. Bianca, who is keenly interested in pretty girls, spoke up about her findings. We can't leave out the investigation of Marilini Lovegood, the student council president of Temisquira. Oh, okay. What did you find? She's beautiful. Very beautiful. I don't know how she can be so beautiful. I envy her. I want to look like her. Tudor frowned as if he couldn't make sense of Bianca's words. Okay, forget it. I guess the information I gathered is more detailed. Marilini Lovegood, age 23. A wizard who mainly uses the magic of grass, earth, poison, and bug types. The eldest daughter of the prestigious Marilini family, and there are rumors that she has already reached the 4th circle, although it's not certain. Last year's competition ranking was 16th. Now that she's a third year, she's aiming for victory. She's also famous for her beautiful appearance. I heard she is actively participating as an idol in a famous pop group. There are rumors that she might debut next year. I'm a fan. Sancho supplemented Tudor's description with seemingly useless information. Eventually, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair finished their character analysis and began to share their thoughts on the competition. What rank do you think President Dolers will get this time? She was 15th in the last competition. Obviously, she'll win. I believe in her. But Bacalaga and Hohenheim are too overwhelming. Lovegood is also a strong contender comparable to President Dolers. Well, we're the real problem compared to the third-year aces. Yeah, let's just watch and learn well, preparing for the leagues next year and the year after. As first-year students, they generally didn't have high expectations. However, there is one person who must secure a place within the top 10 in the competition. Let's not be too excited, just recording a rank within the top 10 reasonably. That was Vicier's plan. As seniors might be horrified if they heard his thoughts, Vicier carefully laid out his plans for the future. 7th Corpse, Dicarabia. Among the 10 demons, there existed the only object-type demon in the form of things. While demons usually took on various forms like insects, snakes, humans, bats, trees, and more, this one was unique in that it assumed the shape of an inanimate object. It surely awaited someone to awaken it, slumbering somewhere in the human realm, and Vicier roughly knew its location. It's right inside the shared treasure vault managed by the 4 academies. Before Regression, the reason demons aggressively invaded the 4 academies was precisely this. However, if Vicier could identify and eliminate Dicarabia's location, the bleak future would change significantly. Students who originally died unfairly might have a chance at survival. This delay will postpone the era of destruction by another step, Vicier thought. As Vicier pondered on the unfolding future, lost in various thoughts. "Excuse me." A voice that captured everyone's attention echoed. It was the owner of the large women's dormitory, and she wore an expression of great difficulty as she sought understanding. "We have a problem with the water supply in the adjacent dorm. Would it be possible to move the guests from there to the vacant rooms here? We are a bit short on space." The owner repeatedly bowed, expressing her difficulty with the request. Her sister managed the neighboring women's dorm, and the sudden plumbing issue prevented them from accommodating guests on the same day. Wanting to urgently redirect the guests to this dorm, the owner was facing a difficult situation. However, all other women's dorms were fully booked due to the vacation season, leaving her in a tight spot. Because you have reserved a total of 120 rooms for all of Colosseo Academy's students and staff, I was wondering if you would be willing to change your reservation from single occupancy rooms to double occupancy, and use only 60 rooms in total. In exchange, I will charge you only 30% of the total accommodation fee and will provide breakfast and lunch. It was a reasonable proposal. While students didn't seem thrilled about the reduced accommodation fee, faculty members responded positively. We can save some budget with this. With that money, we can purchase other laboratory supplies. It works out well. I needed to buy another lab specimen for research. Soon, Professor Banshee nodded in agreement. Let's go with that, but only if over 90% of the students agree. A vote was conducted, and surprisingly, 93% of the students accepted the proposal for double rooms. It was an unexpected result, showing the generally positive nature of Colosseo Academy students and their camaraderie. "Oh, thank you, thank you." The innkeeper bowed repeatedly and quickly ushered in the large guests waiting outside. Suddenly, Colosseo Academy students found themselves facing unexpected guests, whom they either hadn't anticipated at all or had somewhat expected. Chapter 242, National University League, 7. Chapter 242, National University League, 7. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair stopped eating and frowned. Varangian, were those guys the external guests? I thought Temisquira girls would be the one to come. Obviously, if there are large guests other than us at this time, they must be either Varangian or Temisquira. Wow. With Varangian people coming in, the dormitory looks extremely narrow. Are they all so big? The average height must be around 195 cm. Oh, I can't breathe. I smell sweat. It feels like the space has narrowed by 10 times. Looks like they've been on a march or something, judging by the way they're sweating. As they spoke, they found out that the identity of those who entered the dormitory was none other than Varangian Academy students. Oh, luckily we found a place to eat. I was worried we might have to sleep outdoors before the competition even started. Colosseo Academy students are nice. Thanks, friends. Ha ha ha, more importantly, I'm starving, let's eat. Oh, is it a buffet? Great, prepare for battle. As soon as the Varangian men entered the accommodation, they headed straight for the food. Colosseo students occupied the eastern half of the spacious banquet hall, while Varangian students took the remaining western half. Well then, shall we serve the food? Among the Varangian students heading for the food, there was a presence at the very front. Bacalaga Giuraggio. Scar marks scattered all over his giant body, making him look like a huge beast. Finally, he reached out with his tongs toward the meat laid out on the large tray in front of him. Colosseo Academy students, watching him, were secretly wondering how much meat he would devour and whispered to each other. But this should be enough to fill my stomach. Bacalaga moved his tongs just once, placing only a few pieces of meat on a small plate. The Colosseo students looked at him with surprise. Externally, Bacalaga, who seemed like he could devour a whole cow alone, had the eating habits of a small girl, to say the least. However, the Varangian students' reactions were quite different. Oh, the president seems to be eating a lot today. It's at least 1.5 times more than usual. Eating too much is not good for the stomach, you know. Well, maybe he'll sweat it out during the personal training later. What kind of reaction is this? Does Bacalaga normally eat less here? As the expressions of the Colosseo students became even more puzzled, suddenly. Tap! Bacalaga suddenly placed the small plate of meat on the buffet table. And then, well then, enjoy your meal. He lifted all the remaining meat from the large buffet plate. In the blink of an eye, Bacalaga, who took away the meat that seemed like it could easily weigh over 10 kilograms each, swallowed it all in a few minutes. A strange silence enveloped the Colosseo students. Bacalaga's eating habits, making it seem like he could finish a month's worth of an ordinary person's meal in just a few minutes, left the Colosseo students astounded. Starting with this, the Varangian students began systematically raiding the buffet. The rotation rate of food is crucial, so keep the meat coming. You must finish your meal within the first 5 minutes. If you pass that, you won't eat much. We prioritize quantity over quality. Eating meat after a march is truly the elixir of resurrection. As the muscular figures approached, the food melted away like ice blocks thrown into the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Vikyr was watching Bacalaga, who was having his meal at the opposite table. What caught Vikyr's attention was the choker around Bacalaga's neck. Were there rumors that his grandparents were from the Black and Red Mountains? The subtly emanating wild aura from Bacalaga's body was indeed something familiar. Perhaps there is quite a connection between us. Vikyr, too, touched his neck choker while contemplating, just then. Hey, what are we supposed to eat after they've devoured everything? Is this crazy guy out of his mind? There was a dispute in the center. A student from the Colosseo Cold Department and another from Varangian were arguing over the issue of cutting in line at the buffet. Why are you grabbing all the food by force? And a clean sweep at that. I exploded because I saw you carrying food with tongs. You're not going to eat it anyway, mumbling about digestion problems. But that doesn't mean you can ignore the line. Where's the line at the buffet? When serving food at the buffet, if the person in front is hesitating and you want to eat something other than the food in front of them, can you pass them or not? This has been a long-standing debate that has been passed down from ancient times. Eventually, the two male students from Colosseo and Varangian started facing each other with fierce momentum. Ah, this lump is impossible to reason with. Has muscle invaded his brain too? I tried to overlook it because I was afraid of muscle loss if I got angry, but it seems I can't. I need to chew on at least one anchovy. Their accusations were not aimed at each other individually, but encompassed everyone, naturally involving surrounding colleagues. This is why we shouldn't have accepted these muscle idiots. We changed from one person per room to two people per room, showing kindness, and they don't appreciate it. What do you know? We paid tuition and came here too. The dormitory we had booked had a problem and the owner sent us here. Why should we care about you guys? We are also consumers who suffered losses. If we hadn't compromised, you guys would have had to sleep outside. Haha, did you compromise? It was an agreement between our professors and yours, all well-known people. We agreed not to embarrass each other in front of those who know. We decided whether to accept you through a vote. 93% agreed, and you dare to betray that favor. Then, are you the 7% who opposed? Haha, from the beginning, many of us are mercenaries, so we're used to sleeping outside. Vote again. We can leave. Finally, a male student from the Varangian side stepped forward. Boli Balasan. He was the top student of the first year at the Varangian Academy and originally from the Northern Mercenary Guild. With a height of 217 cm and a weight of 150 kg, his size was not much inferior to Bacalaga. As Balasan stepped forward, the male students from Colosseo seemed to flinch, then retreated. Ah, why are these anchovies jumping around too much? Balasan deliberately raised his head, looking around as if pretending not to see anyone. Due to the significant height difference, the Colosseo male students could only show resentful expressions. However, even compared to Balasan, there was one who didn't fall behind in stature. Can't you have a quiet meal, Sancho Barataria? He stepped forward in front of his crouched friends. When the large Sancho stepped forward, Balasan also couldn't flaunt his size pridefully. However, that didn't end the dispute. Oh, who's this? Recognizing Sancho's face, Balasan sneered. Aren't you the scaredy cat who ran away after the Varangian entrance test? How is it? Is Colosseo as warm as a cradle for little kids? Are they treating the runaway kid well? It seemed that Sancho, who ranked first in the Varangian entrance test but chose to enter Colosseo, had some dissatisfaction. Even though Sancho had achieved first place in Varangian, he had ranked fifth in Colosseo, and considering that, entering Colosseo was quite an accepted fact. As a newcomer with skills, it was inevitable that there would be dissatisfaction from the Varangian side. So you were in good shape when you took the Varangian entrance exam, but not when you took the Colosseo entrance exam. In response to Balasan's provocation, Sancho calmly replied, No, it was the opposite. What? When taking the Colosseo entrance test, my condition was good, and when taking the Varangian entrance test, my condition was the worst. Yet that ranking came out. At those words, the fists of some Varangian hooligans, including Balasan, began to shake. This kid, where did he sell the pride of the Northerners? Are you crazy, Sancho? After graduation, do you have no intention of coming back to the North? If you're a mercenary, carry your pride like a mercenary. At least you should know what's embarrassing. After eating warm things in Venitir and sleeping in smooth places, You've turned into a piece of trash, huh? However, some friends couldn't stand seeing Sancho getting insulted alone. Is there a barn here? The sound of pigs grunting is just too much. Tutor, personal attacks are a bit. Personal attack? What nonsense did the idiot say this time? Ever since those guys came in, the inn has been filled with the smell of a barn. While it's good to feel pride in your group, don't belittle other groups. Tudor, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair were now standing in front of Sancho. Huh, look at these anchovies. Do they believe in their tiny heads? When Balasan opened his mouth as if he were impressed. Anchovies? Tiny heads? Are you calling us that? Us. A muffled low sound came from the side. As Balasan, surprised, stepped back, on the opposite side, there were the three brothers High Bro, Middle Bro, and Low Bro. Now, with the National University League ahead, the rumors about the three crazy dogs from Baskerville were well known even among the rowdy guys of Varangian. Therefore, no matter how confident Balasan was in his strength, he couldn't help but feel tense. Among the first-year students of Varangian, there were not many who could meet the eyes of High Bro, Middle Bro, and Low Bro. Are those guys the crazy dogs from Baskerville? As crazy as they say. Look at the fierce look in their eyes. I heard they clashed with a Varangian third-year student during the last festival. Yeah, that senior was in our sports club, got beaten up badly. I heard that when they came in earlier, they stabbed a dagger in their classmate's hand. The nature and skills of the Baskerville's three dogs were already well known among all the schools, so most people regarded them as the de facto leaders of Colosseo. Although Granola standing next to Sinclair probably doesn't agree with that, meanwhile Balasan, for a moment, shouted as if he didn't want to admit being overwhelmed. I am Balasan, the top student of the first year in Varangian. I challenge the top student of your Colosseo to a duel. Let's fight like warriors. Balasan looked around at Tudor, Bianca, Sancho, Sinclair, the triplets from Baskerville, etc., trying to ignite their spirit. However, everyone remained silent. Tudor, the aspiring knight, always dignified Bianca, clever genius Sinclair, and the unruly Baskerville triplets. Then the heads of Balasan and other Varangian students turned to one side, following the movement of Colosseo students, who were nonchalantly ignoring the commotion. And there, without caring about the disturbance, a male student eating quietly was seen. It was Vikier. Chapter 243, National University League 8, Chapter 243 National University League 8, Boli Balasan, the top student of Varangian's first year, declared towards Colosseo. Come out, the strongest one among you. Coincidentally, the area he was in was where first-year students from both schools were having their meals, making the target of provocation clear. It would be embarrassing for the second and third-year students of the school to come out against the first-year students of the other school, so only a first-year student will step up. All right, I've come this far. He can't refuse to come out. Balasan sighed, clenching his fist. He had confidence in defeating whoever came out. Sancho in front of him, who was once stronger than him, wouldn't be now. While that guy was neglecting his training due to indulging in the peacefulness of Venetier, they had been training relentlessly in the harsh environment of the north. Tudor, who was rumored to be strong because he was from Donquixote, was strong indeed. But that was only within the strict rules and precedents of stylial sports, friendly matches, and other official events. He was just a greenhorn with little experience in impromptu street battles. The Baskerville triplets, honestly, they were intimidating, but they were confident that they wouldn't lose in a one-on-one fight. Granola, that sly guy who knows how to play with poison, wasn't even considered as an opponent in a one-on-one battle. And the presence of Sinclair and Bianca fueled Balasan's determination even more fiercely. It's definitely not envy or jealousy of the co-ed system. Definitely not. Balasan could confidently say that personal emotions such as envy or resentment of the opposite gender's presence didn't interfere with this hostility. However, Balasan could be sure of that. However, everyone's gaze moved to another place. Despite Balasan's demand for the strongest one to come out, the fixed gaze of Colosseo Academy students, including Tudors, Sanchos, the Baskerville triplets, Granolas, Sinclairs, and Biancas, was at someone else. Vikier, a male student quietly eating on one side. He was completely indifferent to the commotion on this side, absorbed in his own thoughts. Now that I've perfectly mastered the Baskerville 7th style, my 7th Fang has grown as big as the 6th Fang. So is it time for 8th style right, the 8th Fang? It was a plan to leap beyond the current state of a swordmaster. There's a saying, the 8th Fang grows at the threshold of death. It means you have to experience a fight fierce enough to reach the brink of death. Such life-and-death battles were something Vikyr had experienced enough. The smell of blood, numerous quests, and experience points that had been accumulated in his soul would undoubtedly serve as fertilizers when breaking through the wall of the 8th style. However, Vikyr's thoughts were cut off there. "Hey, friend, are you the top student in Colosseo's first year?" Vikyr paused for a moment, turning his gaze. There was suddenly something thick and large in front of him. Thud, it was Balassin's forearm. Balassin was straightforward and spoke briefly. "Wanna arm wrestle? No aura." Being students of the prestigious Colosseo Academy, they couldn't engage in street brawls. However, stylistic duels were also problematic, as injuries before the competition would be troublesome. So the warriors of Varangian often engaged in a preferred style of contest, mainly wrestling and arm wrestling. If there was ample space with a sandpit nearby, it was wrestling. If the space was confined and the terrain unsuitable, it was arm wrestling, a cultural norm in Varangian. Vikyr stared down, clenching his fist. Balassin's large hand was provocatively beckoning him to join the challenge. "Why? Scared? If you're afraid, you can just say so. I'm not someone who looks down on losers. However, it might be awe-inspiring to witness someone like you, a top student at the Colosseo Academy, struggle." Ha, Balassin continued his taunting. Then a voice intervened. "Please stop." Dolors, descending from the second-floor stairs, looked down at the first-year students. As the saintess of Colosseo, Dolors was respected even by Varangian warriors, and Balassin politely lowered his head. Dolors spoke sternly. "I won't allow disturbances between schools before the tournament. Resolve your grievances here and everyone retire early for the competition." "Just a moment." Another voice cut in, interrupting Dolors. It was Bacalaga Gioragio, the president of Varangian. He looked at Dolors with a smirking face. "It's not a disturbance, it's just fun among our cute first years." "Mr. Bacalaga, I understand what you're trying to say, but frankly, without a bit of chaos like this, how will timid kids become friends? There's a saying that children grow up while fighting, isn't there? It's not permissible." "Oh well, but my juniors are itching to prove their strength right now. I think it's the same for Colosseo students." Dolors turned her head at his words. Kids like Tudor and Sancho, having heard their friend being insulted, were already showing signs of agitation. You could use the school president's authority to forcefully order them to step back, but that would likely hurt the feelings of the juniors. Dolors, who let out a small sigh, seemed to catch Bacalaga's eye. "Instead of that, why not have us, the senior members, join as spectators? It's just arm wrestling, a little friendly competition before the tournament. It could be a small amusement to boost the competitive spirit before the event," Bacalaga suggested with a smirk. Dolors, reluctantly, nodded. "Excluding the competition might dent the morale of the Colosseo freshmen before the tournament." "If there's any sign of trouble, I'll intervene immediately," Dolors said. "Sure, but I might declare a stop even before that. I'm more cautious than you think." "Especially when it comes to the health of our juniors," Bacalaga replied. The presidents of both schools reached an agreement and the space was cleared, a venue arranged. Vikyr and Balassin sat face to face at a table made of stone. "Hee, flexing those forearms, eh? They look like the arms of a noble kid. I'm afraid I might twist it," Balassin said, taunting. Vikyr extended his hand without much response, his expression calm. Soon the two men's hands met in the middle. Squeeze. At the moment when strength surged into each other's hands, Balassin's expression changed. "Huh, surprising." Vikyr remained silent. Eventually, the referee Figgy blew the horn loudly. At the same time, Balassin began to exert tremendous force with a fierce spirit. Woo-wah! The impact of his spirit was enough to make the nearby glassware tremble. Varangian men cheered, backing Balassin. "Whoa! Go first year. Show us the strength that can strangle a bear. Just crush him," the crowd's cheers erupted. However, woo-wah! Uwug! Kiyuwat! Balassin shouted, but there was no apparent change on the wrestling mat. Vikir's arm and Balassan's arm remained motionless in the same position. Only the veins bulging on Balassan's forearm wriggled on the mat like a thrown snake. Why isn't this guy going down? Balassan continued to forcefully press his strength into his forearm. However, Vikir, with an expressionless face, stared straight ahead, unmoving. Hayuk, huff, huck. Balassan's eyes were now wide open. His disheveled face was covered in saliva, mucus, and sweat. Yet, despite his efforts, Vikir did not release his grip. The two hands were firmly fixed in the center of the arm-wrestling table. Vikir calmly watched Balassan, whose face was drenched in sweat, as if it were pouring. Even when Balassan's strength gave out and his hand loosened, it remained stuck in the center. Push or pull, it wouldn't move. Vikir didn't let go, and Balassan couldn't pull his hand away. In this situation, Balassan, feeling like he was trying to push a giant mountain with his hands, couldn't help but turn pale. Tudor and Sancho, observing the scene, chuckled. I remember feeling like this when I arm-wrestled Vikir for the first time. Yeah, it was beyond common sense. His strength was extraordinary. Eventually, in this spot where the attention of both Varangian and Colosseo students was focused, Balassan, who had struggled for a long time, finally admitted defeat. I lost. The Varangian students, who had been cheering enthusiastically, now looked at each other in astonishment. What? Balassan lost? He didn't go down. Why did he lose? It was a close match. Balassan, you spineless loser. What if it was a draw? What are you forfeiting for? He couldn't get you down either. If you held on a bit longer, you could have won. Receiving jeers, Balassan bit his lip. These guys know nothing. On the surface, it appears to be a draw, but it is not. Vikir had no intention of winning. He simply agreed to give this side a chance. How strong is he really? Balassan's complexion turned pale. In arm wrestling, maintaining a draw while watching the opponent is much more challenging than winning. The overwhelming difference in strength is the only factor that can keep the opponent's arm in a fixed position at the center. While Balassan was breaking into a cold sweat and lost in various thoughts, someone shouted, "Move aside. I'll take the challenge. If we're comparing strength alone, I'm better than Balassan. If it's limited to arm wrestling, I'm stronger. I want to try too. I'll challenge him and prove that I'm stronger than Balassan. Will you accept challenges from second years? I'm a third year, but I want to try too." As Balassan declared his withdrawal disappointingly, other students from Varangian gathered, angry and challenging. And then, line up. Vikir gladly accepted the challenges from all of them. This reminds me of the old days. It was a nostalgic feeling, spurred by someone's words or just a small diversion. Chapter 244. National University League 9. Chapter 244 National University League 9. The reactions of those around Vikir winning against Balassan were quite mixed. Ah, that's a shame. They were evenly matched. But he had a poker face and Balassan was struggling a lot. So did Vikir actually win? Maybe he's just good at controlling his expression. Their strength seemed similar, right? Both of their hands didn't move from the center. But isn't it possible that Vikir has lost some strength now? I should give it a try. However, some were keenly observing the situation. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair, who knew Vikir's strength, were among those. Vikir was quite considerate. It's a method of winning gracefully. But even if it's Vikir, can he beat all those people? Considering how he used a bow, his arm strength might be impressive. But that number seems overwhelming. I'm worried about Big Brother. He really stimulated the competitive spirit of the guys from Varangian. Meanwhile, amid everyone's attention, Vikir was reminiscing about the past. I miss the old days sometimes. Vikir recalled the time when he served in the military before Regression. During the era of destruction, various individuals gathered in the military division of the Human Alliance. Among them were rough mercenaries from the north, mostly skilled arm wrestlers. Daily arm wrestling competitions took place in the military division of the Human Alliance Army. Vikir had seen friends who were thin and lightweight easily defeating muscular friends with heavier body weight. In arm wrestling, strength is important, but technique is even more crucial. More precisely, the technique of concentrating strength only on the necessary parts is essential. Of course, Vikir's pure strength alone was formidable enough to overpower students, even professors from Varangian, without using aura. Grrrrrrrrr. In front of him, another muscular figure was twisting and turning, groaning. Vikyr still kept his arms fixed in the center without making any movements. His lower body is weak. Like this, he'll never be able to fully exert strength in his hands. Despite being able to overcome it, Vikyr didn't move his arms from their position. Then the figure that had been groaning while holding Vikyr's arm eventually gave up. Once again, a draw was declared just before the match was about to end. It was a scene similar to the one with Balasin. "Hey, what's this? Why do you guys keep surrendering in final moments?" The strength was similar. His arm didn't move from the center. These matches always end in a dull way. Yeah, just like with Balasin earlier, it was boring. The initial reactions of the Varangian students were like that. However, forfeit. He's not budging. What kind of strength is this? I'll forfeit, so let go of my hand. I also forfeit. After all those who challenged Vikyr declared forfeit one after another, the atmosphere changed. Could it be him? Is he intentionally allowing them to challenge him? It's unbelievable. How strong do you have to be to withstand like that without moving an inch from the center? It's absurd. Step aside, let me try. Those who couldn't believe it and tried to directly challenge Vikyr found themselves unable to push his arm back even by one and were forced to declare forfeit one by one. When the number of those declaring forfeit surpassed 30, an odd fervor began to circulate within the arena. The first years are wiped out. What's with that monstrous strength? Is such a thing possible in this weight class? Even the second years are getting knocked out. It's like pushing against a rock, can't move at all. Unbelievable, even the third-year seniors lost. The clash of strength against strength. However, Vikyr received everyone with his unchanged expression. They poured their strength freely and leaped, but couldn't overcome the mountain that was Vikyr. Even when they wanted to release their hands, he gave such force to his grip that they couldn't let go, leading to an increasing number of Varangian students, exhausted and frustrated, declaring forfeit as they succumbed to the pressure. Unbelievable. Watching this scene, Dolores half opened her mouth in astonishment. It was an unbelievable sight, fighting on par with Varangian's warriors without using aura, even overwhelming them. Seeing Varangian students who had subtly ignored Colosseo students being successively thrown into disarray, it was a fact that, as the student council president, Dolores was subtly finding satisfaction. Dolores covered her mouth with her fist, coughed lightly, and glanced sideways with a sly smile. But there, standing with a stern expression, was Bacalaga. However, the light shining in Bacalaga's eyes was not humiliation but curiosity. Soon after, a massive dinosaur, knocking aside small puppies, walked forward. "Hey, rookie," Bacalaga stood in front of Vikyr. "It seems like you've got some strength. Can you have a round with me too?" His words instantly flipped the atmosphere in the arena. All students from Colosseo and Varangian swallowed nervously, turning their gaze towards Vikyr. Even the student council president Dolores did the same. However, "Step forward." Vikyr's response was brief. Upon hearing that response, a question mark popped up in Bacalaga's and all the spectators' heads. After a few seconds of silence, Bacalaga finally grasped the meaning of what Vikyr said. "Ah, stand in line, you mean?" Nodding, Vikyr gestured towards the Varangian students who were standing in front of him. "Exactly. You should have joined the line if you came late." Bacalaga turned and stood behind the Varangian students, scratching his head with a blank expression. "Okay, stand in line." Those who watched this scene had to swallow their expectations. It was already impressive enough that Bacalaga, student president of Varangian, stepped forward, but to ask him to stand in line, how much confidence must one have to make such a statement? In front of Vikyr, there were still about 6 Varangian students in line, but as soon as Bacalaga stood behind them, they automatically declared forfeit. Bacalaga chuckled and sat in front of Vikyr. "Our school's atmosphere is a bit like the military. In a way, it's like a huge mercenary army, so the hierarchy is quite strict. But since I became the student council president, I've eliminated many absurdities and bad habits. However, the hierarchy is still strict." So when Bacalaga stepped forward, other students instinctively stepped back. It was like wolves following the leader. And when Bacalaga, the leader, showed up, the trust that Varangian students placed in their student council president was truly immense. Can you imagine him losing? He already subdued fourth-year students when he was in the first year. Our president will definitely win. Fighting, Colosseo, Bacalaga. Fighting, carrying the cheers on his back, Bacalaga occasionally flashed a smile. Did you believe you could face 6 Varangian warriors in front of me, even though you were facing me? That implies you still have enough strength, correct? Vikir didn't respond. He simply placed his arm on the table made of stone. Bacalaga still had a smiling face. However, his smile faded slightly the moment he held Vikir's hand. Thud! The strength and weight could already be felt. Bacalaga, realizing that Vikir's grip went far beyond using some strength, instinctively grabbed the corner of the table with his opposite hand. It was the first time he had been surprised by someone else's strength since entering Varangian. Soon after, a bang, grumble grumble arm wrestling began. Oh, cheers echoed from the surroundings. Colosseo and Varangian students gathered together, cheering enthusiastically. Bacalaga's and Vikir's arms were tightly locked in the center of the table. However, Bacalaga didn't fidget like other Varangian students. Even Vikir's arm, unlike before, trembled slightly. Arms meeting in the center of the table, barely shaking. To an observer, it seemed like they weren't exerting any force against each other. But in reality, between their grasped hands, powerful strength and strength, muscular power and muscular power were fiercely colliding and intertwining. A bead of cold sweat ran down Bacalaga's cheek. This guy is strong. And Vikir continued to gaze steadily at Bacalaga. At least he's not at a student's level. Vikir also held Bacalaga in high regard. In pure muscular strength, the other side had the upper hand. But Vikir had technique. Adjusting the angle of the arm and shoulder to prevent the opponent from using shoulder strength and guide them to use only arm strength. Shaping the grip to maximize the power of the forearm muscles, strategically placing the ring and middle fingers, distributing weight through triceps and shoulders, and more. Moreover, the protection and experience gained by slaying numerous monsters under Styx River's blessing had made Vikir's muscles tougher and heavier. Despite Bacalaga's immense strength and weight, Vikir's slender wrist held firm without yielding. Seeing that, Bacalaga smiled as if in admiration, like a seasoned veteran who has been through countless battles. You look like you've been through countless hardships. Why is that? Who are you exactly? However, the smile disappeared from Bacalaga's face at Vikir's subsequent response. Tick! Vikir unbuttoned a button on his attire, revealing a choker around his neck. He spoke briefly, showing the choker. Hunting ground. The moment Bacalaga heard Vikir's words, his eyes widened as if about to tear. And in that very moment, crack! The table where Vikir's and Bacalaga's elbows had been touching split with a loud noise. The thick stone table, which had been carved from a rock that had been in this location since the inn's construction, couldn't withstand the force of the two boys' struggle and shattered into pieces. The innkeeper muttered in disbelief as he stared at the shattered stone table. Goodness! This table was carved from the original rock that was here when the inn was built. The power struggle between the two boys has destroyed the rock that had remained unchanged since ancient times. Silence hung in the air as everyone was left speechless by this astonishing sight. Then, ha-ha-ha, laughter erupted. Bacalaga, with his hands covered in dust, released his tense grip and looked towards Vikir. The gaze was fixed on Vikir's neck. Eventually, he spoke. You are the pride of the forest. Don't forget it, it was a language that was difficult to understand, or rather, a language that was initially unknown. However, Vikir understood it. You are the pride of the forest. Don't forget that. It was the language of Balak. Vikir recalled the information that Sinclair had told him about Bacalaga. His grandparents were from the Red and Black Mountains, he thought. The choker that Ayan gave Vikir was a symbol that only the best hunters in the tribe could possess, was on his neck. Before reverting, Vikir recalled Bacalaga, one of the great heroes of the human alliance. He faced discrimination as a barbarian since his first year, he thought. Finally, Bacalaga, with a smiling face, patted Vikir on the shoulder. Great strength, newcomer. It's late, so we should rest for tomorrow's competition. Ha-ha-ha. He lowered his head towards Vikir and whispered softly. Your girlfriend over there is glaring at us with hawk eyes, so I can't suggest a rematch. Confused, Vikir turned his head. Dolores was glaring at Bacalaga. Why on earth is she so angry? When Vikir and Dolores locked eyes, Vikir lightly nodded. While Dolores was tilting her head at what the two were talking about, Bacalaga turned back with a smiling face. It was a splendid match, Colosseo. Although we were completely defeated in the first-year strength duel, it won't be easy for you in tomorrow's competition. A warrior's battle is not just about strength. Cheerfully shouting, Bacalaga walked towards the lodging, followed by all Varangian students. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, and others stood in their places, feeling a poignant emotion. Well, is this a battle between men? Bacalaga is also quite impressive. He's a real man. There's something heartwarming about it. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's match. And then, he fucking ate everything. Hearing Bianca's words, the students of Colosseo quickly turned their heads. All the food on the buffet had disappeared. Chapter 245. Survival Competition 1. Chapter 245 Survival Competition 1. The dawn of the National University League Day had arrived. Participants from Colosseo, Varangian, and Themyscira knocked on the gate of Mage Tower. As soon as they knocked on Mage Tower's main gate, it opened automatically, creating a spectacle as if a living organism were opening its mouth. Wow! Students entering the tower couldn't help but marvel, unknowingly letting out gasps. While the Mage Tower appeared as a tall and narrow structure from the outside, stepping inside revealed a truly breathtaking scene. Each floor featured vast forests and lakes, seas, deserts, canyons with flowing lava and snow-covered mountains. Countless stars gathered on the ceiling, forming constellations that created a massive galaxy. The sound of waterfalls flowing down the walls was chilly. As water droplets hit the surrounding mushrooms, they produced a brilliant musical sound, and fireflies emitting light rose into the air. With each step up the stairs, a babbling stream flowed refreshingly between their toes. Before they knew it, it had risen, engulfing every space up to their knees, waist, shoulders, and fingertips. At first, students who stumbled in the water panicked, fearing they might drown, but soon they regained composure and began to enjoy the spectacle. The magical water, another artifact that could be obtained by winning the competition. This mysterious water could be drunk, hands and feet could be immersed without getting wet, and one could even breathe inside it. Wow, look at this. My clothes are completely dry. It feels so smooth. I can breathe and hear clearly as if I'm out of the water. It's amazing. Yet the feeling of being in the water is definitely there. In this mystical space, students swam, floating through forests and mountains, deserts and volcanoes, seas and deserts, canyons and galaxies, ascending through a variety of environments. And as they ascended, new spaces, unique terrains, and mysterious natural phenomena unfolded before the students. The essence of Mage Tower was the distortion of spatial laws, combining different places through the essence of magic. Before the survival competition took place, there was a procedure where representatives from each school gathered for discussions. Above all, the first priority was to choose the map for this tournament. Olympiad Survival Challenge Map Selection. Lava Zone, Inferno Hell, /Volcano, Charlefero Crater, /Desert Uni, /Jungle Red and Black Mountains, /Snow Mountain Tachika Fortress, /Sea Cruel Sea, /Abandoned Mine Forgotten Land, various terrains were proposed as the competition venue. Each school's representatives secretly had their preferences. Bacalaga, the representative of Varangian, wanted the snow-covered Snow Mountain. Northern folks are resilient to the cold. Ice is like a blanket or a comforter. Lovegood, the representative of Themyscira, desired the sea. Southern people are familiar with the sea, no particular reason. Hohenheim, the representative of Mage Tower, wished for the lava zone. My specialty is creating fire and lava through magic, hehe. And soon it was the turn of Dolores, the representative of Colosseo. Dolores seemed lost in different thoughts. She was contemplating what had happened in the dormitory yesterday. Specifically, about Vikier. Weird. No matter how I think about it. How could he be so powerful? Dolores had experienced 3 university leagues so far during her school life and never imagined witnessing a male student standing up against Bacalaga with strength, especially considering he was just a first-year student at Colosseo. The grades he achieved in the midterms, the knowledge rivaling Professor Banshee, and the mysterious demerit record. At that moment, a thought crossed Dolores' mind. Could he be the royal who concealed his identity and enrolled in the academy? If the rumor, dismissed by everyone as mere gossip, were true, it would make some sense. But there was no evidence. Nah, that couldn't be it. While lost in various thoughts about Vicier's face, Dolores was interrupted. Hey, Saintess, Bacalaga, who was next to her, called out. What's occupying your mind so seriously? Oh, sorry, just thinking about the arm wrestling match from yesterday. When Dolores adjusted her posture, Bacalaga chuckled with a mischievous smile. You're shocked that your boyfriend is so unexpectedly strong. What? Well, you've been single all 3 years in school, so I thought you might not be interested in guys. Turns out, you must have had high standards if you picked that guy. If he's your campus couple, that makes sense. What? No, that's not. Huh, secret relationship. Ha ha ha, I guess I wasn't paying attention. It's possible when you're a campus couple. CC, right. Enjoyable times. Bacalaga laughed, turning his head away. Dolores, realizing the meaning behind his words, tried to correct the misunderstanding, but rustle, rustle, rumble. The roulette wheel determining the map had begun to spin, and so it couldn't be helped. Eventually, click, clack, the wheel came to a stop. The central arrow pointed to the map where today's competition would take place. And Bacalaga from Varangian, Hohenheim from Mage Tower, Lovegood from Temisquira, and Dolores from Colosseo, the expressions of all 4 student representatives simultaneously frowned. Olympiad Survival Challenge map selection. Jungle, red, and black mountains. Because the roulette wheel had chosen a map that was uniformly the worst for everyone, today's competition map was decided. On the other hand, the staff from each school gathered in one place. In the northern part of the round table, there sat a muscular man with a thick, bushy beard, wearing a helmet with protruding bull horns. In the southern part, a warrior woman with bows and knives strapped to her back crossed her legs. To the east, an old man with flowing white eyebrows and a long, luxurious white beard, sitting with an enormous stature. They were respectively Basilios, the deputy director of Varangian, Hippolyte, the principal of Temisquira Women's College, and the Tower Lord Whitebeard Whale of Mage Tower. In the western part of the table, a middle-aged man with black, solemn hair and deep-set eyes sat silently, wearing an expressionless face. He was Professor Banshee, the vice principal of Colosseo Academy. Tower Lord White-Whiskered Whale of Mage Tower spoke up. Heh, it's an honor to host this year's competition at our Mage Tower. We express our gratitude to the responsible individuals who have traveled from afar. He looked alternately at the representatives of Varangian and Colosseo, asking, but may I ask why both the deputy director and the vice principal are here? Aren't the director and the principal present? It was a question about why the highest-ranking officials didn't come and the second-ranking ones did. In response, Deputy Director Basilios looked uncomfortable. Due to the unpleasant incident that happened last time, the director is still recovering. Ah, that Miss Ouroboros or whatever villain caused that. Tower Lord White-Whiskered Whale raised his hand and gestured into the air. Suddenly, a newspaper article appeared before them. Breaking news, Night Hound. Endless atrocities. This article is a corrected version. The worst villain ever, Night Hound, Miss Ouroboros, has once again revealed her fangs. Early this morning, students from the Varangian training camp on the Yellow Road suffered a major attack from Night Hound, Miss Ouroboros during their field trip, resulting in significant casualties. There were X0 injured and X0 severely injured, including the training camp director from Varangian, who also, no fingerprints were found on the only piece of evidence left at the scene, a broken vodka bottle. It was a newspaper published by Colosseo Academy's newspaper club in the past. Even though Varangian had been attacked by an unknown criminal a while ago, the aftermath seemed to linger. Later investigation revealed that the attacker who assaulted Varangian was not Night Hound but Miss Ouroboros. The motive behind the attack was identified as an avenging act of faceless revenge due to a personal grudge. Due to the injuries sustained by the training camp director from Varangian in that incident, Deputy Director Basilios attended this event as an interim director. Meanwhile, Professor Banshee of Colosseo began to speak just as he was about to explain the absence of the principal. Click, clack. Just when the map was being finalized, the terrain of the competition for 400 students from 4 schools was decided. The terrain of red and black mountains, a land ravaged by fire and darkness. The topic smoothly transitioned. Upon seeing that the flooded terrain had been selected as the competition map, All the school leaders swallowed an audible sigh. Of all the maps, it had to be the one everyone fears the most. Yes, places like the lava zone or snow mountain may be challenging to obtain food and water, but once secured, they can be preserved by drying in the scorching wind or burying them in the ground. However, the jungle, being hot and humid, causes everything to quickly rot. It's difficult to obtain food and water due to the abundance of contaminants and poisonous substances. Eventually, a large mirror, reflecting the faces of the 400 students, appeared above the round table. This mirror was the legendary artifact, Spare Eyes, won by the Tower Lord Whitebeard Whale of Mage Tower as a prize for winning the University League in the past. According to legend, it could show the current situation of anyone, even from 1,000 miles away. Everyone couldn't help but admire Mage Tower's artifact. Oh, Mage Tower's Spare Eyes is always mysterious. You can see the appearance of all the students in it. You can clearly observe what the 400 people are doing as if they're right in front of you. Professor Banshee, however, remained silent and clenched his fist again. Eventually, the leaders of each school began to chat while watching their respective students. So, who are the contenders for this year's competition? Well, it must be Varangian's Bacalaga, Temisquira's Lovegood, Mage Tower's Hohenheim, and Colosseo's Dolers, right? Yeah, those kids had the best grades among their peers in the previous 2 competitions. Most likely, those kids have a high chance of winning artifacts this time as well. But Professor Banshee still remained silent. However, the other school leaders started to ask inquisitive questions. Professor Banshee, may we ask where you are looking? The ace of Colosseo, Dolers El Quavadis, is on the opposite side. The direction you're currently looking is where the first-year students are gathered. But Professor Banshee just chuckled and let out a sigh, showing a disinterested attitude. I'm looking at someone else. Chapter 246, Survival Competition 2. Chapter 246, Survival Competition 2. 400 students fell into the forest. Despite spreading out widely and falling apart, eliminations were happening shortly after the competition started. My stomach, it hurts too much. Wasn't it that fruit I ate earlier? Wuke, wee yuck, cough. I drank stagnant water in that hole earlier and now I'm vomiting. It hurts. Something bit me. My eyes are swollen. The designated map for the competition, Red and Black Mountain Range, was harsh in itself. Poisonous mushrooms or fruits, contaminated water, bugs armed with toxins sticking to them. The oppressive atmosphere, heavy humidity, and all sorts of vines and leaves that could cut, stab, or shoot, were making it impossible for students to endure even for a few hours. Sweat dripped just from standing still. Even simply enduring the bugs attached to their bodies was difficult. Moreover, rapid dehydration symptoms, fatigue, and hunger meant that eating something would either lead to poisoning or food poisoning. HP was melting away like butter on a hot frying pan. This HP, accumulated in specially made suits, was linked to the wearer's health and stress levels, increasing or decreasing accordingly. In other words, students had to do their best to survive without letting the HP of their suits reach 0. If the HP reached 0, they would be forcibly teleported back to the waiting room. Meanwhile, huff, huff, huff. Granola de Riviere of the Colosseo Academy's hot department was breathing heavily with sweat dripping like a waterfall. The recorded value in his HP suit was 74%. Since landing in this forest, he hadn't fought anyone, yet 26% of his HP had already evaporated. This is insane. Is this forest really hell? Does such a jungle actually exist in reality? But no matter how much he complained, nothing changed. Granola stared at the collected rainwater in the hollow of a tree. At first glance, it looked like drinkable water, but bringing his nose closer revealed a foul smell emanating from inside. Straining his eyes, he saw small centipedes wriggling below the surface. Ah! Granola recoiled, holding back nausea. Drinking something like that due to thirst would cause him to become a Sparkles forbidden chocolate fountain Sparkles, and through diarrhea, he would lose a significant amount of fluids. If that happens, my HP will reach 0. I'll be eliminated without doing anything. Granola turned his head with a tired expression. Looking down at his waist, he saw the fish he caught earlier. Despite trying to dry it by scaling it immediately, it remained damp, probably due to the high humidity. Bringing his nose to it, he smelled a rotten, unpleasant odor. Ugh, I can't drink water, all the food is spoiled. What am I supposed to do? Granola began to understand why seniors considered the Red and Black Mountain Range the worst map. The successor of the Revenant clan, Granola, found the actual wilderness to be terrifying to the point of being overwhelmed. The poisonous mushrooms and plants depicted in the guidebook looked slightly different in reality. Whether they were larger or smaller, flipped over, torn, inverted, dried in darkness or in light, their appearance changed instantly. Many variations, subspecies, and new species were not even mentioned in the guidebook. That's right. Even someone like me, who is well versed in various poisons, is struggling. I wonder how other insignificant individuals are faring. Wiping off cold sweat, Granola turned his head, wanting to see how his fellow team members were enduring. But, oh, this is delicious. 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 Above the blazing campfire with highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, there were coconuts split in half containing boiling water, and white fish fillets were simmering. In the center, a male student with an expressionless face was sitting. Vikier. He adapted to the Red and Black Mountain Range as if he had casually entered his own living room. This feels like home. Vikier was experiencing comfort as if he had returned to his hometown after a long time. The Red and Black Mountain Range. As a member of Balak and as a hunting dog of Baskerville, he was in a familiar place. The sharp blades of leaves that cut through flesh, the venomous stings of insects that caused swelling, and the scorching heat and humidity that choked the throat. All were familiar and longed for. With familiar movements, Vikier found a flint and lit a campfire, instantly raising the temperature around with the scarce light and smoke. The sticky humidity was removed with spicy ash, and the meal consisted of fish caught from the nearby river, selected mushrooms, and roasted fruits. Even the water was purified using charcoal and baked earth before being boiled in the embers. The triplets, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, moved as Vikier told them to. Hey, Vikier, can we drink this water? No, you can't. Can you tell us why? It looks clear on the surface. Earlier, when I went upstream, I found dead beaver corpses scattered around. I see. Even though it looks clear on the surface, there might be microorganisms inside. What about these tree fruits? Are they edible? You can eat them if you slightly crush them to evaporate the poison. If you eat them raw, you might go blind. The atmosphere in the group, centered around Vikier, was changing. Granola was greatly surprised to see the Baskerville triplets obediently following Vikier's instructions. That guy. Maybe he's more impressive than I thought. Unconsciously, Granola's gaze fell on the fish stew Vikier was cooking. The steaming red broth and various vegetables floating in it, along with the white fish fillets, made his mouth water just by looking at the spicy soup. Oh no, I can't beg a commoner for food. Granola absent-mindedly touched the spoiled raw fish in his pocket. Depending on a commoner for help now would damage his pride. But in the end, hunger had no business with pride. Hey, at Vikier's call, Granola turned his head with a resentful look. A bowl of dried, spicy soup from the coconut bowl was handed to him. Eat while you mumble, I don't care what you're doing. Hearing Vikier's words, Granola felt tears welling up in his eyes. This commoner, perhaps he's a bit better than I thought. And when Granola lightly touched his lips to the spicy soup, his eyes widened as if they were about to burst. It's delicious. Granola felt a shiver at the shockingly delicious taste that seemed to melt his tongue. Food eaten outdoors during a camp always seemed to enhance its flavor. Perhaps it was because he was exhausted from dehydration and hunger all this time. Vikier's spicy soup, prepared in the wild, was even more delicious than the first-class chef's cuisine he had eaten at the main mansion of the Revenant family. I'll ask him to work in our kitchen someday. Granola devoured a bowl of the spicy soup on the spot, hiding his delight like a cat burying its waste. Watching him, Vikier calmly added more mushrooms, fish, and a few dried bugs to the pot, letting it simmer for a while. Granola, still entranced by what he had just eaten, shyly spoke up. Excuse me? Eat more. There's plenty. Thank you. Avoiding eye contact, Granola coughed a few times and then tilted the coconut bowl to pour more broth. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Granola managed to consume 15 more bowls, and eventually he let out a long sigh as if declaring his survival. His HP, which had dropped to 41%, had now risen to 92%. Granola gently touched his bulging stomach. Despite eating so much, there was still a considerable amount of spicy soup left in the large coconut. Granola grinned and asked Vikier, "Hey, commoner, Vikier." When Vikier turned his head, Granola cautiously inquired about something he was curious about. "About this red fish stew, why did you make so much? It seems like you don't eat that much yourself." High bro, middle bro, and low bro also turned their attention in this direction, though they hadn't said anything. They seemed curious too. Vikier remained silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and then slowly raised his eyebrows while answering, "Fishing." At this, everyone, including Granola, tilted their heads curiously. "Fishing for more fish after making a spicy soup with the fish you just caught." Vikier unusually decided to provide additional clarification. "The prey will soon be baited." With this explanation, everyone, including Granola, couldn't help but chuckle. Fishing for more fish with the fish caught through fishing. Vikier, with unprecedented kindness, continued to stir the pot with the broad leaf, letting the enticing aroma of the spicy soup spread. It mingled with the faint light from the embers and slowly expanded over the entire disaster area. And then, in no time, rustle. Drawn by the warm heat and delicious aroma, the prey fell into the trap. Swoosh. High bro, middle bro, and low bro half drew their waist knives. Granola, who had put away his magic book and wand, also showed a tense expression on his face. Only Vikier remained calmly hidden behind the thicket, keeping an eye on the campfire. Gradually, crunch, someone, lured by the scent, pushed through the bushes and revealed themselves. They looked exhausted and worn out, with torn clothes covered in leaves and ashes. Upon seeing the visitor's face, the expressions of high bro, middle bro, low bro, and Granola turned into astonishment. Even Vikier, too, was surprised. And then the voice that came from beyond the thicket, though tinged with fatigue, still retained a youthful innocence. What's this smell?" It was Dolor's. Chapter 247. Survival Competition 3. Chapter 247. Survival Competition 3. The sun quickly sets in the jungle. The gradually darkening sky, which was once hot, is now chilling. What's that smell?" Dolores emerged from the bushes in an exhausted state. Her clothes were torn in various places and stained with twigs, leaves, and dirt. Her HP was only around 38%. Then, Dolores discovered the source of the tempting smell and flickering light. The warmth emanating from the embers covered by ashes and the bubbling red stew made Dolores salivate. "Why is this here?" In her mind, she knew something was strange. However, her feet involuntarily moved towards it. She couldn't resist because the smell of the stew was too overpowering. "There are traces of someone sitting here. No signs of lurking around. It doesn't seem like they prepared for an ambush. Did someone make this food to eat and then leave in a hurry or abandon this place altogether?" It was the only scenario that made sense. If Dolores were her usual self, she wouldn't touch anything that didn't belong to her. However, surviving is all that matters. That's the rule of the survival competition. If that's the case, it might be excusable. Dolores slowly reached out towards the stew. Then, sizzle, someone stood up from the tall grass quite far away. Wait, it was Vikier. The distance was too far for a surprise attack, but for Vikier, who specialized in archery, it was a sufficient range for an assault. However, Dolores was also prepared for an archer's surprise attack. There was an ambush after all. She quickly prepared a sacred defense barrier and stepped back. Vikier also raised his bow and aimed in her direction. Vikier and Dolores confronted each other. Even though they were from the same school, according to the rules of the competition, they were ultimately enemies. However, it was still inefficient to engage in combat between students from the same school when the competition was only in the middle, so Dolores couldn't move recklessly. Two young individuals, not entirely allies or enemies, stared at each other in a strange silence. And the one to break the silence of this standoff was Dolores, or more precisely, her stomach. Gurgle, Dolores' stomach, having gone without food all day, made a noise. Dolores' face instantly turned red. However, the indifferent Vikier paid no attention to whether Dolores' stomach emitted opera sounds or heavy metal tunes. Thirsty people dig wells. In the end, Dolores, in a regrettable situation, raised both hands first. How about we join forces for a while as fellow students from the same school? The competition is far from over. Feel free to do as you wish. Vikir's nonchalant response, putting away his bow, made Dolores furrow her brow. Gradually, the atmosphere settled into an uneasy truce. However, for Dolores, there was still something regrettable aside from merely avoiding a fight. Hey, is there any stew left? If there is, could you share some with me? She awkwardly voiced her inner thoughts. The esteemed Dolores was reduced to begging for leftovers. Quite a pathetic sight. Dolores hastily added, "Of course I'm not asking for free, I can cast heals and buffs on you all." In such extreme conditions, the presence of a healer could be crucial. So Vikir promptly declined, "Not necessary." "All right, it's a win-win, why not?" Hearing Vikir's response, Dolores doubted her ears. Come to think of it, Vikir seemed to defy common sense. Didn't he recently burn over half of the thrifty leather obtained from a joint venture between the noble faction and the commoner faction at the bargain sale? Dolores stared at Vikir with a puzzled expression, and soon realized why he didn't need heals or buffs. HP 100%. Vikir maintained perfect condition without any fatigue or damage, even in this green hell. How is this possible? As Dolores' thoughts became complicated once again, "Hey, Vikir." Granola peeked his head out from the bushes next to Vikir. "Do you happen to have forgotten who she is? She's the Saintess of Quavades and the student council president of the academy. Even if she seems lacking, what? Leaving aside such things, how can you refuse when such a beautiful lady is asking for help?" Granola's words were something that ordinary people could empathize with. However, Vikir was not ordinary. As if finding Granola troublesome, strong pairs of hands appeared from behind him and pulled him away. "Hey, secret friend, let's have a private moment for a while." Private moment. Private moment. High bro, middle bro, low bro. And soon the quiet standoff between Vikir and Dolores resumed. Then, Dolores, who had sighed lightly, raised both hands. "I'm neither the Saintess of Quavades nor the student council president of the academy. Just a hungry lamb, that's all." It was a declaration of surrender. Dolores recalled a phrase she had heard somewhere in her mind. "Who are you to visit me at such an ambitious moment? I'm just a lost lamb." The first conversation shared with Knight Hound. Deeply moved by it, Dolores responded similarly on this occasion. Vikir, understanding her intention, lowered his bow and stepped aside, indicating his permission. Dolores finally sat by the campfire and ate the stew. "Thank you." The stew that Vikir ladled out exuded a pleasant aroma. Dolores' nose twitched. The slightly meaty smell in the stew was undoubtedly due to the small mushrooms Vikir added as a garnish. Sip gulp as Dolores swallowed a mouthful of stew, her expression transformed from surprise to delight. Delicious. In such a harsh environment, how could such exquisite taste be achieved? Even with the addition, it was the most delectable thing Dolores had tasted since she was born. Whether it was the difference between salmon and bamboo shoots or not, the taste was undeniable at the time. Unaware of the red spots on her face, Dolores absent-mindedly emptied the bowl. A whopping 12 times. Throughout, Vikir silently sat next to Dolores. Eventually, when her stomach was somewhat full, Dolores, with a somewhat awkward expression, spoke to Vikir. "I encountered a formidable opponent right at the beginning of the competition. I was attacked by Hohenheim. As the president of Mage Tower, he certainly possessed skills worthy of the title. Dolores' comrades stood by her side until the end, resisting together. At a party, the death of a healer truly meant a dire situation. As a result, Dolores lost all her team members and was left alone. The formidable spellcaster, Hohenheim, could single-handedly annihilate several teams even without reinforcements. Despite Dolores casting heals and buffs on her allies, she eventually faced defeat in a guerrilla battle against Hohenheim, who swiftly attacked and retreated. But his team also lost all 4 members. They just followed behind Hohenheim and were picked off one by one. So, if we look at the results, it's a draw, 1-1. Although no one specifically asked, it was valuable information in its own right. Granola and the Baskerville twins listened attentively, their eyes gleaming. It wasn't common to have the opportunity to receive advice from a third-year ace during the competition. However, is that so? Vikir, with an expression that revealed nothing of his thoughts, simply nodded. Dolores was at a loss for words at his indifferent reaction. Eventually, she started observing Victor more closely. Why is he so nonchalant in this disastrous situation? How does he know such cooking methods? Where did he get the ingredients? Victor seemed incredibly comfortable, as if he were in his living room and kitchen. The red and black mountains seemed to be like his hometown. Of course, Dolores had no way of knowing that Victor had been wandering through these mountains for decades, even living there for 2 years. And he had a ring with spatial magic rivaling that of Mage Tower, containing fresh ingredients and spices. Meanwhile, splish splash splish splash, Victor continued to cook the fish stew, using wide leaves to fan the aroma over it. The warmth and fragrance spread throughout the disaster zone on the wind. In such a dark night, the light and aroma would become even more intense. With a playful smile, Dolores asked, "By the way, who are you trying to lure with this food? What if an incredibly strong enemy comes? Like Hohenheim or Bacalaga from Varangian or Lovegood from Temisquira?" Using food as bait to lure prey was good, but if it attracted too strong of prey, the hunter might turn into the hunted. Dolores seemed genuinely concerned about the possibility of Hohenheim or Bakira coming. Then, plop, Victor tossed an unseen mushroom into the coconut pot while answering, "It doesn't matter who comes." As if waiting for that response, boom, the front thicket was engulfed in a massive flame, burning it to ashes. Step, step, step. Amidst the ashes, someone walked towards the center of the space that had turned into a pile of rubble. "What's this smell?" The student council president of Mage Tower. The current strongest contender for victory, a predator who wiped out 50 students himself. It was none other than Hohenheim. Chapter 248. Survival Competition, 4. Chapter 248 Survival Competition, 4. Basilios, the deputy director of Varangian. Hippolyte, the principal of Temisquira Women's College, the Tower Lord Whitebeard Whale of Mage Tower, and Vice Principal Banshee Morgue. They were monitoring the current situation of the competition through a large artifact called the Spare Eyes. Survivor status: Colosseo 23 participants Mage Tower, 35 participants Varangian, 45 participants Temisquira, 46 participants Deputy Director Basilios and Principal Hippolyte stroked their chins as they spoke. Hohenheim seems to have found another prey. Just a moment ago, he eliminated a group of Colosseo students in a pile. It seems we underestimated him. Ho ho ho, quite impressive. Shortly before, Hohenheim from the Mage Tower unleashed his unique tremendous magic, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. As a result, around 30 Colosseo students caught in the turmoil were eliminated in a heap. Most of those who had already been eliminated, or were about to be, were among the ace third-year students, and even Colosseo's potential winner, Dolores, was almost included. Due to the student council president's close call with elimination early in the competition, the shock among Colosseo students was even more significant. Afterward, Hohenheim seemed unstoppable, sweeping through the disaster with his overwhelming fire tsunami. The students of Varangian and Temisquira, caught in the flames created by him, were once again swept away like leaves in a gust. All of them were third-year aces with the strength and experience to aim for victory. The nickname Hohenheim of 1,000 Flames spread widely in the world, and it seemed to fit him perfectly. From the start, it seemed like he intended to eliminate all aces, and he was following the path of ruthless dominance. Meanwhile, Whitebeard Whale, the Tower Lord of the Mage Tower, watched this scene through a mirror with a satisfied smile. "Heh, our snob-nosed twit is finally showing his true colors. Oh dear, they're going to meet Colosseo students again. What a coincidence to encounter them while having dinner, isn't it?" Meeting Dolores again, who barely escaped with her life earlier. It seems Colosseo Academy this time is not destined for a good ending. Heh, Whitebeard Whale, despite his massive stature, was surprisingly talkative. However, Professor Banshee of Colosseo did not respond to his remarks at all. Slightly uncomfortable but choosing not to pay much attention, his expression showed indifference. However, his gaze remained fixed on the mirror. He was looking at Victor and Dolores intently. Rumble, the curtain of fire is torn apart. Mud dries up, cracks apart, turns into sand, and the sand melts into bubbling, boiling lava. Thud, 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 Hohenheim walks on top of it. Heh, Colosseo bugs. His face has completely changed from when he led the welcoming parade. Perhaps this is his true nature. It's time to overturn the university rankings. The top university in the empire should be Mage Tower, and I will become the greatest genius who ever lived. Hohenheim has always been displeased with Mage Tower's university ranking being inferior to Colosseo. Now, with all the annoying seniors gone, he plans to make the university he attends the best with his own hands. At that moment, Hohenheim's eyes narrowed. Bubbling and boiling in front of him was a large coconut pot with a vibrant red stew, emitting such a delicious smell that even the discerning Hohenheim took notice. No matter how much of a genius he is, the harsh environment of red and black mountains is not comfortable. Hohenheim, too, was hungry and thirsty. Is this a trap? Hohenheim looked around. There were deep imprints of buttocks on the ground where it seemed like someone had just been sitting. But it seems like when I came, and they hastily abandoned everything and fled. There were no signs of ambushing enemies. Only traces of hurried escape were evident. Moreover, whoever it was even hastily discarded the grade logo attached to the suit. It was a symbol indicating a first-year student. Hohenheim let down his guard. If the opponent is a first-year, there's no value in dealing with them. They probably ran away with their tail between their legs. So, he planned to eat some of the stew in front of him and leave. Still, I should be prepared for an archer's attack just in case there's a sniper. In such a jungle, archers are the most annoying opponents. Hohenheim thought so as he took a step forward. Right at that moment, crash. The thick log on the opposite side shattered and fell. Ha! I smelled something delicious and came to see and look at all this. A familiar voice echoed, rough and hearty. Hohenheim furrowed his brow. Spiky, rough hair, a massive figure reminiscent of a wild beast. Here comes Bacalaga, the student council president of Varangian Academy. Hohenheim quietly extended his hands forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surrounding mud began to bubble vigorously, emitting steam. Squelch, gurgle, gurgle. Soon, with a shimmering crimson light, the surrounding mud transformed into lava. However, Bacalaga, instead of reacting with laughter, stepped 1 foot forward. Crash, the outer layer of the ground flipped and lava gushed in reverse. The mud below remained undisturbed, but Bacalaga, carrying a greatsword on his back, swung it forward. A light blue aura wafted out like steam. Witnessing this, Hohenheim's eyes widened. Peak sword expert, or is it graduator? Ha! You've also become a 4th-class mage. Can you keep up? In most cases, even the elite of Mage Tower reach the 4th class when they're around 30. Similarly, the elite of Varangian also needs to reach 30 to reach the threshold of a graduator. However, these two geniuses, beyond these standards, were fiercely confronting each other several years ahead of the typical geniuses. It was a fierce battle between the next generation geniuses representing swords and magic. Crash, swish. Bacalaga's greatsword cut through the rocks and trees in front of him. Avoiding the falling fragments diagonally, Hohenheim hurriedly stepped back. If you give a magician time, it becomes troublesome. Bacalaga, wielding his massive greatsword like a feather, charged forward. Even as a low-tier graduator, his power is absolute. The faint blue aura rotating rapidly on the surface of the blade could cut through anything it touched. Even though Hohenheim is who he is, getting hit by that would instantly wipe out all his HP. G's shield. Hohenheim conjured multiple translucent shields in front of him. However, crack, creak, creak, creak. The shields were scratched and shattered with a noisy sound. Amidst the fragments, Bacalaga's aura advanced like the teeth and claws of a monster. It's over, Hohenheim. Bacalaga's voice echoed ominously. Boom! Sizzle. Hohenheim had to roll on the ground to avoid a fatal blow that would have cut off his hair. However, though Hohenheim was forced to retreat, he didn't yield entirely. Swish! While rolling on the ground, he extended both palms deeply into the mud. Bubbling, the mud, energized by mana, started to boil, producing bubbles. Gradually, hazy steam covered Hohenheim's body. Simultaneously, the mud beneath dried up so much that it began to crackle and split, and from those cracks, flames shot up. The situation was gradually turning in favor of Hohenheim against Bacalaga. Due to the dust and smoke covering Bakira's eyes as he headed towards it, the view couldn't be adequately secured. In such a situation, KRRRR, Boom, boom, boom. Firebolts shot from beyond the wall of flames, and on the ground, lava created by melting mud swirled around. The surroundings were dense with a thick forest. The humid and sultry atmosphere was gradually drying up due to the fiery storm. As the hot and spicy smoke spread in all directions, moisture turned into dryness. Eventually, squelch, squishy squishy squirm, her. Even the trees, soaked with moisture, began to catch fire, not just blackening upon contact with flames. The firepower, enough to forcibly ignite a wildfire in the humid and hot jungle, was very formidable. As the atmospheric conditions changed rapidly, abnormal weather patterns emerged. Locally rising air and the surrounding humid air met, forming a massive vortex, and Hohenheim's lightning bolts of fire created a fierce spiral along that current. Colosseo, Varangian, Mage Tower, Temisquira. All students from every school scattered around the mountains could feel Hohenheim's absolute power upon seeing the existence of the colossal column of fire. Finally, a colossal fiery storm arose and swallowed Bacalaga. Cug! Although Bacalaga cut off all the flames with an aura wrapped around her sword, she couldn't do anything about the disappearance of oxygen in the surroundings, replaced by smoke. Thud, eventually, Bacalaga also had to kneel on one knee, and then, with a triumphant expression, Hohenheim stepped forward. No matter how hard a talent tries, they can't beat a genius. That's why a genius is called a genius. Simultaneously, snap, Hohenheim grabbed Bacalaga's throat and swung the staff in his hand. This ends now, Bacalaga. Well, for a mere barbarian, you were quite excellent. Hohenheim, with a sneering smile, looked down at the ground beneath his feet. Soon he turned away, leaving Bacalaga on the ground. There, a pot still sat on the bonfire. Hohenheim reached out and brought the pot, which was far away, into his palm. It's a pity. It looks like a delicious dish. What a shame not being able to eat it, right? Kill me quickly. Don't think this is the end. Bacalaga said with a furrowed brow, spitting out his words as if chewing them. But Hohenheim, seemingly uninterested, smirked. Can that be done? This is our last tournament in our school days. We should end it meaningfully. Hohenheim wanted to show as much composure as a winner could display. Shortly after, red broth entered Hohenheim's mouth. He spoke with a relaxed smile on his face. This is really delicious. However, Hohenheim's composure didn't last long. Grrrrrr, as the spicy broth went down his throat and touched his stomach, he immediately felt a strange signal from within.